Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us here at this SLO CAL Open at Morro Bay, a gorgeous day in the central coast of California. The waves have decided to back off a little bit from the last 2 days. There's still tons of surf out there. A little bit windswept from that howling 30-knot onshore that we experienced all afternoon and last night. Here we are. It is Friday morning. We're going to be going into women's round of 32 and then men's round of 16, back into women's round of 16, and finishing off the day with the men's quarterfinals. So an exciting day of, what would you say, high action, high impact surfing. It will be myself and Matt Chanowski. Everything's set for the day. 25-minute heats all day long, top 2 waves. Yeah, so it's going to be exciting. We got Ella McCaffrey, Ava McDonald, Bailey Turner, and Zoe Kaitlin in the first heat. Coming up after that, Emma Stone, Kylie, and Addison McPhillips, Talia Swindoll. So much surfing going on in the world. There's been pumping waves here in Hawaii and all over the globe. We got the Pro Junior World title coming up in Oceanside next month. So what is going to go on with that? We've seen some amazing surfing the last few days. War of attrition, guys having to ride bigger boards, the girls having to ride bigger boards, people getting swept and bashed around. So today it's a little more handleable. I don't know if we'll see the runarounds like we were experiencing yesterday. And we should see some high impact surfing, lots of big wave or one maneuver waves possibly. Some of those long lefts that connect down into the deep sandbar on the north end of the beach here. So settle in. We've got a full day of action. This thing will kick off here shortly, 7:30. Okay, free surfers, please exit the water if you could. We're about 3 minutes from the heat beginning. The surfers are probably out in the lineup with you. Give them the freedom to pick the waves they want. I see them. There's that drone angle. I see all 4 surfers sitting and getting ready. So surfers, maybe hold your positions because there's 3 minutes until we blow the horn. So again, thank you for joining us online. A big day of action ahead. Women's round of 32 coming up right now. In the water, Ella McCaffrey, Avery McDonald, Bailey Turner, and Zoe Kaitlin. 4 young, experienced competitors. And it's so great to be back up in Morro Bay for the SLO CAL Open. Andy McKay and Surfing for Hope and the WSL partnering for years now, doing a great job. And look at all these competitors that have gone on to become Challenger Series contenders and make it onto the championship tour this last year. Such a big story over the last 5 and 6 years. So it's great to see, Groms becoming young women and then really pushing their level, pushing their limits, going out into the big wide world and going up against the best of every nation. So we look forward to a fun day. Stay tuned with us all day long. We're doing the live webcast and the beach commentary simultaneously. So sometimes we're spending a lot of energy just, delivering scores and updates for our athletes in the water and then bringing you all the cool information about what's going on. Tonight there's a really fun benefit up in San Luis Obispo, the Surfing for Hope Foundation annual fundraiser, big gala, silent auction. Tom Curran and his band will be playing there. Well, there we go. Waxhead. He makes it. Hello, good morning. We got the Waxy in the booth now. We're 1 minute to kickoff.
Quick early morning surf.
Well, there you go. He drove up to Steamer Lane and back, and he's already fresh and clean. We are ready. Really, we are ready. We are ready to kick it off. So, surfers, hold your positions. It would be nice. Can you guys hear me? Maybe a little hand wave. I don't know. I'm going to count you in right now. Under 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there is the horn. We are into the first heat of the day, round of 32, women's round of 32, that is. All 4 surfers sitting there in the lineup, run 'em up photography, doing a great job all week between the beach and the drone angles. So the swell mellowed out a bit from the last few days. There's still, it's a bit churned up from the wind that we had, that really strong 30-plus knot onshore west wind yesterday, or northwest wind. But I think winds are anticipated to go a little northeasterly, which should groom it through the day, and that'll be nice. In the red, Ella McCaffrey. In the blue, Avery McDonald. Bailey Turner in the white, and Zoe Kahn. So that first heat of the day already ready to get herself into the wax. We got Bailey Turner. A quick up and down for her. All 4 surfers trying to sort of stay up into that south area nearer the rock, because you know that if they get that quick right, get a score on the board, or that long left, they're instantly committed to being further down the beach where that long sandbar left seems to run daily.
Yeah, today the energy is back down to 13 seconds, which is comparable to the opening days of competition. West-northwest swell, 10.4 feet, so it's still considerable amounts of water moving out there. By any means, it's still a groundswell. And then we have a low tide, which will be later in the day, 6:50. We've just hit the high tide mark about 10 minutes ago. So that might explain a bit of the turbulence out there as well.
Yeah, and what are the tides now? I know they were kind of ranging between 3.5 and 2.5 those first few days.
Yeah, pretty big today. So we have a 5 feet high tide back down to a 0.8.
So yeah, definitely much more tide affected than the first 2 days. And then the third day, Wednesday, which was just bombing, the contest was off, and the surfers went scrambling up and down the coast looking for various surf, or getting their feet on their bigger boards potentially.
And then also with the wind, we look like we're going to have northeast winds all day, and that should groom these conditions, but we will have some variable conditions. We're going to see it change throughout the day, and that's going to be key for the surfers once again to adapt. And that has been the story of this event so far: adaptation to the conditions for these surfers, different boards, lefts, rights, between different heats, different rounds even. We have seen versatility has been super important to get those heat wins.
And, you see that world over. You show up, you have the first heat, it looks kind of messy, a little garbagey. You just know it's time to advance, because your next round could be turquoise teepees, right? And so you just have to grind it through when you're up against more raw conditions. And, getting yourself out there before the event, when it's dark, before the sunrise. It's cold this morning. I think it's 45 degrees or so. Up in the green on her first wave, Zoe Kahn. So it's always interesting to see how the judges set their scale. First heat of the day really determines that. They've been, having a look at the free surfing going on and the waves that have been coming in since 7 o'clock or so.
And today, that judging criteria, so I'll just update these surfers when they go under these waves. So Zoe, your opening wave was a 3.25. Surfer in green, a 3.25. And on the outside, we have Ella having a look on this.
She commits to the late takeoff. Her competitor was right next to her on the shoulder, but it's going to work out for her. Beautiful. She has really matured over the years. And that one, from the start, she seemed like she was going to weave it together, and then it's always tough when you're doing a roll-in with a ton of whitewash up your back.
Sure.
And especially she bellied out in the flats.
I mean, the upside of it is that she didn't grovel with it all the way through, because with that takeoff, it wouldn't have gone, incredibly high. So she did riddle off one nice turn. This thing had some power to it, but she'll get back out the back and give that another go. So just approaching that 20-minute mark. Some great, way more open waves than we've seen in previous days. We will see a lot more of those lefts as the tide drops. I'm predicting way down the beach, and some of those punchier rights, like you said before, Jeff.
Yeah, you wonder if, I know that some of the locals had said the right really hadn't been breaking into the rock. Sometimes it gets really good the way the sand moves. You get a defined right-hand sandbar into the rocks. We didn't see that the first few days. That might change today. Like you said, this big scallop bay, the current swinging down creates that left sandbar sort of to the north end of the competitor area that's been consistent year after year. And we might see that right come into play. and that and that paddle out on the against the rocks will be really fast with all that current sweeping out too. Well, Ella, your last wave, your first wave, a 3.65. Red, a 3.65. Green, a 3.25. Avery, you have first priority. 19 minutes left. Ella up in the lead with that one wave. Zoe in second.
Nice.
And here we go. Down the line, runner on her backhand, being patient there, just waiting for it to open up. And again, a series of nice backhand turns. Must feel good with the sun finally coming over the hills.
She looks like she's going to do the walk around. So the judging criteria today, with the change of swell and some opportunity opening up on the faces for the surfers, the high-performance surfing will come back into play with major combinations, with still major single moments awarded, but progressive combos will be awarded, and they are more likely to occur with conditions that we have today. And this is the replay of Ella's. So just like this, nice power turn, just driving off the bottom and throwing a rooster tail over the roof of that wave. And this one just staying with it. So a little bit of downtime and then getting some body torque on the inside section here. So that's that combination of maneuvers. Wasn't seamless, but it was a 5.5. Judges really, probably the emphasis of that score from the outside section. So a 5.5 for Red, a 5.5. You are in the lead. She's doing the run around. So 17 minutes, 45 remaining. Your first wave was a 3.65. Your second was a 5.5.
Yeah, nice quick start for Ella McCaffrey. Again, I like how in the in-between from the first turn, having to get around that sticky section with the whitewash nibbling on her inside rail, she didn't try to hop or bounce. She just kept her hands quiet and let the board plane through it, you know, and that's so key, because you get on your front foot and it's so easy to bite a rail, or there's lumps and bumps across the face of the wave.
And it's so easy with a performance thruster with concaves and a sensitivity with the materials to wiggle and pump and try and gain more speed, but sometimes you already have the speed.
Yeah,
you just have to utilize it, and that's what the judges will be looking for. That's that flow element.
That's the flow.
It's inbuilt in most, well, most surfboards, you'd hope.
Yeah,
I've had a couple that are...
You're fighting it all the time.
Yeah.
Well, here we're set now. Priority is white, then green, then blue. 16 and a half minutes left. Ella just got a 5.5, so she is out in the lead now since she has the two waves. And you were reading that criteria, and progressive surfing, yeah, today is going to allow for that, where the other days it was a bit more of a hold on for dear life.
The word committed
yeah,
was in that criteria, yeah.
Yeah, committed. We saw some amazing stuff. Taj Lindblad going, was it 9.25? Yeah. So that was the high score of yesterday. Wheeler Hasberg got an 8.9 in the heat right before that. We had a smattering of excellent range scores in the high 7s and 8s. Taj just tapping out. First wave of his life on that 6.2 borrowed by Kalohe Andino, and a 9.25.
Here goes Zoe down the beach. So just trying to get down the bottom. She can't connect that reform, but it's all right. It did sort of section ahead of her. So red out in the lead, blue in second. Oh, green in second, sorry, with that. Just a 2-point ride for that one. So red, green, white looking for a 4.25, and blue looking for a 4.85. So Ella coming into this event ranked number 8th on the regional tour.
Yes, ranked 8th, and Brian Robbins was just telling me this is the 7th event of their series of collectibles events to get points to try to get into, I think it's the top 5, the top 4 to get into the Challenger Series. So there's definitely more events this year, I think totaling 11. So yeah, they've gone from the West Coast to the East Coast to the Outer Banks and back, and here we are now for the Coldwater Swing. Next month, there's the Pismo event in January.
And then some surfers will pick and choose some events based on their own schedule with other tours or sponsorship commitments or just straight out training, sometimes injuries and sickness, school, jobs.
Yeah, well,
all those elements come into play, so they'll choose these events. All right, so red out in the lead, 5.5 and a 3.65. Zoe in green, you need a 5.9 to go into the lead. You're in second. White, you need a 3.85. You're in third place. And blue, you require a 4.85. You're in fourth place. 13 minutes remaining.
There we go, green using that priority. Zoe, this one opening up. So there's that, you see that little hop. So she's going to get all the way through. Nice low center of gravity. I like how she finished the wave there. The drone angle really looking on the monitor like it was flattening the wave out, but two nice complete turns.
So here she's going to try and paddle out through 4 set waves. This will be very interesting. But back to the replay. So just keeping her composure through here, and it didn't really ramp up the way that she had bottom turned expecting, but she stayed with it, knowing she's got to get a completion, was just trying to get rid of that 2-point ride that she had on her second wave. So I think it'll eclipse that.
Yeah, like you said, there's definitely a difference. We saw earlier Ella's wave stood up for her so she could really push through the turn. On that one, Zoe came off the bottom looking for that same type of lip, that side current. It just flattened out for her, had to sort of hop back in. So yeah, this could be a long paddle back out for Zoe, but there's 11 minutes and 40 seconds left. Priority is with blue. Second priority with red. So there's the size in the swell still.
Yeah, that's ominous to duck dive, absolutely. I mean, at this point of the heat, we saw some of the more experienced competitors make their way in yesterday, hear the heat update, give them enough time to paddle back around, and in many cases, those same surfers were the ones who won their heats or came through. Because I mentioned that on the way in. So at about the 10 to 15 minute mark. So I can't even give an update to green yet. So for those of you that are all the viewers at home tuning in or at work,
or on your car driving,
likely at work or in their car driving, this event is broadcasted live with the beach commentary, so you're hearing what the surfers are listening to as well. So at times throughout the day, we will be delivering the scores, and you may get a little muffle in your speakers.
Yeah, hopefully we won't have to yell as much as the last couple days. Let's
give it a big try now. So Ella in red, you're still in the lead. Green, still in second with a 3.25. Green in second, 3.25 in your last wave. White in third, blue in fourth. White looking for a 5.10. Blue, a 6.10. 10 minutes remaining.
How was your morning surf? Today is the coldest day so far.
Yeah, it's cold.
Definitely
I needed
cold.
a shower. Seriously, it's noticeably.
Yeah, that 10 degrees dip from yesterday
fully.
or more. Big difference.
Yeah, so I was trying to take the booties off, and the hands and the feet were not cooperating very well, so decided the shower was the better option.
Yes.
Shout out to the Best Western Hotel,
Thank
San
you.
Marcos.
Yes. So waking up this morning, I knew the swell had dropped because there wasn't 100-foot explosions over the break wall like there had been the other days, which is good, so the surfers can settle in and really go to town on these waves.
I actually surfed down the beach. I had a local guy that I'd met in the surf the other day who wanted to go for a wave, and I said, I've got to be back at a certain time. And he said, yep, no problem. So we actually surfed down the beach. There's a lot of peaks you can see down there. And we surfed a little rip bowl about 3/4 of the way down the beach. Starting to disappear with the high tide, but I think at the lower tide, there'll be peaks up and down this whole stretch of beach. So the free surfers, ample opportunity to score today. And it's not just a big wall of whitewash like it has been in previous days.
Well, there we go. I was watching Blue paddle. Avery has lost priority there or gone down to 4th priority. She did paddle for that last set wave and missed it. So losing her priority status from 1st to 4th. Ella has 1st priority in red, 2nd priority green. Bailey's in 3rd, but it's suspended because she's stuck inside. So when she gets back out, she'll still maintain that 3rd priority. We're down to 8 minutes, surfers. Red in 1st, green in 2nd. Zoe, your 3rd wave was a 3.25. Bailey, you have a 1 and a 1.4.
I actually surfed with Zoe yesterday afternoon. So
Did you?
Yep. Yeah, she was out there on a little fish, actually, just around the corner on a smaller sheltered wave. And he goes, heat leader. This is Ella. Power carve through the whitewash, so a very similar looking wave to some of past. But that one, does she get the completion? She doesn't get the completion. So a mixed bag of completions for Ella in this heat so far, but she's still well and truly out in the lead.
Going for that 2-for-1. I wonder if she's riding just
Zoe.
a touch longer board. Wow.
Oh, that was a where Ella didn't complete. Zoe took the opportunity and completed where it counted. So we'll see the replay of that one shortly, but in live action, it looked quite dramatic.
Yeah, I look forward to the replay. Nice, solid-looking finish. Here we go. So it was one of the smaller inside rights, but she just has such nice technique. I really appreciate how low she's staying and inside the rails of her board. Solid surfing right there. Ella got a 4.35. Had she completed, it would have gone further, but it looked like she was getting a little greedy for going for the 2-for-1.
That's it.
The top turn, quick mid-face.
5.5 green, your last wave. Red's last wave, a 4.35. Green's last wave, a 5.5. Red in the lead, green in 2nd. White now looking for a 7.35, and blue looking for an 8.35. 6 minutes remaining. Yeah, Zoe was on what looked like a mini mal or a hybrid mid-length. It was 5.3.
Oh, yesterday when you guys all surfed?
Yep. It was. I think it was 5.3, and it looked really big on her.
She is petite. Yeah.
It was a fish.
That's funny. Fun waves?
Yeah, novelty. But
novelty.
fun,
Tucked
yeah.
away, but the wind working at least for you a little bit.
Right boards, right conditions. Fun. Quivers are essential.
Quivers are essential. I just went on a nice nature walk and drive up the coast or down the coast. It was beautiful.
Lovely.
That wind was whipping yesterday. There we go. Avery McDonald has time to get herself back in the heat. She really isn't too far out of it. That's going to do her a benefit. She needed something. She had only a 0.4, so that's going to lower her requirement of an 8.35. She does have time to get back out, depending on where this score takes her, and really vie for a second spot position in advancing.
keep in mind there's been, what, 3 days since the women have surfed?
Yeah,
and
it has been.
And it's also been a very long heat for her to sit there dormant in these cold conditions this morning. So the longer you leave it, the harder it gets.
Yeah, you can imagine later, you know, it's probably going to get up into the mid-60s, high 60s. It's going to be a beautiful day, but crisp this morning for sure, in the mid-40s with that wind chill. And you've been surfing every day while you've been up and around, and today was by far
the coldest.
The coldest.
Yep, absolutely.
Score in quickly. Blue, a 2.9. Avery, your last wave, a 2.9. Now, when you get back out, you need a 5.85 to move up into second and advancing position. Bailey, you need a 7.35. Ella in the red is in first with first priority. Zoe in second.
3 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. And it's interesting to note that we have our surfers drifting pretty fast down the beach. So, I mean, unless we missed a wave from Zoe, her last wave was a right. She began to paddle back out, and now she's 250 feet down the beach. That is very, very interesting. Sideshore current.
That the current's pulling south to north that strong.
Wow. Wow, that's because Zoe finished almost in front of the contest area, and now she's on the other side of the peak. So red out in the lead, looking to drop a 4.35 as her low. Green in second. A 5.5 on Green's last wave. Blue, your last wave is a 2.9. You're looking for a 5.85. And white, you're looking for a 7.35. 2 minutes 30 remaining. I find that fascinating.
Wow,
that the swells got smaller and the current's drifting over there.
Yeah, I wonder if it just has to do with the way the water moves up north to south into the rocks, and then maybe there's a quick eddy inshore current that then swings back, and that's probably what creates that whole beautiful left rip bowl that we see.
Look at that right out there. Wow, that was a good longboarding wave, that one. Off camera. Down the beach. Well, and also maybe the tide's nowhere near as pulsing and pushy as it was in previous days.
Well, Bailey got away with one, not got away with one, but because she was out back with second priority, the other surfers way inside, she fully paddled for a peak, missed it, but didn't lose any priority at the dying minutes of the heat. So critical. So
the runaround's going to be clinical today because usually, you see Zoe getting out.
And she's still paddling from when she got that last right.
Which was the right where Ella's paddling right now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Minutes and minutes ago, probably 5-6 minutes ago. So even though it's a lot smaller, a third the size of what it was, still a challenge to get back out. We're down under 1 minute, 45 seconds left, surfers. Ella in first, Zoe in second, Avery in the blue needing a 5.85, and Bailey, who's been out the back with Ella, needing a 7.35. 30 seconds. We see the next heat actually. they were over by the rock, and now they're inside getting a little bit hammered, so we'll see how it begins for them. Ella, that was anyway, we're down to 10 seconds. I don't think anyone's going to get a wave right now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, surfers, I'm sure we're going to have a quick turnaround for everyone viewing at home. We'll have a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with heat number 2 of the morning. So stay tuned.
In the land of SLO CAL, you can go from kicking it poolside to snuggling up seaside. Start planning your journey across the land of SLO CAL now.
On coast in Morro Bay.
Welcome to the land of sunken gardens and elevated afternoons. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Welcome back, everybody. There's a great shot of Ella McCaffrey, who's just moved on through into the next round, the round of 16, which will come up at about 12:30 or so. Great job, Ella McCaffrey here. Welcome back, everybody, to the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. All right, I was saying welcome back, everybody. We are sitting here in the middle of the Central Coast for the SLO CAL Open at Morro Bay. A brisk morning in the mid-40s. We just completed heat number 1. Ella McCaffrey and Zoe Kana coming through. We'll get a good, quick post-heat interview with Ella after that. I'm sure her little toes are cold. Mine are cold sitting up in our booth that we're at. Thank you to Mid-State Container. We love how these things pack up and move from event to event. Very efficient. And if you're just getting down here, you can get your coffee over at Iron Wolf. Coffee is set up next to the competitors area. Wow, so in this heat, Emma Stone, Kylie Pulsini, Talia Swindoll, and Addison McPhillips. They were out there in the lineup, or almost, and got swept by a set right before the heat started, but it looks like they're all settled in now. Emma had a quick up and down in the red. Coming up next, Lily Kolber, Kiana Miller, Zoe Chait, Mariana Valencia. That is heat 3. So we're settled in. First heat of the day in the books. Up and riding. Our surfer in white, Addison McPhillips on her backhand. This could run down the sandbar nice for her. Talia Swindoll. Oh, surfing very patient. I like how really putting a bit more exclamation at the end of every turn, but surfing within herself and staying calm. Just can't complete it. She had such a good rhythm happening across the first 4 turns, and then came into that last one, bobbled. Well, we are ready to throw it down to Ella McCaffrey and Matt Janowski, our last heat winner.
Good morning, Ella. So we've woken up this morning and it's a lot colder. What was the first thing that went through your mind with the conditions this morning?
It looked a lot smaller than the last few days, couple good corners out there, so I was stoked.
And the current, there's a little bit more to come into play. Was it more than the bigger days?
Yeah, it seems a little bit more prominent than the bigger days. It's like sweeping north, but there's always the runaround.
And this location and this area, you've had some good results here in the past. Do you come up here often, or is it just for competition time?
I usually just come up here for the competition. It's a great town, great area. I've gotten third the last 3 years, so hoping to do a little bit better this year.
Well, you're looking strong out there. And what did you do the last few days with the lay days?
I actually went back down south. I surfed in Santa Barbara and just hung with some friends around here.
And anyone tuning in now, or is it a little too early for them? You want to say hello?
Shout out to my parents at home. Thanks to my brother for being down on the beach with me, and the boys for coming and supporting.
All right, back to live action, Baldy.
All right, very well done. Yes, Ella has been so consistent in these events since she was so young and coming up here. And like she said, she wants to go that next step further out of the semifinals into the finals, coming third a few years in a row. During that interview, Talia Swindoll, or right after her wave, we went to the interview. Talia, your first wave, a 6.25. Addison, your opening wave, a 3.5. And Emma with the 0.5, first wave of the heat. Priority is blue, then red. We are down to 19 minutes. And this is the replay of Talia. The judges really appreciating the completion on those turns, that extra little push. I mean, such a nice clean face, and then right there, just a touch off in the timing. Could have possibly gone quite a bit further. Well, maybe a point more, we don't know, but a 6.25, a great opener for Talia. We do have the priority light box on top of the commentary and judges stand, so the surfers can always look in, have a quick glance, know exactly where they are in the priority rotation. Currently, blue as first priority, red with second, green with third. Thank you to Surfing for Hope Foundation. Surfing for Hope and the WSL partnering together for years and years now. Wow, Talia, just one of those waves without a lot of space, but knows she's such a wise, competitive surfer, doing this most of her life. She's still so young, but being coached all around the world, being a part of the USA Juniors, going down, I'm sure, many times with the USA team to the various locations. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, she might be ranked from last year enough to go, or invited or participating in the World Junior Championships that are coming up in Oceanside. That's the best 24 men and women from around the world that participate for a World Junior World title. That's going to be exciting. I know Levi Slauson and Reed Platanus on the men's side will be in that event. Red, Emma, you have second priority. Your opening wave was a 0.5. You need a 3.01 to go into advancing position. There's 16 and a half minutes left. Talia, your last wave, a 3.55. Green, 3.55. So even though the swell has decreased by quite a lot, there's still a lot of movement out there. Lots of duck diving, which is always the case here in Morro Bay. Rarely is it, sitting flat. Lots of waves, that beach break scenario. And not just the beach break, but just the noise of the waves smashing off the Morros that you see there in the drone angle. That thundering clap of whitewash off the rocks. Kylie scratching into this right. Oh, I love how it's got that cross rib. Beautiful setup. Hammers it into the corner. Will she ride out? Oh, so close. We wanted it. Kylie showing the commitment there. That wave gave her a great opportunity to slam the tail into that oncoming left. But she comes away with a mid-range 1 score because the judges deeming she didn't ride out, which she didn't. So those are the small margins, so necessary. The difference between a throwaway score and a nice mid-range score is just that ability to ride out. So timing is everything. Picking the right line for that wave that you've chosen. Currently, Talia in the lead. Addison McPhillips in second. Kylie, your last wave, a 1.5. You're in third. Emma, you have first priority. You need a 3.01 to go into advancing position. 14.5 minutes left. I definitely need an Iron Wolf coffee right now. What else is going on? I know that the merchandise booth will be open a little bit later. The Surfing for Hope Foundation setup with all the event gear, the hoodies and the beanies and the hats and the coffee mugs and everything else they've got. Great graphics. Get your 2023 SLO CAL Morro Bay event merch there. Also, you can inquire about the event that's happening tonight up at the Rock Brewery in San Luis Obispo, a beautiful venue. Right now, in the white, Addison, our second place surfer. Wow, this wave carrying a lot of speed, going a long distance, finding good corners to fit that red rail board in. So that's going to do her. That's going to be a nice wave for Addison to really separate in that second place position. I wonder if she's going to come in. She does have time to do the long run around, paddle back out. Addison McPhillips securing what looks like it'll be about a mid-range score, a 5, a straight up 5 for Addison. So you can see there's a lot of lumps. She carried a lot of speed out of that second turn. And then these waves, difficult how they go steep to flat, even if you're carrying quite a bit of board speed. There's just, you don't have room to go out on the shoulder far and do a complete roundhouse into the foam. So you sort of end up getting these check down turns.
The majority of the points on that wave,
the first two.
I think, yeah, and it was the combination of the maneuvers. It was nothing, it wasn't a single maneuver that stood out in particular, but she did pump. She had that good patience and connected the dots relatively well.
Emma, being very patient, has priority, now needs an 8. Kylie, you need a 7. So both surfers, that requirement growing as Addison found that left and maximized, got a 5.0 on it. Talia in the lead, Addison in second. Probably feels good to run along the beach, slap your feet in the sand, warm them up after sitting out there in the cold.
So 5-point ride for your last wave, Addison. 11 minutes 40 remaining. You're in second place. You need to get a 4.81 to move into first.
I like that outline of her Timmy Patterson, that little thumbtail. Here we go. Emma. Yes, she rides out. So a committed big backside turn, kind of riding through the foamy lip. That's what she needed to get herself back in this thing with plenty of time.
So watching this one, she comes off the bottom, hits it, rotates the body and the lip, and comes down with it. So knowing she's got basically an 11-minute heat ahead of her.
Yeah, she did herself a good favor. That wave cupped out nicely, too. One of the more vertical waves so far of the heat.
And you can see the current. She's paddling on a 45-degree angle, and this is Kylie. So a little foamy, that one, but gets a completion.
Well, she's looking ready, this young woman, Kylie. Her opening ride, she had a beautiful cross-grain right and did all the work and just couldn't quite ride out, nearly rode out. A 5.5 for Emma. Emma, Your last wave, a 5.5. Now you need just a 3. So a tight heat all around. Kylie's last wave, a 2.4. And did Talia just get a wave? Talia, you have first priority.
So green in the lead, white still in second, red looking for a 3.0, and blue looking for a 6.10.
Talia, you are in the lead. You have a 6.25 and a 3.55. Oh, and here she goes. She doesn't need the score. She just knows there's a wave right in front of her. Throwing a lot of spray. The board looking great under her feet, and she completes that one. So possibly the best wave for her so far in the completion. A series of attacking maneuvers in the corner on that left.
Good combinations, carrying the speed. So beautiful peaky wave here. Comes off the bottom, it flattens out a little bit, stays committed on the front foot in here. Just starts getting to work. Eyes up the inside section, goes for another one. A nice patience and tees off perfectly on the end. There's something about a clean white board in the early morning light that just looks so pure.
Brand new looking board. And she's really holding that rail. You can feel and see the pressure she's putting on that inside toe edge rail as she's pushing through the turns.
Judges agreeing with a 6-point ride. 6-point ride for your last wave, Talia. 6-point ride. Yeah, would I be out of line in saying Carissa Moore-esque?
Yeah, right. You feel there's something translating in how the power looks like it's happening. Well, I'm sure they all aspire to do that, right? They want 6 world titles, 5 world titles, Carissa.
The flow on this one for Kylie, just looking for a dynamic end section. Will it provide? And she just straightens out to get that completion. Smart option coming in on the belly. She'll hear the update as she comes all the way into the shore, and then she'll reset and have a 7-minute and 45-second heat.
Well, she took off needing a 6.1. Again, already the conditions really changing, carrying a ton of speed on this replay. And right now, it is so tricky because the wave moving down the beach continually it flattens out. They don't really have the option. Sometimes there's just not a vertical lip to attack, even though they're carrying so much speed. This is a great way for her to reestablish herself in the heat. That was a critical wave to get herself back in this. She's going to need a small score now. Kylie, your last wave, a 4.85, a 4.85. Now you're in third and you need a 3-point. She only needed a 3-point ride, and from what I quickly glanced out, that wave was steep and she was attacking it vertically at least 2 times.
Yeah, we'll see the replay of those waves. Interestingly enough, we have our surfer coming up in the next heat, Lily Kuba, who hasn't checked in yet. And here's the replay of that wave from white. Here we have driving off the bottom, hits the lip, comes down with it, and those red rails looking great. As she feels it, she jumps off, and live action, this is Emma. Searching for a marginal score at this point with other waves to drop, pumping through. May not be there yet, the score, and just a little snap at the end.
Oh, so many waves being ridden. Yeah. I had said red earlier. It was Addison. It was the red rails. My dyslexia. Red rails, not red jersey. So Addison had that last wave waiting to be scored. Emma then did use her priority, get that one. Everything's going to shuffle, it seems like, after the Addison score drops. A 6.4. White. Your last wave, a 6.4, so that put the pressure back on Emma and Kylie. Emma got a 3.9. She is still in third, needing a 5.91, and Kylie needing a 6.55 now. Whoa. Look at that. Talia going left and going right, showing the judges both looks of her surfing.
And that's that formula that we've seen throughout the event where someone gets a nice left, shoots straight back out into a right, under priority sometimes as well, and you can actually flip the heat within 2 minutes. We've seen that multiple times. We'll update these surfers very shortly. And some scores still to drop. So Talia dropping a 4.75 on the wave before last. Well, that was the last one, just a quick 4.75. All scores are in.
We're under 5 minutes, and yeah, all scores in. That wave of Addison's really separated again, cemented her in that second place position. Emma Stone needing the 5.91 now, and Kylie, who we see up and riding, needing a 6.55. And we've seen what's the judges are giving those types of scores and what sort of waves, how they're moving along the sandbar. That one wasn't going to be enough. Man, you know, I was thinking, one, you mentioned Carissa Moore, of course, legend. We love Carissa Moore. Have you seen all the pre-Olympic ads and stuff? Not even the social media stuff, but actually on TV. I've seen some highlights and things. It's so cool.
I haven't, no.
It's incredible, you know, to see that echelon she's been pushed into as the face of surfing going into the 2024 Olympics for the whole world to see. So, and she handles it just, that must be a lot of pressure, and she handles it with so much grace. You know, that's a big responsibility. And so what an ambassador to our sport, Carissa Moore. And then another thing I was thinking about, you know, talking about how Talia got the left, and all of a sudden she shows the right. We've seen other surfers through the event. There is no one that does it better than Felipe Toledo. I have sat there at the U.S. Open and watched him ride 15 waves, and that guy has a catalog in his head.
Yep.
He does not do one turn the same on any of those waves. Every line is different.
I'll just update. That's our surf in the next heat, Zoe. So 2 minutes 35 seconds remaining. And an update to our surfers. We'll just see the surfer in this heat, Addison duck diving. So I'm going to do a big update now. 2 minutes 30 remaining. Talia out in the lead. Addison in white looking for a 5.85 in second. Emma, you're in third in red. You're looking for a 5.91. And Kylie in blue, you're looking for a 6.55. Green in the lead, white second, red third, blue fourth.
Time ticking away. Just over 1 minute left. We can see Talia duck diving, but since she's out in the lead, she's probably feeling comfortable. Addison right behind her, a 5 and a 6.4. Kylie with priority and under 1 minute, needing the 6.55. So we've seen those waves. They are out there.
The current really plaguing the surfers towards the latter end of this heat. Something they haven't, although we've had tremendous size, the current hasn't been all that wild. And it does strike me as a place that, as it gets bigger, the current would increase. But it wasn't necessarily a factor in the last few days.
No.
Just the sheer size was.
Yeah. Well, under 30 seconds. Talia in the lead. Addison in second. So something special is going to happen or need to happen for Kylie. It looks like I'm going to count it out as Talia rides one in. A beautiful slam. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Heat 2 in the books. Talia Swindoll and Addison McPhillips moving into the round of 16. That will feature later. We'll go to a quick commercial break and we will come back with heat number 3.
Welcome to the land of wide open spaces, full of hidden secrets. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And come join us December 8th for our 12th annual Cancer Benefit Concert featuring Tom Curran. See you there.
Welcome to the land of complex wines and simple pleasures. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Oh, live action. Welcome back, everybody, to the SLO CAL Open here in Morro Bay. We are straight into Heat 3. Mariana Valencia, Lily Kolber, Kiana Miller, and Zoe Shate. And there we see a nice close-up of our two competitors from the last heat coming through, moving on through. Talia in the green and Addison in the white, all smiles in the cold Central Californian air. It must feel much warmer right now walking up than it did when they were going out for their heat. We had a couple quick waves. Lily Kolber, a 2.5 in the red, and Mariana Valencia, a 1. So what was that? Is that a frog on the bottom of Talia's board?
We'll have a look in there.
There we go. Yeah, you'll have to get into that story when you do a little post-heat interview.
The matching green.
Yeah, exactly.
Vest as well.
Yeah, that worked out well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow, look at this. A soupy wave, but not the white on white we've seen. Little slide there at the end. Zoe Chait. We love a colored board. Helps us. We lost a few surfers over the days in the froth and the foam. Already the conditions cleaning up quite a bit. Nice. Carried the speed on that first one, got a little stuck behind it, and then does well to ride through the froth and foam, and just a little bit of a finish. Wasn't quite at the end of the wave to bang into the oncoming section, but tried to show the judges something anyway. A 4.25. Zoe, that last left, a 4.25. Priority is blue, green, red. Blue couldn't get over the section and in late, so Kiana Miller using the priority but can't get into the wave all the way. Zoe, your last wave was a 4.25. 4.25 on your opening wave. Look at that. Sprinting, fired up. Well, it looks like Matthew is ready to interview Talia.
The green rash vest and the super frog underneath. Show everyone at home what's going on there. So what's the story behind the frog?
There actually really isn't a story. I was just doing a bunch of art and I saw a frog and I kind of liked how it looked, so I just decided to draw it on my board.
Well, it worked in that heat because you're channeling the green energy. What's the plan for next year and over the Christmas holidays? What have you got planned, and what's your travel schedule and competition plans?
So I kind of decided to do this contest like probably 5 days ago. So I just got back from Brazil and I'm here now, and then maybe Hawaii, and then Worlds in January, but kind of just taking it day by day and like seeing how everything goes.
And maybe bag a few extra points and a little bit of prize money. What did you do in the last few days of the lay days?
My sister came up, so I've just been cruising with my sister. We surfed a couple waves down south, hung out. I haven't seen her in like a month, so just been hanging out. It's been nice.
Cool. And anyone at home tuning in that you want to say hello to?
Yeah, what up to my mom and my dad if he's awake, and Dylan and my friends watching. Miss you guys.
Cool. So what up from Heat 2 winner, and back to you, Baldy.
All right, great job, Talia, channeling the inner frog. Yes, Talia electing to jump into this event kind of last minute. She was down in Brazil at the World Junior Championships. What's going on out in the water? Mariana Valencia throwing up her arms. It looked like another competitor was paddling back out, obviously not trying to be in the way, but those things do happen. I was thinking about, we've got, I think, Asher and Olin in the judges booth. High pressure there for Talia, her coach on the panel maybe. Lily, wow, that's a nice wave. One of the bigger waves we've seen ridden this morning so far. And as that was during the interview, I didn't get to see it live, comes unstuck. And this is Mariana we saw at the end of the wave. We just caught the tail end, had the nice opening section, and right there, the competitor, by no fault of theirs, just was maybe stuck, not knowing to paddle in deeper or towards the shoulder more. So we'll see what happens. The judges, the head judge and the priority judge, determine those types of things when there's infractions, minor infractions, major infractions. So currently Zoe out in the lead with the opening 4.25. We have a couple scores to come in. Still waiting on the scores, surfers. There we go. Lily, your last wave, a 4.5. So red, a 4.5. You go to the lead. Zoe in second. Mariana, your last wave, a 2.70. And that's how it all finished up. 17 minutes left. Priority is with white. Coming up next, Mia McLeish, Samantha Sibley, Maddie Storer, and Brynley Beckman. That will be heat number 4, round of 32. Thanks for joining us here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. It is a beautiful Friday morning. Make sure you come on down and join us live. And if you're online, thank you very much. Matt Chanowski and I, double duty with the beach commentary and the webcast. We've got a nice event scheduled for this evening. Surfing for Hope has their annual fundraiser up at the Rock Brewery in San Luis Obispo. Tom Curran and his entourage will be playing live. That's going to be a good time. It's a beautiful venue, incredible food. I'm sure they'll have all sorts of nice libations supplied by the different breweries and wineries and catered from the brewery there. Last year it was a really wonderful get-together. Lots of local artists and vendors, merchants donate goods to be auctioned off. So you can inquire about tickets online, surfingforhope.org, or you can come down to the merchandise booth right here by the competitor area when they open up, which will be pretty much 9 o'clock on, and get your tickets there. Bring a friend, bring a partner, bring a wife, bring a husband. Come have a good time with us. All right, green, Mariana, you're in third place. You have third priority. Your last wave was a 2.7. You need a 1.56 to go into second place. Lily in first. Zoe in second. Mariana in third. Kiana, you're in fourth, needing a 3.76. Zoe up and beautiful opening turn, two-turn combination. This wave, no foam or froth on it. Really nice choice and a quick down carve there. You can see how stoked she is. A little hand clap for herself. Well, she didn't need much to go up into the lead. Normally, I don't talk about points needed from second to first, but that's going to be a nice second wave for Zoe. That will definitely push her into the lead. Red will be in second, and it does. A 5.85, Zoe. Your last wave, a 5.85. It looks like Coach Myers running down to give her some pointers. She's going to come in and do the runaround. Zoe, that was a 5.85. You are in first place now. Priority is with red, then green, then blue. Mariana, you need a 4.31 to go into second. Kiana, you need a 6.5. Coach Myers in the trenches with his waterproof boots. We saw that yesterday. Not afraid to get down, get his feet wet. In the trenches with his athletes. So waiting for Kiana to get her second wave. And Mariana wants to get rid of the 1-point wave in her scoreline. Up the beach. It looks, this is Lily Kluber. Will she elect to go right? She kind of faded left, maybe trying to take up space, waiting for that wave to offer something. It really didn't have a lip on the left or the right. So kind of in no man's land on that one. Lily Kluber, uses her priority and doesn't get much out of it. A 1.5. 12 and a half minutes left. Priority is now with green. Second priority with blue. This is what both these young women want, to have priority in this moment. Mariana, you need a 4.31. Kiana, a 6.5. There's 11 and a half minutes left. Mariana, you have first priority. You need a 4.31. Kiana stroking for that wave. She had second priority. Doesn't get the wave, and I don't know if the other surfers are even out in the lineup, so fortunately for her, she'll hold second priority in that situation. She needs a wave big time. Needs only a 6.5. And she has time to either get that score right away or build on it, get two waves. Here we go. She got this next wave. There we go. I can't wait to watch the replay. Came into it a little late. But it looks like that's definitely going to get her out of the basement, or as she only has the 0.5 in her scoreline, it's going to decrease her requirement on her next wave to potentially go up into second place. Priority with green, second priority with red. Well, definitely a nice wave to do that first down carve, commits into the lip. Not all the way convincing on both turns, but she needed that. A 4.40 for Kiana Miller. Now, Blue, you need a 2.61 to go into second with just under 10 minutes.
A few nerves out in the parking lot.
Are there?
Yeah.
Doing a little intel in the back spaces there.
Yeah, I can just notice as stakes are getting higher, and seems that a lot of people have brought their families out to this event as well. So you might have that extra added intention to do well for others, not just yourself. And sometimes that pressure can be awesome and amazing when you win, but also,
yeah, it's tough to travel with the family and do all that, and the points really ratchet up. So, well, anyway, it's all in the margins. I mean, it goes from 350 to 500 points. This is a QS 1000, so at the most you're going to get 1,000 points. But still, in the end, everyone's on an even playing field. If they're all doing 1,000, all the thousands, they can only get so many points.
and it's the seeds as well. So if you're a lower seed and you do well in this event, and you add to your heat totals, and your number goes up, and that all adds into it as well.
Well, reflecting on Talia's win, that's a big, and I'm forgetting what she got down at the World Juniors, but anyway, being in Brazil or being anywhere for the U.S. team at those events, much different than this singular format of, my heat, my time, trying to win. That
all right,
is
just a quick update for White. I'll just do a loud one. So, White out in the lead. Your last wave of 5.85, 7 minutes 30 remaining. Red, you need a 5.61 to go in the lead. You have a low score of a 2.5. Blue, you need a 2.61. You're in third place. Green, you need a 4.31. You're in fourth place. You have priority. 7 minutes 15 remaining. So sharing the live commentary to the surfers and the webcast, a unique scenario. Doesn't happen too often. It does up at this event.
Yep, that's been the way every year here in Pismo.
Hope we're not getting scolded too much on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't ever pay attention anyway.
That is tag me.
Do you know I've never Googled a person?
Wow.
I've never watched an event I've ever talked on.
Oh.
I never look at any of past surf anything. Pretty much don't pay attention
Move in
at
the
all.
future. I'm going to update Kiana in the inside here. So our surfer in blue, you need a 2.61. Your last wave of 4.4. 6 minutes 20 remaining. It'd be awesome to put my coaching hat on right now, but it's not the duty.
This is not the duty. Ooh, ow. Zoe goes for the right, comes unstuck. Almost that moment where was eyeing the lip before she made it to the bottom of the wave.
I think that's a very relatable instance for
it happens.
The majority of surfers out there.
Got ahead of yourself.
You watch a tube go past, you're like, oh, I want to be in that, but you're just motoring straight. disengaging the fins. But sometimes concaves can do that as well. You know, you get too much air under the board and it feels like it's going one way and tracking one way. You want to go the other.
Yeah, it's amazing that moment that Zoe just had. One of the key ones I always did when I was coaching Jarvis in his win last year under Luke Egan via Australia, it was always a board behind. Think a board behind.
Oh, yeah, that's
so
good
just
advice.
just taking it back, that space of your board. Five minutes remaining. I guess I'll change our. We haven't talked about our trusty green and yellow disc. Love that thing. It has traveled from event to event to event, East Coast and West Coast. That one petrified piece of painted wood is a talisman to the times gone by, but it works. Surfers in the lineup can actually hone in on it and see it, and it's surprising.
Rumor has it that it's actually older than Ruby himself.
Yes, it was painted, hand-painted by Darren Brillhart back in the Stone Ages, but we love it. The wooden disc that journeys with all. And there's not multiple of them. There's one.
Well, it was actually one of the first skimboards. You know,
Yes, it was.
It started off the West Coast Surfing Championships. It was a skimboard event. So
It has multiple purposes.
that's a joke. So White out in the lead, a 5.85 and a 4.25. Red in second, looking for a 5.61. Blue, you're in third. You need a 2.61. Green, you're in fourth. You need a 4.31. 3 minutes, 50 remaining.
Look at it. There it is in all its glory. The yellow disc for the viewers at home to see. And on the other side, it's green. And it always hangs by this funny rope that never really has somewhere good to tether.
Yep.
It's always an awkward thing. In and out windows. It's hilarious. I still have a stick that Rabbit Bartholomew signed for me for one of the, I don't know which brand it was, but it was an event at Lowers. And where that disc was so far away from our desk, we couldn't reach it. So I had to grab a stick to turn it. And so yeah, I still have the thing. That's how ancient it is.
Well, surfing was a grassroots sport.
It
owned
is.
and run by surfers
Yes.
for the foundation years. And before that, it was the IPS.
The IPS, yes. So yeah, it's great. It's non-tech, the one non-tech thing that we use. Just under 3 minutes, we see Zoe. Was that Zoe doing the big runaround?
No.
That's the next heat, running up the beach from sand dune of Camp Myers, where we've seen the smattering of athletes that are in that stable hanging out.
Hypothetically, if you're paddling out for a surf, are you going to paddle out straight through 15 waves? Are you going to
No.
take the current?
I would always.
Isn't it interesting that some people still try and paddle out through 15 waves?
Is someone electing to do that?
No,
Not
but
yet.
they have.
Oh, okay. 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Zoe in the lead. Lily in second. Kiana in third, needing a small score, a 2.61. And Mariana in the green with priority and time. Also needing not a big score, 4.31, and a set.
There's
rolling
waves out
in.
there. There's been rights, there's lefts, there's lots of opportunity that they've let go.
And it looks like, yeah, and again, the drone angle, Run Amok Photography doing a great job kind of exposing the viewer to how much current, wobble, sidewash. You see the lip line of these waves are not straight. The wind is puffing. It's bouncing and rolling. And the takeoff zone is 30 yards in and out. So they're trying to hold that line closer in, and when the big ones come, they're too far out. It's a wide open playing field and a lot more movement and space when you're out there than when we're here looking at it. You know what else? Morro Bay is a dog-friendly area. This whole zone, Pismo and here and all the surrounding, I love the word hamlet. They are little hamlets, little burrows.
Yeah, those pit bulls really thought I looked like a tasty seal on the beach yesterday walking up there. That was great fun.
Oh, did
Yes.
Well, I was looking at the happy running puppies in front of us
Oh,
on the
they were
sand
happy.
right now.
They were happy and running. Don't worry about that.
Oh, you just were like,
They were happy to see me.
pit bulls. Always intimidated. Look at those. Australian sheepdog and a collie, maybe? Yes, happy doggies. But all the cafes and restaurants, quite dog-friendly. The hotels, dog-friendly. And why not? So much open space. Isn't it amazing? You get to places where there's less humanity and more open space, and they let the public sort of
10 seconds.
Do what they want.
Wow, so no waves in the final moments of this heat. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So a non-event the last couple of minutes. Marginal scores, just a 2.61 and 4.31 required. And there was lots of scoring opportunity in the dying moments. But those surfers not adapting. We're going to go to a break and we're going to come back with Heat 4.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
You just do what your elders do. Getting rad, getting air, adrenaline.
Welcome back, everybody, to the SLO CAL Open here in Morro Bay. We are live straight into heat number 4. This is Mia McLeish on her backhand. Quick start for her, 25-minute heats, and she was straight into it. What a finish there. A small wave, but again, a nice quick start. And, you know, we saw on the heels of that last heat, the finish, no one got a wave for 5 or more minutes, maybe more. Everyone kind of stuck inside or down too far or in a rip. So if you can start quickly, establish, 1, 2, 3 waves, and then get maybe, you don't know if you're going to get lost at sea, so to speak.
So you see Mia making way in. We were watching the replay. Nice end turn there. So a 4.5 for her opening wave. She's opting to paddle across the shore to make her way back out in the rip. And I believe it was Blue in that last heat, Kiana, who was paddling, but not in the rip. She tried to paddle across and didn't quite make the rip until the last minute. But it was a long time paddling where you...
Yeah, you're like...
That's the moment I mentioned not to put the coach hat on.
It's better to ride the whitewash in all the way and then run around or paddle in the very shallowest shallows. Yeah, you can't beat that current paddling against it.
Nope.
You have to come in and use the water coming up the beach.
20 meters further out, you're done.
I forget the heat we were watching. I think it was the second to last heat yesterday in the men's. And they were just getting obliterated by that set. All of them trying to stay up, tucked against the rock. And one of the surfers was paddling back in and towards the rock as hard as he could just to hold ground. And the other 2 surfers didn't do that, and they got washed down the beach and back in. Tricky stuff. 4.5 for the opening ride of red. Samantha Sibley in the blue, Maddie Storer in the white, Brinley Beckman in the green. Coming up next, Noah Clapp, Remy Todd, Maddie Stanton, and Ellie Barimo. That will be heat number 5. 8 heats of this round of women's, and then we go into the men's round of 16, and then straight back into the women's round of 16, and finishing off the day today with the men's quarterfinals. So a full day of high-performance surfing. Well, it is SLO CAL, and I really enjoy their slogan, "Life's too beautiful to rush." I'm a big fan of that. I was talking with the judges earlier about one of the little coffee shops up in town that we love, and there are fewer and fewer mom and pop roots coffee shops down where I live. You know, they've all just been gleamed up and whatever you want to call it. They've lost their heart and soul. They're not funky. They don't have books and art and all the good stuff that they used to have. And fortunately up here, there's a lot of that type of stuff. Funky little cafes, great friendly owners that are there every day, you know, greet you with a big smile. I mean, we've been up here since Sunday. I know a bunch of the other crew working on the event have been going to the same places, and, you know, everybody's having a good time. People are warm and friendly and happy to share, you know, information. You've met a couple, like you said, you had a surf with the local guy this morning, right, that you met the other day. One of the other guys wants you to do some cold water therapy in the morning. You know,
yeah, and a guy building custom woody wagons up there in town happy to get photos, wants me to chat.
Yeah, so, you know, they're warm people ready to say, hey, what's up? How are you? Good human interaction up here. No other waves ridden at the moment. Mia McLeish with the opener, and that's it. And up again. Covering some ground. Just a one-turn wave, but again, going the right direction. She's going to get a small score, and we'll see again. That's an interesting spot where she finished. Will she be able to compete against the current to get back out?
We'll see Maddie down the beach, caught inside as well, paddling out. Yeah, nice little snap there for Mia. That'd be, I mean, no one else has ridden waves. She's already in the lead, so why not extend that lead with a right-hander with, I mean, I would call that a very high percentage play. A 3.25, backing it up, so I'm going to give her that update. 7.75 heat total, 3.25 your last wave. Mia, you're in the lead. A 3.25 and a 4.5. 18 minutes 30 remaining.
Yeah, stay busy. Don't sit. If the lineup is sporadic, so you're not in control of the lineup at all. So
that's right.
You might as well, if you see a green face peak coming your way, go with the high percentage play, even if it's one turn. You don't know when you take off if it looks mushy and gross, if it's going to turn into something beautiful. And so a 3.25 we've seen through the week so far. Plenty of one-turn waves go into the sevens.
I'm watching Brinley here in green, duck diving, just going nowhere.
Just endless duck diving.
Yep.
That
and
little,
another 5 waves coming.
Yeah,
she hasn't caught a wave yet. This is ominous.
Yeah, that area right there, the vortex.
It is a vortex. That's the 2-wave hold under zone.
Yeah, that is where Levi Slauson said he got held down for 2 waves, which does not happen very often.
As far as we're concerned, it could have been 5. We didn't see them for...
Yeah.
It was just whitewater for a long time, so... Yeah, it was just yeah, here we go. Oh, that was Maddie. Having a look at that one. So a 3-person heat in this heat.
Yeah, that's interesting. The 2-wave hold down, and you alluded to that the worst ones you've ever had were at beach breaks. Same with me. I think it's due to the depth, the shallowness of the water. I've had it where my board was on, I was back on the sand, board on my chest, and I literally had these moments going, I cannot move. I'm pinned. I can't do anything until that pressure lets the board shoot off to one side of me, and then
Scary.
I'm free. Yeah, it is scary. Absolutely powerless and out of control.
I had one at Kira, of all places.
Yeah.
Just gravel on the sand, but then the leg rope was tombstoning the board, pulling, and then it just stopped. Thought I'd snap the board. No, nothing, just tombstoning, and I was on the board was pinned on top of me.
Yeah, isn't that sketchy?
Oh, so this is Maddie opening up her account. That one fading away, and there's an awesome wave behind that one. Actually, she'll be paddling out, looking into that second left behind her, thinking, "Wow, I should have just waited a moment." So 16 minutes remaining as we see Brindley paddling out on the shore, scrapping to get back out. All surfers. And there's that left running. This is Maddie's wave. So nice carve there, and loses a bit of energy here. Another nice little carve. So just a 2.5, and that one behind it actually ran all the way through. It was one of the better waves of the morning. But once again, if it's an open wave, it doesn't close out. You have to pull the trigger and just see, just in case, that wave will offer up some dynamic sections for your scoring.
So did Brindley?
No, it didn't get a wave.
No, did she finally come in? I thought
Yeah.
I saw her on the shore. So
Yeah.
she finally elected to just
Yeah.
cut her losses, come all the way in, and go back around, get out of that swirling vortex that holds you. Where did Zoe Chait go?
She's up the beach, coming back now.
Oh, I see. There she is. She was doing a little heat recap with Coach. Gotcha. Because we do need the jersey.
Keeping the fans waiting.
That's it. So Noah, a no-show for the Heat. Is that what happened?
So red,
No,
4.5 and a 3.25. You're out in the lead. 14 minutes, 30 remaining. Maddie, your last wave and white, a 2.5.
I have one.
That's the previous heat winner. That's Zoe Chait there. Chatting to all the fans, photographers, patting the puppy dogs and kissing some babies on her way back up.
All right, well, I knew something was off. Samantha Sibley, who we had called for the Heat, isn't here at the event. I was waiting. I kept looking, wondering, where's Blue? What's happening? So it's a three-lady Heat at the moment. Mia McLeish, Maddie Storer, and Brindley Beckman. Samantha Sibley maybe also was down in Brazil, and
A big shout out to Surfing for Hope. We have the charity event on tonight. You want to tell the viewers, and is there any tickets left?
I don't know if there's tickets yet. That
Well,
would be
go
good
online
to
and
know.
check it out.
Yeah.
Surfing for Hope
They are
Foundation.
They are going quick. You can get your tickets online there or come down to the merchandising tent and inquire there.
So red out in the lead. White, you're in second. You need a 5.25 to go to the lead. And green, you need a 2.51. 12 minutes, 50 remaining.
Well, something must be going on with that lower tide for sure because, yeah, the surfers struggling, although it looks smaller, looks more in control. We have seen this happen in the last few heats. Maddie up. She took off way deep in the foam and was hoping to maybe use that current to get around onto the shoulder. It doesn't work out that way for her. So she'll reset, get back out there. Brindley in priority now, in the green with 12 minutes remaining. So we know that Brindley was just getting washed from the beginning, from the onset of this heat. finally couldn't duck dive anymore, came all the way in and paddled back out and around, and she is out in the lineup. I see her. All right, well, it looks like we are ready for an interview with Zoe Chait and Matt.
How did it feel out there, Zoe? A little bit of undertow, a little bit of current in between the waves?
Yeah, it's a little tricky out there, but there's a couple of super fun lefts. I was stoked to get a few in my heat and just get it rolling fast and do the runaround and make it through.
And we see some surfers not opting to do the runaround. Do you think it's just because they haven't watched the conditions, or they don't feel comfortable, or maybe they don't have the energy for it?
Yeah, I don't know. I like doing the runaround. It reminds me of one of my home breaks, Montera Beach, because there's like this little rip just like here that just pulls you out like a conveyor belt. So that's what I keep doing, and it's actually saving my energy, so I like it.
And you're on a roll. You're doing really well competitively and in your free surfs. You don't have to name the spot in particular, but did you get some waves the last few days?
Actually, I've been really, really sick, so I haven't gotten to surf once. So this was actually my first session in the past 3 days. I was super sad to miss the swell, but it was more important to actually get better, and I'm feeling a lot better now, so that's good.
Yeah, and a heat win to boot, so we'll see you on in the next round. Anyone at home tuning in, maybe they're at work, about to go to school, or just driving to work.
Yeah, big shout out to all my friends at school, my mom and dad for always supporting me. My mom brought my bigger boards down all the way from Half Moon Bay, so that's super nice of her, and shout out to everybody, and stoked to keep going.
Back to live action.
Yeah, nice interview. Big shout out to the parents, the surf parents. It's a full-time job being the surf sport parent nowadays, and it has been for quite a long time. I mean, in the young athletes, and, you know, the landscape has changed so much. It's great to have the support of the parents, the coaching staff, you know, the training staff. There's other elements that are going on as their career elevates in the team surrounding them, trying to minimize everything around them other than just the focus of being relaxed and present in the heat frame to succeed, because like we've talked about so many times, the best talent with scrambled eggs up top doesn't make success, you know.
Exactly right.
Great in a free surf, can't put a heat together. It's how do you do both. I gotta say, impressive, all the athletes in that camp on the sand dune, always coming up with a really relaxed demeanor, positive energy. So whatever the downloads that are happening post-heat and all that, it's translating, and I'm feeling it in their demeanor, in their energy.
And that's the difference between coaching and mentoring.
Yeah.
Where the mentoring begins weeks, months, years before the victory, and the victory isn't measured in one specific big win. It's measured over time with little wins. And it could be just something that they're working on with a personality, obviously equipment. It could also be working on with someone's confidence. And all those elements, when they're combined together, create excellent surfing. And when they're able to fuse it all together, the nerves start to take second place, and the task at hand begins to take primary focus.
Yeah, it's life skills in the end. It's about knowing who you are as a person and what makes you tick and feel most comfortable. I forget, it was one of Micro Hall's, one of the women in his stables was, just having a shocker. And he's like, right, enough. You're done. No more surfing. Put the surfboards away. And I think all they went and did was go golf or play tennis. And just doing that for a few days was the complete refresher that she needed, and she came back re-energized and vitalized and like sharp. But he had that relationship, and she had the trust in him to go, okay, I hand it over.
That's really cool to hear, actually.
Yeah.
I'm taking some inspiration for some of my own students.
Yes.
So some sets rolling in here. 7 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. This is a big one, and our surfers are not out the back. You can see red there. You can see white on the inside. Duck diving. We'll try and find out where Brinley is, who took a long time to get out the back. And it is crazy because there's a huge current on the left-hand side. That's just an absolute travelator. Green is in amongst it all. So that's green on the inside of the screen, the bottom of the screen there, red to the right. And it's Maddie who might be out the back in white. So we keep talking about that rip. You can see on the left-hand side of the Morro rock, there's no waves breaking. It looks a little bit ominous, but oh, there's white up and riding, live action, straight out in front. Nice. Hook under the lip. And this one just going into deep water. She's going to try and stay with it. It's a nice open wave here. Lines it up. Hits the end section. Cuts it short a little bit. But she gets a clean landing. So mission accomplished there from Maddie Storer. And she'll get closer to maybe eclipsing first place in this heat so far. She was looking for a 5.25. But it'll be a mid-range score. Whether it's up or below that, we'll soon see. And behind her in red... But we'll watch this replay right now. So he comes from behind the section, a nice carve there for Maddie in white. And this replay showing just a little power carve, goes a bit sleepy through the midsection, but she stays activated. And it all comes down to here. She didn't quite tee off as she probably would have liked, but finishes the wave. She cut it short, didn't go all the way up to the lip line just to make sure she landed that wave. And then the replay of Red's wave here. So... like the way this board's moving through the water, looking lively, and a little hack into the lip. And we're just on the 5-minute mark. See White running around. So 5 minutes remaining. A nice score about to drop for White, but Red out in the lead. White was looking for a 5.4. We'll update you in a moment when your score drops. But just under 5 minutes remaining. You were looking for a 5.4. We don't have that score just yet, but you are in second place. Red, you're out in the lead. A score to drop. A 3.4 for Red. And a 5.5 for White. You've gone into the lead. White in the lead. Red in second. Red now looking for a 3.51 to go into first. You're in second. Green looking for a 6.25. Green needing a 6.25. 4 minutes 20 remaining. And the surfers opting to finally use that rip that's going to take them out the back. This is a surfing competition and you are scored for riding waves, not duck diving. And it is just bizarre how some surfers just continually try and punch back through the lineup time and time again. Maybe they haven't tuned in and watched any of the earlier heats or even just observed the conditions and perhaps even notified themselves that there's an option to run around. This saves so much time and energy. It makes complete sense to do that run around. And it's no coincidence that some of the key performances that we saw in the men's division yesterday and the most relaxed surfers post-heat interview were the ones that did the walk around at about the 10 to 12 minute mark. Levi Slauson, Chloe and Dino, just to name a few. Beautiful waves coming in here at Morro Rock, both up against the point. You can see the finger rock out there. We're talking about the size, estimating that that rock's probably 40 feet, maybe just a little higher, that little one on the right. So it gives you a scale for the waves the last few days. Some of the whitewash was halfway to almost over the top of that. When it hit, of course. I'm not saying it was 40 feet, but more so 15 to maybe 20 feet faces on the big day. The competition was off, of course. But if you look at the surf cam, the rewind on Surfline, you wouldn't actually be able to see any waves because it was just all white water. And Green on the inside section here, just finishing off on her wave. She's going to come and try and paddle back around with 2 minutes to go. She's way down the beach with just the 1.65 as her opening wave. And this one a 0.75. So heat to forget there for Green, but there is still time. I don't know if it'd be enough to run around and scoot back out again. But a valiant effort paddling out there and dodging sets and actually just making life really hard, duck diving time and time again, hoping there'd be some respite. And the first heat of the day was, I would say, a little smaller than what we have right now. So the waves have picked up again, but nothing like the scenes of yesterday and the day before. 1 minute remaining, just on 1 minute. Surfer in Green, your last wave, just a 0.75. You need a 6.25. White out on the lead, Red in second. Red looking for a 3.51, and here she goes. And just coming off the top of that wave, so it's a 3-person heat here. 30 seconds remaining. Wow, and Red, live action, is finishing strong on the inside. And 10 seconds. We'll count this one out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Replay there of Mia's wave, so a nice finish there for Mia. You can see the turbulence of the current pulling across the bay from left to right of the screen. We'll toss the break and we'll be back for Heat 5 very shortly.
In the land of SLO CAL, you can go from kicking it poolside to snuggling up seaside. Start planning your journey across the land of SLO CAL now.
On coast in Morro Bay.
Welcome to the land of sunken gardens and elevated afternoons. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Welcome back. This is the SLO CAL Open at Morro Bay. We're back in the women's division, and there is the previous heat winner. That is Mia Mikkelsen there in red. A nice performance there in challenging conditions. Mia taking the win from Maddie Storer. And you can see the low tide. We've got extreme tides today, and that tide really running out. But we're into Heat 5 with Noah Clapp, Remy Todd, Maddie Stanton, and Ellie Barimo in green. The conditions today a lot more favorable than what we've had in previous days for performance surfing. The judging moving towards combinations of progressive maneuvers, obviously with speed, power, and flow as the pillars of the criteria. Where in previous days we saw big points awarded for single maneuvers. That will still be the case, but if you can combine that with a series of maneuvers that are executed in the criteria, you'll be rewarded greatly. So 25-minute heats, and we're into the round of 32. Inviting Dave Baldwin back up, and I'm the Waxhead.
Yes, it is that northeast wind starting to kick in. It is brisk out there. You feel it rolling off these central Californian hills, down the valleys. You see it there on the webcast, the offshore plumes grooming the conditions. So setting up nicely for this mid-morning into late morning. We'll see what the wind does through the day. Thanks again to Run Amok Photography, doing such a great job all week, keeping those drones batteried up, flying them for everyone. Yes, what are you going to do?
I'm going to go down and speak to Mia. I want to learn about that last heat and keep that that jersey on, Mia. Hey, Mia, keep that jersey on. We're going to speak to you on the webcast.
Here we go, our opening ride. Ooh, look at this. Eli Barimo on a beauty. Oh, wow. That offshore wind maybe having something to do with that. Just mistimes it off the top a little bit. So earlier we had the remains of the onshore lump and a little bit of wind. Now the wind going straight up. The faces into the surfers going left. Just missed, just got the weight distribution off a little bit. That's better. Look at this. Carrying a lot of board speed, gets across into the oncoming section, but the rib going up underneath her. It's a little confusing when you have to staircase up over the left onto the oncoming right. But that's why they spend all their time in the water, training daily, perfecting those nuances. Yeah, conditions changing quickly in the last 20 minutes. So an incomplete ride there. A quick score in for Noah, a 3-point ride for Noah Clapp. Eli Barimo opens with a 1.35. Yeah, temperatures on the beach in the high 40s this morning, mid 40s, high 40s with this wind chill now. As we see blue, Remy Todd. So all three surfers not successful finishing their waves. So they're going to have a little quick conversation with themselves, mental adjustment, noticing that the wind is gusting up the faces of the waves, so that will change their approach. Eli Barimo on her second ride. There we go. A short section, but completes it. So there's that fine margin between surfing the heat and then surfing the heat mentally in attack mode. Being really honed in on your abilities and letting the nerves go, letting the elements not sort of rattle your game plan, and just sitting in to what you know your potential is. And right now, we will take it down. Mia McLeish coming through first in that last heat. She tapped into her potential.
First thing I want to say is how cool your board looks going through the water. It really stands out. You're small in stature, but you have really good technique. What size is this board?
This board's 5'3". It's my step up. Like usually I ride like a 5'1", but I figured a little extra foam would be nice out there today.
Wow, my step up's 10.6, so that's double the size. And just the colors, it's amazing. Such a small board, but it looks so cool. And I thought it might have had a little resin swell in there. Who made the board? Tell us a little bit about it if you know much.
Jason Bennett made my board over at Chemistry Surfboards, and they're the best. He rips too, so it's always fun to be able to. He makes like the best boards, and it's great.
Well, you got a heat win, and the board must go well. What's the current like out there?
It's pretty gnarly, like going north, like pretty fast, but it's kind of nice because you can paddle out right in the channel by the rock, so that's nice.
And anyone at home tuning in back in San Clemente you want to say hello to?
Yeah, all my family, my mom, my sisters, grandparents, and my coach, Ryan Simmons.
Unreal. Hello, Ryan Simmons, be tuning in right now. And what's the plans for the rest of the year and moving into next year for your competition plans?
I'll probably do the rest of the QSs and then the primes at home and then just have fun and surf.
Cool. All right. Well, lovely board, lovely surfing. We'll see you in the next round. Back to live action.
That is right. Mia McLeish into the next round. Round of 16 will be coming up later today. And yes, Ryan Simmons is tuning in because he's been texting back and forth with me while we're sitting here in the booth. So he's watching. So all the young ladies and young men in his stable, and, you know, he's been working with these athletes, some of them since they were under 10 years old. I mean, he is ingrained in the grooming of the next wave and been a part of the wave that is now into the Challenger Series. So incredible journey. Ryan Simmons, super coach, USA surfing coach, and Ashton Olin, who was just down to the World Junior, sitting in judging at the moment. So extra added pressure for these kiddos, these young ladies. Coaches online, coaches on the beach, coaches in the judging tower. But the important thing is that they take all the thousands of hours in the ocean and the training time that they've had with the various coaches. They let it all go, and they just let instinct take over. Do what they know how to do best. Do what they visualize all the time, and then let it happen in a heat in 20 minutes or 25 minutes, whatever it might be. Today it's 25-minute heats. And the end game is get through the next heat. The next heat, one heat at a time. Find yourself in the final when it's a head-to-head matchup. And take some good points away. Earned valuable points leading up to your points tally at the end of the year, hopefully getting into the top 4 rated North American regional surfers, and then on to the Challenger Series and out into the big wide world. I mean, talk about superstar stories. We saw it with young Katie Simmers, you know, electing, like Tajborough years and years before, to not go on to the championship tour the first go around because she just wasn't mature enough, just not comfortable, you know. And so to have the whole stable of Garth Tarlow and Team O'Neill and their parents and the collective group saying, hey, the talent's there. We know you're going to succeed. Just do another year on the Challenger Series.
Doesn't happen often.
It doesn't happen often.
Julian Wilson was another one.
Julian Wilson was another one, elected to opt out that first year potentially. So going out, you know, all of a sudden being possibly on your own or in the care of hosts around the world, you know, it's a big step.
Well, something that always, we've got a bit of downtime, I always think about is the logistics behind the travel, also the equipment. And we talk about how challenging this wave has been, but in comparison to stops on the Challenger and the World Tour, this is very, very mellow. We talk about Sunset, talk about Pipeline, talk about Margaret River, Bells Beach, and then you think about the big beach breaks in Portugal. And I mean, these are challenging. Jeffreys Bay, you know, Chopu, Cloudbreak. Some of these surfers are struggling to find the rip out in this lineup, and I mean, this is all the salad days, so to speak. You know, you need to be able to locate that rip, be efficient in your heat, adapt to the changing conditions, because when you do progress onto the tour, you want to make sure that for your own safety that you can look after yourself, but at the same time you can be competitive and make the most of those sometimes 24 hours of travel to get to a destination and put your best foot forward. And taking that year off can be the best year off they've ever had.
Yeah, I mean, so many things you touched on right there. An agreement completely. Equipment, number one. Comfort in all the settings around the world. The different temperature waters. How much foam do you need? What type of boards are you even comfortable on in that place? Who do you stay with? You know, what is your water knowledge of how those reefs work or rips work or, you know, open playing fields? And there's so much to digest. And, you know, different times now, it's great for the last 15 or more years. So many of these young surfers being able to go spend time on the North Shore, going to tropical places, surfing, you know, really shallow, sharp reef passes in the South Pacific and the Mentawai, wherever they might have gone. So learning, you know, the ropes around the world and getting comfort, because you could not just surf your local beach breaks, be a phenom, and then make your way out into the world and translate it into all those various surf breaks.
And that's where the criteria, and that's also where the regional qualification, this event, that's why it's here. It's to filter through and give the opportunity to a lot of these surfers so they can gain that experience to jump onto the next tour, cherry pick the best surfers from each region, put them on the CS, and then eventually try and get them on the Challenger Series so it's a spectacle and they're at the highest level. But at the same time, it does take time and it's a process, and the judging here is comparative, maybe not on the scale, but it's the same judging and some of the same judges what we'll see on the World Tour. And this is back to live action with Remy Todd, and that one not offering a second section, but it does all start here. This is a regional qualifying event to get onto that Challenger Series and in the hope to build that experience and compete internationally.
Yeah, it's amazing. And, you know, so many of these young athletes, both on the men's and women's side, they're working with shapers who have, you know, athletes in their stables that are on all those levels of the tour, that they have the backlog of information of what boards generally they know that work for all those said breaks. But then again, it's how does that translate to the individual surfer, their volumes, their specs. I was thinking about Cole Hauschman last year qualifying for the championship tour so early. That gave him and Matt Biolis months to refine what is going to be his quiver for all these places that he goes this year.
So an update, 9 minutes 45 remaining. Green out in the lead, 3.5 and 1.35. Blue, you're in second with a 3.9 combined total. Red, you need a 0.9. You're in third. And white, you need a 3.9. 9 minutes 25 remaining.
And the same goes for Sawyer Lindblad. Now she's qualified. Will she even elect to do the World Juniors in January, or will she say, you know what, I came runner-up last year. It's a great opportunity. I don't know if I'm going to do it. Do I want to spend time prepping my equipment for the championship tour this year?
Wow, and that is Maddie on her opening wave. It's a nice two-turn combo so far. That one just gets a little hung up. And the fourth one puts a little bit of oomph in that last section. It shrunk down the line, and behind that, live action, we have Red streaking down there, almost a tube. Probably could have been the first one of the day. You wouldn't want to be that one to pull in and not come out at this point of the heat. And Green, power carve. So this is Ellie. And another nice turn in the wind there. You can really see the offshore, not quite wreaking havoc, but grooming these waves. So cool tempo there from Ellie Barimo. And these surfers are going to come down, do the run around wires at this point of the heat. And they're going to hear their scores, and they're going to hear a score update, and they're going to see what their next plans will be in the next 8 minutes. Smart surfing.
Yeah, 3 waves. We haven't seen that today yet in a row. All 3 surfers back to back. What was it? In Noah's wave, it looked like that offshore wind was just catching her in the chest. She couldn't get quite around it. So as the tide's dropping, the sandbar guttering out, the waves getting a bit faster, and then you have that oncoming wind up the face into you. You saw her standing almost really small, trying to maybe lessen the drag.
So this is White's wave here. We're just watching the replay as she's running around. They're going to lock in a score shortly, White. So we haven't got that loaded yet. I can tell you the 7 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Obviously, you were in fourth, but looking for a score. We'll update that very shortly. And red just missing the barrel section. And there's no ifs and buts about that. That thing cupped open. Green, we're still got a score to drop for you too. 7 minutes, 10 remaining.
Well, the judges, knowing they have a little bit of time as all three surfers doing the runaround, definitely Ellie, our heat leader, getting the best, well, the biggest wave of that exchange. Remy's was nice. I meant Maddie's wave.
Yeah.
The first wave. She spent a long time, 25-minute heat, and didn't get her first wave until the 8-minute mark.
It was a pretty nice one, but we're going to update those scores very shortly, so stand by.
So the judges having time to sort of deliberate and, you know, compare what Maddie's wave was versus the other waves ridden.
4-point ride for Maddie, a 4-point ride. You've gone up into second with a score to drop for red, but temporarily White's in second. Red out in the lead. You've dropped to 5.75. Green, you're into second. White, you now need a 4.51. You're in third place. White, you need a 4.51. Blue, you now need a 5.9. You're in fourth place, but you do have priority. Red in the lead, green in second, white needing a 4.51, and blue needing a 5.9.
Nice to watch the replay of Maddie. The judges deliberating. Really well surfed. A smaller wave, but very sharp. A 4-point ride, that's what it was. And this was the wave of Noah carrying tons of speed in that inside rail, getting bit by the lip. So unfortunately, a throwaway for her. Remy in the blue with first priority. And Ellie got a 5-point ride. So it's a low-scoring heat at the moment, so wide open for anybody.
The key, I think they've completed some waves, but I would say for Noah, I mean, that wave cupped open. She wasn't to know, but it was that offshore wind. I mean, I think that was if she'd have pulled into that,
she might have come through.
And it would have been a proper tube ride too. So, Red, you're out in the lead. 4 minutes 30 remaining. A 3 and a 5.75 in your total. Green needing a 3.76.
Priority is with blue. Remy, you have first priority. There's just over 4 minutes left. You need a 5.9 to go into advancing position. Ellie, your last wave was a 5. And Maddie, your first wave, your last wave, a 4.0. So Maddie needing just a 4.51, sitting in third. Only one wave ridden. Got to get 2 waves. You see the shadows starting to loom out off the back of the last Morro. Here we go. Ellie Barimo. A quick wave up and out.
And Remy Todd. Little opening carve there, looking down the line. That one's not going to give an end section, so she's out of there.
Excuse me.
So that cold weather
got me.
And not just you. We've heard from a few competitors that they've been sick, including, well, how was that with Zoe? She was sick. the last 3 days. You didn't hear with the.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, she was ill for the last 3 days. She missed the swell, and thankfully she's a little bit better now. So the lay days were great for her. But here's Noah, current heat leader. Explosive turn to the lip. That one faded away a little bit, but the technique was there. And again, unloads, sent some spray skyward. So cool tempo there for Noah.
Yeah,
that'll extend her lead for sure.
Weaving it together nicely. Yeah, fortunately I haven't been sick, but I did have a little sneeze. Forgot to turn off the mic. Apologize. Thought I hit the button. You can see that wind. Extra paddle power to get up and over it. One big opening turn, like you said, so much spray flying, and then got the bonus section. Tight, sharp surfing there for Noah Clapp.
That wind is actually predicted to come up quite a bit, but in a positive direction, like we saw on previous days. So that one will be, I mean, today, what have we got wind-wise? Yeah, it's going to go, you know, up to about 12 to 14 knots with very strong gusts as well. So green, 1 minute 30 remaining. Noah, 7.75 for your last wave in red. Green needs an 8.5 to go to first. White, you need a 4.51 to go into second. Blue, you need a 5.9 to go into second.
Well, very nice to see Noah Clapp kind of click into that animal mode, letting the board speed go and just riding through each turn with conviction, showing the judges the commitment. Nice opening roundhouse there for Maddie Stanton. Coming through to the inside, a soupy one, but only needing a 4.15.
It's going to come down to this end section.
Kind of hits it on the low road. The judges loving when they can get a little tail into the lip, a bit of spray.
All the waves coming at you. We'll see where that one goes. 35 seconds remaining.
And it's not just spray for throwing spray. It's spray happens when the timing on the maneuver is at the proper spot of the wave.
So a real foamy wave there. No clean sections watching the replay there, and no connection to the lip.
Critical because we're down into the 15-second margin, so this could be the last wave of the heat ridden. And she was in third, needing a 4.51.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, well, the score came in for Maddie Stanton, a 3.35. It wasn't enough to get her from third to second. We'll have a quick commercial break, and we will be back with heat number 6.
Welcome to the land of wide open spaces, full of hidden secrets. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
Welcome to the land of complex wines and simple pleasures. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining us here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. It is a glorious, chilly Friday morning. The winds have decided to start puffing 10 to 12 knots northeast, grooming the lineup. We saw that possibly affecting some of the surfers in that last heat. It was really the first heat where these winds have kicked into gear. We are straight into heat number 6, round of 32. In the red, Taylor Stacy. In the blue, Mathea Demphley Olin. In the white, Malia Ward. And in the green, Jesse Engel. Coming through the round earlier you interviewed Mathea Ward, and she was saying how she loves the bigger surf. So plenty of size still today. It's really just been a matter of the athletes finding a good rhythm, staying in the lineup, not using too much energy, duck diving waves, using the current, finish a wave, go in and around. You know, you can simplify it or you can make it more difficult. And in, you know, a 25-minute heat with the way the ocean's moving, there's not a lot of time to waste just paddling.
That's right.
For paddle's sake. You can get paddle practice
Surf
anywhere.
Smarter, not harder.
Yes.
I think the waves are relatively comparable to what we saw with the women's last round.
Yeah, it is. The Tuesday.
Yeah.
And same winds and everything, so they should be accustomed to it. Mathea Ward on her backhand. I'm sure her dad, Chris, is tuning in. I like it. Get started quick. She's going to have a nice, easy paddle out right now, taking that, you know, early wave between the sets. So a quick start for Mathea Ward, a 2.75. The judges have been really consistent about what's a 3, what's a 5, what's a high 6 all through the day so far. We're into the 6th heat of this round of 32. They want to see attack mode. They want to see vertical surfing. Again, back to the basics, speed, power, and flow. But I understand that, you know, we've said it quite a few times, the ocean's a little wild and woolly, so taking opportunity when it comes right in front of you, you got to just risk it.
So that wave, there we have, oh, this is Blue's opening wave. And it's foamy, but look at that, almost identical to Mathea's. She stays with it though, and this one's going to give an end section turn. So interesting to note, Mathea got her first opening wave, first opening turns, and it did have that reform, but she pulled off, identifying maybe that it's shrinking. Kind of smart idea. If you're going out there with the game plan to surf big waves and surf critical on the sets, you don't want to bother getting stuck into that little hole down there because it's going to wipe 5 to 6 minutes off your heat, maybe more if you don't do the runaround.
Yeah, so she got a quick paddle out, Mathea did, after her 2.75 opener. That wave for Blue, she could identify that she didn't have to sort of hop and bounce and fuss around to get the reform. It was just coming straight into what her vision was allowing. So that score coming in quickly or nearly in for our surfer in blue from Canada. The North American region encompassing the USA, Canada, Hawaii, Barbados, Puerto Rico. Actually, not Hawaii. That's correct. That's its own region. 4.25. Mathea, a 4.25 on your opening wave. So things set. Mathea gets a 2.75. Mathea, your first wave was a 2.75. Well, we just got this wave live right now. Our surfer in green. Nice. Jessie Engel. Oh, I looked away for a second. It looked like she had it. Incomplete ride for our surfer in green. We will throw it down right now. An interview with Noah Clapp.
Noah, great performance out there. Really strung together some strong waves. How did it feel with the offshore wind? Was it comparable to the other day?
No, it's been huge this basically last couple of days, so it's really good to get some fun waves. And yeah, the offshore is a little tricky because it's easy to get stuck behind the wave, but it's really good. It's really fun.
And how does it feel after the Supergirl Pro, but to build some momentum now and move forward into the next round and get some good scores on the board?
Definitely feels good. I think when there's waves, I only have myself to blame for if I don't make the heat or whatever, and the Supergirl was really rough. You know, I got out my first heat, so that sucked, but I'm happy to be here.
And I love the red tint, the rail tint on that board. You don't get to see a tint very often. Often it sprays, but I just want to say how good it looks going through the water. Was that your idea or your shapers?
That was me. It's a little DIY, but yeah, it's just wanted to make it a little more unique, a little more mine, and yeah.
All right, so it's an aftermarket spray job, not a tint, but it looks nice and cherry red. How do you do it? Give a little tip to anyone at home.
Just tape, spray paint, and some old newspapers.
Coming to a YouTube channel near you. Well done. We'll see you in the next round. And anyone at home you want to say hello to?
My family, if they're watching, and yeah, my sponsor Hurley. It's my last comp on them, so thank you, and yeah.
Great. All right, back to live action.
Well, there we go. We love taking our clear boards and spraying them up and customizing them. And yeah, into this heat, Mathea Ward had her second wave right when that interview kicked off. Mathea, your last wave, a 3.25. Jesse Engel got a quick 1.5. So out in the lead, Mathea Ward in the white. 17 minutes left. Priority is with blue. Well, and a nice little shout out there from Noah, who's been with Hurley for a while. I guess this is her last event under that sponsorship flag. And so it is. You see athletes through their careers move between different sponsors. Here we go, Taylor Stacy on the inside. This is looking like a beautiful left. Wow, aggressive surfing there. Will she complete it? No, comes to the late hit, and well, like electric opening turn and too late to the finishing section, but still comes away with a 3.85. Taylor, your last wave, a 3.85. So current standings, Mathea Ward in first, Taylor Stacy in second. Blue in third, needing a fractional score, and she has priority. Jesse Engel needing a 3.36 in fourth place. 15.5 minutes left. Coming up in the next heat, Vela Mathea, Sarah Frey, Isla Stutzman, and Kaden Persadoc. Get yourselves checked in. Get ready for that 5-minute paddle out. When it warms up a little bit, we will encourage people to go on down to the Surfing for Hope merchandise area. There's also a signed event jersey from the Sunset Pro, Kelly Slater's signature across that thing. That's a raffle that's been going on all week, so you can get your raffle ticket, and the raffle drawing will be sometime on Sunday, on finals day. Coming up at the end of tomorrow, we will start the LQS, the longboard event, which is feathered in with this, dovetailed in, which is great to have the short and longboard surfing. But right now, Mathea Ward, nice carve down. And just went a little bit deep on that redirect. Couldn't get back up onto the shoulder. Blue behind her, using that priority. Wow. These lefts really coming together right off the rock. This is a beautiful wave. Will completion happen? Yes, it does. Well, Mathea took off only needing a .60. That is definitely going to get her up into second and possibly the lead. She opened with a 4.25, and now she has that well-surfed wave score about to come in. I like the slow-mo replay. You knew she was thinking on that third turn, here we go. I'm going to complete and ride this thing out, and this is going to be one of the high scores of the day. A 7.25 Blue, a 7.25, and now you are up in the lead. Mathea, you are in second place. Jesse Engel now using priority. Again, this left really coming into play. The sandbar and the tide converging, making this the opportune wave of the heats that we've seen so far today. Running across the inside sandbar and running out of speed, cannot convert. So seeing a lot of mistakes throughout the heats, just incomplete rides. And that was, you know, what Noah was saying in her interview. No, she's the only one that can, you know, be responsible for not advancing through heats when there's waves. And when you get the opportunity and don't maximize, that is the recipe for not advancing. It's a tough truth, but it is the truth. Well, that score in quickly for Jesse Engel, a 2.6. Taylor, you have first priority. You need a 2.9 to go into advancing position. First priority red, second priority blue. Mathea, your last wave, a 7.25. You are out in the lead. Mathea, you are in second. Big sets looming. Possibly catching all the surfers inside. So this still a long period swell. I think Waxhead was saying something like 10 feet at, was it 6 feet at 10 seconds or 10 feet at 13 seconds? It's definitely a third the size of what it was yesterday, half at least. And very favorable winds have kicked up somewhere during the end of Heat 4 and Heat 5. Mathea, you're in second place. There's just under 10 minutes left. You have a 3.25 and a 3.5. You have third priority right now. There's 9 minutes left. Blue is in first. White is in second. Red, you are in third place with priority. You need a 2.9 to go into second place. Jesse, you need a 4.15 to get into advancing position. So the lefts are the dominant waves in play today. We've seen the odd right being surfed, but the way the tide is drawing out right now. The way the tide has been drawing out. Definitely to the left is the feature wave off the rock at the moment. We haven't even seen the sort of northern sandbar come into play yet, which could be a factor later in the day, but at the moment it's not. All the competitors hugging the rock, getting those in-between waves between the sets that run on that sandbar really sharp. And if you're just jumping in online with us, thanks for tuning in. This is the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay, presented by the Surfing for Hope Foundation with our title sponsor. Red, Taylor, you have first priority. There's 7.5 minutes left. You need a 2.9 to go into advancing position. Yeah, thanks to our title sponsor, Visit SLO CAL. There's so much to do up and amongst in this area. It's a foodie's paradise, all kinds of amazing cuisine. The restaurants all along the bayfront. You see a nice view of what our event site looks like across the bay, looking up the Morros, Morro Bay in the background, the actual bay and harbor right there. All kinds of amazing restaurants line the harbor front and up in town, and then, you know, within 20-minute drive inland or a little bit further up into Paso Robles. All the different wineries that offer so many different things beyond just the tasting. There's all sorts of fun tours at the wineries all around, horseback riding, and if you're into mountain biking, no into that. There's the kayaking in the bay, stand-up paddling, whale watching tours, Hearst Castle, right up 20 miles, if that, away. They have tours available all the time. The history of California right there, right above San Simeon. You can go a little further and go look at all the giant elephant seals and seals basking in the sun on the beach. Massive beasts.
Sick to look out on the sand, but
not fun to have pop up next to you in the
they
lineup.
are just the ugliest, scariest looking creatures. And you know, the scariest thing is they're
their big brown eyes.
You know what likes eating those.
Their big brown eyes and their whiskers, and they're territorial too. They don't let them fool you. They look cute on the docks and the buoys and on the sand, like you said, but they are a part of the ecosystem.
All
Green,
right.
Jesse, you are in 4th place. You have third priority. You need a 4.15. Priority is red, blue, green, white. There's 5 minutes left. Here we see red. Taylor Stacy only needing a 2.9. Nice technique in that opening roundhouse cutback. Redirecting off the foam, looking and hoping for this wave to reform. It doesn't give her much more than those 3 opening carves. Will that be the 2.9? Under 5 minutes left in the heat now. That could be a critical wave for her. It does. Taylor gets the score she needs, a 3.65. You see on the replay the merit in those first 2 turns. Now Mathea Ward in 3rd place needing a 4-point ride. In 3rd priority, in 3rd place needing a 4-point ride. Priority with blue, our heat leader. Did you have any visitors this morning?
No visitors.
No visitors?
No seals. No locals.
No locals. Here's our heat leader.
Oh, good flow.
Yeah, and very sharp, big turn, comes unstuck. So
perhaps a step up in use there, and not able to do the 2 for 1, but great flow in the lead up to that. So we'll see where that one drops in. 3 minutes 30 remaining. Comfortably out in the lead already. So great takeoff there in the section. Nice bottom turn. Yeah, I think maybe a step up in use. Looks a little longer, extra inch. Nice turn there. And this one just a little late to the party. Tell you what, if that one was able to be connected, it would be a very strong score.
Yeah, we'll see where this goes. She does have the 4.25 in her score line. The merit of those first few turns leading up to the finish, very strong. It is a 6.85, so as you were indicating, you know, complete the wave, and she's already in the lead, so it's not affecting her at the moment, but those are those small things, actually massive things, that you have to take away and say, it's critical to finish my waves. It just is, right?
Oh, it is. It's everything. It's important as the bottom turn. Blue out in the lead still, the 6.85. Red, you're in combination to move forward. You're looking to drop a 3.65. You're in second. Mathea, you need a 4 in white. White needs a 4-point ride. Green, you need a 4.9. Green, you need a 4.9. White, you need a 4-point ride. 2 minutes 10 remaining. So we'll see, it's coming right down to the pointy end of this heat. Marginal scores only required. Some really nice looking waves coming through here at Morro. Very organized lineup, especially in this heat. That offshore wind cleaning things up from that last heat on. You saw. So red, you're looking to drop a 3.65.
Well,
your last was a 3.65. You're in second place. Blue in the lead, red in second. White looking for a 4-point ride. Green looking for a 4.9. 1 minute 20 remaining.
Yeah, so quite a low-scoring heat with the 3 surfers, second, third, and fourth. Anything could happen in this last minute. Priority with green, second priority with white, both only needing 4 to 5 point rides.
$50 seconds.
Wow, Mathea in a great spot right here. This is a bigger set. It's flattening out at the moment.
It's got an end section.
Takes off knowing she needs a 4. This thing opening up.
Oh, no.
And just got a little extended on her toes. Buries the rail, so not sure if that will get her the 4-point score she needed with 10 seconds left. I'm going to count this heat out. No riders up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nice set wave, big bottom turn, and it just flattened out for her, unfortunately. Got the redirect, and then on the inside, buried the rail. It's not the score, a 2.35. So blue and red moving on through into the next round. We'll have a quick commercial, and we'll come back with heat number 7.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
SLO CAL Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in SLO County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, from small batch craft concentrates and sleep gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come join us on our journey to support family farms, support community, and support culture from the roots up. SLO CAL Roots, locally owned and operated by patients for patients.
Welcome back to the SLO CAL Open at Morro Bay. We're into the round of 32, heat number 7, the QS 1000. Hanging out at the Rock, the 20 million year old, 550 feet Morro Rock. Surfing on the northern side of the bay here. We've got some fantastic swell, 3 to 4 feet, 13-second period, some ground swell, and there's the winner of the previous heat. A great performance, a step up, still needed for these equipments, needed for the day. Round tail, a little extra length and thickness. We've got that Central Californian ground swell. You can see the finger rock there and the gap between Morro Rock where the swell's filtering through, that west-northwest swell. Some fantastic conditions here today from the 20 feet waves we had 2 days ago, and this is Sarah up and riding here. 2-turn combo, looking for a finish, and she goes for that foam climb, finishes on her feet. 25-minute heats. Challenging conditions this morning, Baldy.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we started off with the high tide and the side wash and the lump and the wobble, and then as the tide was drawing it out, we saw a few heats in a row where the surfers were just getting stuck somewhere in the vortex, so a lot of time spent paddling and duck diving, not surfing. So confusing lineup. All of a sudden that northeast wind, which is side offshore up into the left, kicks in a heat or two ago, and the surfers had to adjust. Right now, though, looking like Sarah Frey on that replay was finding a good rhythm, 2 attacking turns, and gets a 4.5 on that wave, a small opening wave for her. And there was a quick up and down for Vela Mathea.
So a sidewinder coming through there. Not many of those today. That northwest swell was really bombing through the rocks on the Tuesday, but today a west-northwest swell, so a little straighter on. We haven't really seen any scoring rights today. We've seen a couple, just one-turn waves.
Yeah, I was talking about that between an interview and you were off talking with surfers. How we've seen very few rights at all. No one up on that northern sandbar yet. The runaway left or that incoming right from way up deep possibly will come into play in the next round when the tide moving quite a bit more today with a 5.6 down to a 0.8. So as it fluctuates, we'll see how the sandbar shifts, where it goes into the men's rounds, or the men's round coming up next in a heat or two. So waiting for Isla Stutzman to get her first wave. You see her furthest up, closest to the rocks there. Maybe she's looking for either that deep left or maybe one of those odd rights that are few and far between.
Oh, and the longboarders making an
Hey,
appearance.
I wanted to give a shout out. So
Kevin Skvarna
Uh-huh.
and Gato's son there walking out. So I'm loving that. Look at that triple stringer. Oh, it's even, yeah, it's got the yellow rails and the yellow tint, the infinity surfboard.
looking like a fresh.
And that might, I don't know, do you ride for Hobie, Ian? Yeah, it's a Hobie classic. So it's like a very mid to early 60s style tint there on the side of the rails. My gun is almost identical with black. Very cool. Yeah, go boys, down the beach.
So tomorrow we get to see the the men's longboard, 12 o'clock. So around lunchtime tomorrow, that's when the LQS begins. Men's longboard finishing the day tomorrow from 12 to 4, the round of 40, then the round of 32. And then Sunday, women's. Ooh, gouging kind of under the lip barrel there, white. That was Ayla's opening wave.
It was very complimentary of you, Dave. A gouging under the lip into the barrel carve there was very nice.
Yes. Here we go, Velomotive, utilizing that priority. This is a screamer. Nice pace with that, just going bottom to top.
That one behind, empty running through. We had a rider fall off the outside section. I believe that was Sarah in blue. Some beautiful waves rolling through. A very predominant left-hander in this heat so far. A lot of them too.
Yeah, it's definitely become the feature wave, and it's quite consistent. We saw in that previous heat 3 surfers in a row. That was kind of that first one where it was so defined. There was 3 surfers back to back to back, and now that's definitely the place to sit. So priority might become a bigger factor in that's that spot. They've all tuned into the fact that either you're going to finish the wave and get a quick paddle out or just do the run around. So we haven't seen anyone kind of just getting stuck in no man's land, duck diving.
Jeff, I'm going to go down and
Yes.
we're going to speak to the previous heat's winner.
Well,
there's a lot of duck diving going on.
And now there's duck diving, but that wave from Velomotive, I'm sure the judges deliberating on that. Very cleanly surfed wave for Vela, who has the 1.5 on her first wave, is in second. And so a slow heat so far. We'll wait for that score. It looks like it dropped in. Vela, you got a 5.4 on your last wave. You're out into the lead. Sarah in second with a 4.5 and a 0.75. Isla in third, needing a 4.6, and Kaitlin with priority needs a 4.75. But I will throw it down to Waxhead for our post-heat interview right now.
So coming from Tofino, surfing in booties regularly, we got the coldest morning so far of the event. You're feeling pretty comfortable and at home, right?
Yeah, I mean, definitely a little bit chilly this morning, but now the sun's out and it's really warm, and I'm happy to be in a wetsuit and boots out here.
Yeah, and you had a really good result here at the last event. Does it feel comfortable, this spot for you? Do you know it well, or is it just the competition that you've surfed here?
I don't know, I find this wave really fun. I really like Morro Bay too. I think it's a rad community, and just, yeah, really fun waves, and I just feel like it allows me to surf, and that's what I love.
And what board were you riding at there? Was it a step up or back to a regular shortboard?
I was on my step up. I've been riding it the last few days. We've been down by the pier, and it's been feeling really good. So today I was like, I want to be on the sets, and that board feels really good when it's bigger, but depending on what happens in the afternoon and tomorrow, I might go down to my normal board.
Well, great surfing, and anyone tuning in at home you want to say hello to?
Definitely my mom, my brother, grandparents. But yeah, everyone back home.
Grandparents always love getting a shout out. Back to live action, Jeff.
Yes. Well, I wonder, did they all drive down the coast? I know other years they took the long drive enjoyed the road trip adventure and surfing spots all along the way. Who knows if they flew in this time. Vela, your last wave, a 5.4. You went into the first place with that last wave. Sarah, you are in second with a 4.5 and a 0.75. White, you're in third. Green in fourth. Both of you just have small scores at the moment. Priority is blue, then white. Well, I'm feeling for the volunteers at the Surfing for Hope merchandise booth there, shrouded in the shade, and it is cold.
Well, lucky they sell the Surfing for Hope hoodies.
That's it, yes. They're wearing a few. And beanies. I need to get myself down there.
And when the sun comes out, you can grab a hat and get your Surfing for Hope Foundation merchandise. It's raising money for the foundation, and this event is the title sponsor, along with Visit SLO CAL.
Well, and thanks to all the different hotels that set up the different parts of our staff, the judges, commentary, and everyone else that's involved, the tech support. I know there's a few hotels involved. We happen to be up there at the Best Western San Marcos with a beautiful view, so thank you to them. I felt like a king the other day. I was in the jacuzzi all by myself, the big spa.
Yep, the Allen Group, the hotel sponsor. They own 3 of them in town.
Yes.
The Masterpiece, La Serena Inn, and the Best Western with the view of the harbour and the seals in the morning. Woken up, their natural alarm clock. And here we have, this is Vela. Beautiful opening carve. Bit of body language in that one as it fattened out. Great technique. Nice flow in between the maneuvers. Great. Loading up on the inside. Beautiful top turn carve and another one straight in. So 4 turns on this. And it's not quantity, but that was some quality in amongst it all. So I think the judges will appreciate the flow in between the maneuvers. And she'll make her way in and paddle out in the corner.
Do you know what?
Surfing.
I was her style reminds me in some ways of a young Sally Fitzgibbons.
Okay.
I don't know the posture, the stature on the board, where her feet are, the way her hands are, but really nice backup there for Vela Mathea. Will this even increase on the 5-4? We'll see where the judges go. That was, I think, blue paddling and didn't get in? No, that wasn't. That was green, maybe?
Yeah, I can see that. The right hand, it's a guiding right hand.
Yeah, and just the posture when she pushes through the turn.
And beautiful that, open hands there, good technique. And just using her smaller frame, effectively showing you don't need to be super heavy to throw buckets of water. And
well, yeah, we talk about that, and I think actually it's somewhere along the way, conversation in the social realm came up, and it was Brad Gerlach commenting that he thought that Rob Machado was one of the most powerful surfers in the world, although his stature doesn't show it, but the way he carries his momentum, where he utilizes his turn, his technique is flawless. So he's juicing the best bits of the wave, right?
Technique,
with technique.
Not raw power, but
so it's different than a Sonny Garcia power, but his placement creates power.
Yep. 5.4 for that last wave. Red out in the lead, 5.4 to go with the 6 for that last wave to go with the 5.4. 6-point ride. So red in the lead, blue in second. White looking for a 4.16 in third place. And green, you're looking for a 4.75. 9 minutes 35 remaining.
That's a great drone angle there. And it's really showing the feature of that left sandbar that is what the surfers are maximizing on right now.
It's a natural sand spit wave that's been modified over the years with the harbour built behind us.
And the sand and the river mouth up to the north of us just a bit. So yeah, perfect scenario for incredibly consistent waves. Lots of sand, a river mouth, and a harbor. So a lot of movement, and then this whole scallop bay that, you know, the current has to continually flow out. Well, I'll tell you what, the consistency of this beach break trumps mine at home.
Yep. Probably
it has been tragic for years, the whole of the beach breaks down my way. Very walled and unsandbarish. Here, there's unridden peaks up and down. You had a free surf alone with one other gentleman this morning, and it was just peaks to yourself, right?
Yeah, he didn't even need to check. It was dark when we paddled out, and he just knew that there was going to be peaks, just given the period of the swell. Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah.
And there's Isla there. So a two-turn combo for a surfer in white needing a score. She's currently down into third spot. And the women have been waiting since Tuesday to get back out in the water and make their triumphant return on the Friday in chilly offshore conditions, very contestable and lots of opportunities. We see some rights starting to break on the out of the screen there. This is Isla's replay. So she nice opening carve there and then gets that second one jammed in. So
yeah, that right up off a few hundred yards that way might come into play as the tide draws out a little more. Who knows? Or once the tide begins to turn.
Just going to update Isla here. So Isla, your last wave was not enough. It was a 3.5. You need a 1.76. A 1.76 required to move into second. Red in the lead. Blue in second. White in third. Green needing a 4.75 in fourth.
Wow, so yeah, the doors being left wide open in so many of these heats. No one stamping authority other than, you know, the first place surfers that have garnered the two good scores. They're safe out in that position. Second, third, and fourth have been open for anybody to, you know, they're just opportunity. They're all within 2-point and 3-point, you know, shifts.
It's going to come right down to the wire. They can play their priority right and just get a good backup. So green, you need a 4.75. You're in fourth place. White needs a 1.76 in third. Blue in second. Red in first. 6 minutes, 20 remaining.
Coming up in the final heat, heat number 8, Sanoa Denfy, Esme Brigham, Ave Wagster, and Reed von Wagner. Wagster and Wagner. Ava and Reed coming up. And that will be the final heat for the women's round of 32, and then we'll go straight into the round of 16. Men's, there will be 4 heats, and then back into the women's, and then back into the quarterfinals of the men.
Oh, live action. Late drop there for Kaitlin. Oh, quick, reactive turn there.
Just make it. Just make it.
Ah.
Oh, just full commitment. We loved it. So that she was on her way, though.
Incomplete, yeah.
Incomplete, but ridden out.
She was on her way to an excellent
Excellent. I was going to say it. Hate to take this steam away from the judges, but yeah, she was on her way. I mean, a set wave, carrying speed, big opening down carve, and tough.
Wow, she just really went for it, though, didn't she? Gave it everything.
She just rolled along the lip line a fraction too long. And she got some lickings. You saw her board come flying out at us.
Is that an indication of what we'll see on the lower tide?
Yes.
Wow. That was, for a better word, sick.
That was. We wanted her to make it. Full drama.
4 minutes remaining. So 3.65 for Caden's last wave. Still in 4th place. Looking for a 1.61. Green, you need a 1.61 to move into the placings. White, you need a 1.76. Blue, you need to better a 0.75. That's your low score. You're in 2nd. And red, you're looking to drop a 5.4. 3 minutes 30 remaining.
Such small margins. Sarah in 2nd, holding a 0.75 in her scoreline. Isla and Kaitlin only needing 1.7 and 1.6. Kaitlin was on. Was it Kaitlin that came off?
Yeah.
Yeah, on that big bomb left. On her way to probably jumping, well into 2nd.
Yes.
But, woulda, shoulda, coulda.
Marginal scores. Anyone can take the win right now.
Yes, just live to fight another day in 2nd. Get into that next heat, next round. 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Priority is with blue. 2nd priority with red. So our 2 heat leaders in an advantage situation. White with 3rd priority. So you can see she's being shadowed by Sarah. Sarah definitely not going to risk taking off, losing that priority, knowing, she has to maximize.
Yeah.
She's holding 2nd with a 0.75. Doesn't want to make a mistake and open the door for white or green.
It's 1.76 really smart. And here green goes. This is Kaitlin knowing she needs a marginal score.
So she kind of just snuck off in the corner, and that current knocks her off.
I mean, she did get up, do a little carve as well, so we'll have to wait and see. 1 minute 50 remaining, and she'll still get out there for another go.
So she sort of just snuck off to the side and picked up that wave. Goes into 2nd with that. Unbelievable. Right then, knowing she only needed a 1.6 with 1 minute and 40. Kaitlin, your last wave gets you into 2nd place, a 2-point ride. Now, Sarah in the blue in 3rd, needing a 1.15.
Here she goes.
She's up. Will she get over the rib? Will the wave? It doesn't allow.
1 minute 20. Isla needs a 2.16.
Vela with a victory lap on this wave. She's out in 1st, and it's a beauty. So she might just ride this thing through.
Well done.
Well done. Give yourself a little pat on the back. We've got 1 minute. This thing is not done yet. How will it play out? We know that Vela is in the lead. That wave could better her score line. It's really down, and it's going to. It's down to under a minute. And between Kaitlin, Sarah, and Isla, priority with white only needs a 2.16, and Sarah needs a 1.15.
The red in the lead, green in 2nd. Blue, you're looking for a 1.15, and white, a 2.16.
And Vela Mathea just casually gets the 7.25. Woo, wicked. Lashing out on that last turn.
And Isla, she's going to stick with this one. She falls off. And there's an end section on it. It actually went all the way through. Unfortunately, it looked like a closeout, but it wasn't. We're going to count this one up very shortly.
Is there something for Sarah?
10 seconds.
Nothing. Well,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Frantic moments in the closing minutes of that heat. Marginal scores required, but it was Kaitlin with just the 2-point ride, enough on a backside carve just to get her into just doing what she needed to do to get in 2nd. We're going to go to a break, and we're going to come back with the final heat of the women's round of 32.
In the land of SLO CAL, you can go from kicking it poolside to snuggling up seaside. Start planning your journey across the land of SLO CAL now.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And come join us December 8th for our 12th annual Cancer Benefit Concert featuring Tom Curran. See you there.
Welcome to the land of sunken gardens and elevated afternoons. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final heat of the round of 32, women's heat number 8 here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. That was the finishing end of Sanoa's the first wave of that heat. Oh, what a beautiful view. Run-amok photography. Getting poetic with the drone work over the sand dunes. This area, north and south of us, the unique sand dunes. It's really a beautiful, you have them down in Pismo, south of Pismo, that area. Hopefully we'll get a replay of Sanoa's opener. Here we go. Our surfer in red on her forehand. Yeah, that was live. It looked so beautiful. Strong two-turn combination. You just utilizing the rail and the outline of the board. The whole thing perfect. Nice opener for her. And what I'm thinking, what the judges saw translates 8.25. What an opener there for Sanoa. Beautiful opener.
Sanoa will come in, walk around, hear that score, regroup, and go out and get a backup score. Sounds easy.
She set herself up for success already. Whoa, wicked. Reed von Wagner just pulling that thing down with her front foot. So nice to see these first two opening waves being surfed with some aggression. Esme now up on her forehand. 3 goofy foots in a row. Working to get around the foam, looking for potential reform, but it does not. It goes into the gutter, fades away. So a few scores to get locked in, and Sanoa, your opening wave, an 8.25. 8.25 opener for red. Waiting on the last two waves scores to come in for Reed von Wagner and Esme Brigham. But right now, before those scores come in, we will get an interview with Vela Mathea, our last heat winner.
Strong surfing, Vela. You never looked like losing that heat. How did it feel out there? You were just alluding to how good the lefts were.
It was super fun. There were so many good lefts, and like I surf here a lot and I'm around here, so it's just super fun, and I'm glad I got a couple good ones.
And we're loving the yellow board. It's a step up. What made you go with the yellow?
Well, yellow really stands out, and that's my favorite color, so yeah.
I was going to say, who's your favorite surfer? Because we were trying to draw some comparisons in the commentary booth.
I would say like Dane Reynolds, Felipe Toledo. I love their style, and they're just, you never know what they're going to do. They're so unpredictable and exciting.
Oh, well, there you go, because we were drawing, I guess, some of your turns had a little Sally Fitzgibbons vibe to it, just your structure and your technique, which is a huge compliment, I suppose. Now, tell us a little bit more about the board. It's step up?
Yeah, it's a step up, Rook 15, pintail. You know, I haven't surfed this board in like a year, so I whipped it out just for this contest.
Well, looking very fast, both the yellow and your surfing. We'll look forward to seeing you in the next round. Anyone at home you want to say, anyone locally you want to say hello to?
My mom, my grandparents, and thank you to everyone who's supporting me.
Live action.
All right. I like it. There you go, Vela. Well, aspiring to be either Dane Reynolds or Felipe Toledo. Great role models in what you want to do on a wave, I'll tell you that. Completely contrasting styles, both wildly aggressive, so keep up those dreams. In the meantime, between that interview, Reed von Wagner got a 5.0 green, a 5. Sanoa opens with an 8.25 and Esme with a 1. So this is Heat 8. Round of 32 women's. We will be transitioning into the round of 16 men's. 4 heats to come right around the corner. Same format, 25-minute heats, top 2 waves. We have pumping offshore cold conditions, crisp conditions here in Morro Bay. Looking forward to this men's round coming up, see the lines that they're going to draw. But that was our heat winner, Vela Mathea, Santa Barbara local. So she surfs up and around the Central Coast. Been with Channel Islands a long time. I know. So coming up in the first heat, Levi Slauson, Sam Reedy, Xavier Math, and Sean Burns. That will be the first of 4 round of 16 men's heats. Live action. Here we go. Blue. Wow, look at these lefts carrying a ton of, oh, that's white, excuse me. Down carve, our opening wave for Ava. Ooh, does good to stick with it there. Almost a bobble. Fins free in the lip in the soupy conditions. So, strong opener for Sanoa. Strong opener for Reed. This is going to be a nice opener for Ava. Reed, your opening wave was a 5.0. 5.0 on your first wave. You're in second place at the moment with second priority, 17.5 minutes. Things might change. We've got a score coming in for Eva in white. Pushed it a little hard on that one turn, but regained focus and finished off nice in the end. Esme live on an inside runner. These lefts, that one she got behind. A 4-point ride for Eva. So white in third after her opening wave. A 4-point ride. Up on an inside, making quick work. Reed, knowing she wants to get a quick backup. And why pass up the opportunity? Oh, you see that offshore wind making things a little difficult. If you get too high and run out of speed, easy to get blown off the back of the wave. So Reed does get her backup wave to balance with the 5. A 3.5 is where it comes in straight away. I really like that second combination, bottom turn, top turn. And here's our heat leader at the, or our second place surfer, Sanoa, who has the 8.25. Woo! Sharp finish there for her. Fins free above the lip. Holding a nice line on that inside rail. One of the few rights we've seen for our surfer in white using that priority. Oh, really pushed it on that second turn. A funky wave and does really well to get 2 turns off. Sanoa, your last wave, a 5.5. Puts you back in the lead. Now waiting on the score here for our surfer in white. Got one of the rare rights. You could see it kind of went into this funky space, but does really well to attack that second turn. So straight away in this heat, feeling like there's a bit more intention behind the surfers. Eva, a 4.25. They're not, happy to sit around and wait. They're attacking the waves that they're surfing. Priority with blue. Esme, you need a 7.5 at the moment to get up into second. 14 minutes left. Eva, your last wave was a 4.25. Sanoa, your last wave, a 5.5. And Reed, your last wave, a 3.5.
We approach the 13 minutes and 30-second mark. The tides will have a major effect on the surf today. We've seen less of that sideshore current in these later heats of this morning. It was plagued with a lot of duck diving and a lot of surfers getting caught up down the beach, not respecting the ocean's power and trying to punch it back through. You can see that left to right current even in the corner. That's the traditional rip running out along the rocks, and there we have Ava trying to aim towards that rip. She's kind of right in between the area of where the waves are breaking and the deep channel up against that rock. So white requiring a 4.26 and blue in fourth needing a 7.5. Red out in the lead. Green in second, white in third, and blue in fourth. This is the regional qualification tour. We're at the 7th of 11 events for the women's. They have a few extras included with the Supergirl Pro. The idea and the plan for a lot of these surfers that get on that Challenger Series with the ultimate goal of getting on the championship tour, winning a world title, qualifying for the Olympics. For most of these surfers, their hopes and dreams and career aspirations that are possible, and it starts right here, right now. Building your heat IQ, working with coaches, working with your shapers, sorting out your equipment, and most of all, just getting experience in different conditions. And this place has thrown a lot at the surfers over the last few days. We've got rips, big waves, rights, lefts, changing tides, a high level of talent as well, and a fluctuating judging criteria based on the conditions. And red up and riding. Sanoa opting out of that one. Probably a good choice given the set behind it. It was just a single turn wave. She already got that 8.25 and the 5.5. And these waves got a little more angle to them, shooting through the rock there. You can see the finger rock out there and Morro rock on the left, the big outcrop. We saw on the Tuesday, Chloe and Dino taking off on the set of the day, and Giorgio Gomez pulling out the 7.2, I believe, and getting barreled on his opening wave, on a set wave. So a proper step up, a semi-gun. And it's been big enough. A lot of the big guns were brought out on the Wednesday. And green up and riding. This is Reed trying to cement her second position. And a little bog of the rail there. And this one closing out. She's not able to get around the section. So if she can choose wisely her paddle method, whether she shoots out in the rip or punches it straight back out, she will get time for another one or two waves. but only if she plays the strategy right. So 9 minutes and 55 remaining. And here we have Ava. A little snapping turn to start and pumping down the line, not connecting to that inside. But not a lot of scoring opportunity beyond that, so perhaps a blessing in disguise, and she'll scoot back out and perhaps gain third priority if she can get out there soon, as we can still see somebody paddling on the inside. That was Reed still paddling from that left she caught and got caught in, well, caught behind the section beforehand. And Blue having a look at this one. Decides to go. Currently in 4th spot. Nice arcing turn. Cruisy pace. Snapping it back into the pocket. And here, building a bit of momentum. Pumping it through. And just mistiming that end section. But gets the completion. She looks behind her. And it looks like she will come back around and do the run. Needing a 7.5 at this point of the heat. She's really just trying to break that down. Judging by that last wave. And trying to complete a wave. And just lessen that total that she's requiring. And we'll update that score very shortly. So 8 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. We are breaking up the beach commentary with the live webcast. So viewers at home, you're listening to what the surfers are hearing. So yeah, series of carves there. Pretty lateral for the most part, and building some speed in here. It's just a nice completion, but just not teeing off on the section as she would have been requiring to do. So just a 3-point ride. So a 3-point ride on that last one for Blue. 7 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. You now need a 5.5. A 5.5 required for Blue to move into second. White in 4th, needing a 4.26. And Green, you're looking to drop a 3.5 to move into first. You need an 8.75. So red in the lead, green in second, white in 3rd, blue in 4th. And red having a look at this one. This is Sanoa. Building a bit of speed, pumping down this line, popping that one off the top, carrying that momentum forward, a little foamy, and didn't like the feel of that section, so pulling out of that wave. It's amazing when you get a quick start, the confidence that you can carry through a heat and the options that you get when you build your house. You're able to, especially with an 8.25 and a 5.5 for your opener. So she's been cruising this heat ever since. Setting the bar for the women's. That would be one of the highest heat totals of the morning so far, and looking very, very confident. There's a replay of it, just super strong footed. Snapping that one off the lip in the replay, and yeah, just a little foamy. Pulling out of that one. She's got 5.5 to better, so that one wasn't quite there, but 5.75. Judges liking the speed carrying, so slightly better as the score. So red, that was a 5.75 for your last wave. The judges appreciating the commitment and speed. So an 8.25 and a 5.75 for red, way out in the lead. Green looking for a 9. White, you're to go into second, you need a 4.26. And blue, you need a 5.5. Red up again. 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Just got to say hello to co-founder of Surfing for Hope Foundation. Bob, always such a great, smiling energy at the events and everywhere he goes. Thank you to him and his entire team, all they do. Great to be participating with them and the WSL at the SLO CAL Open here in Morro Bay and Pismo next month. Down to 4.5 minutes. Sanoa got that 5.75 and increased her lead scoreline. Eva in third with first priority, needing a 4.26. Our trusty disc has been flipped to the yellow side. 5 minutes remaining in this heat. Actually, there's 4 now. All 4 surfers out in the lineup. Small margins again for everyone, especially due to the score line of this heat. Those mid-range 4s and 5s in everybody's score line. Esme needing a 5.5.
Yeah, anyone can progress through between third and fourth, and here goes Reed trying to extend her situation, currently in second, and that will be a healthy cause.
Yeah.
That'll be exactly what she needed to do at this point in time. She's looking for more on the inside, so she should, because she's likely not going to paddle out in time. Wow. So once again, it's not about the quantity, Jeff. It's about the quality. So, but she's coming in on that. On the outside, we have Reds. This is Sanoa. What she got here? Looking, oh, beautiful looking wave. Oh! If she was able to pull that off, that was super critical. And the judges did say they will be looking at major moments as well.
That wave offered the major moment. I mean, it cupped up and went well over vertical. And you could see how she just, went into the air coming down, extended a bit too far. So now the playing field open for both third and fourth place surfers. But this wave that Reed had is definitely going to increase what both third and fourth place surfers need.
So Reed, a 6.5 for your last wave. A 6.5 for your last. You're still in second.
So the crucial thing is that for Eva and Esme now, Eva needing a 7.25. And she just jumps over the back. So she got a wave and didn't get the opportunity to smash it in the end. Priority with Esme now needing an 8.5. And Sanoa's finding another little, oh no, this is the replay. Yeah. Over the handlebars, aggressive surfing.
So Esme going for a right there.
Yep.
I'll tell you what, with that wave of Ava's though, had she have been able to time that and hit that section and pull it off, a lot of commitment involved, of course, but that was the wave. It drew similarities to Sanoa's one, and if you can land something like that, so yeah, blue requires an 8.5. You're in fourth, and white you require a 7.25. 1 minute 20 remaining.
Well, blue out in the lineup, and she'll have that 1 minute to hopefully regroup and get possibly one of her best waves in an event, an 8.5 mid-range excellent score. No easy feat, but there is opportunity on these waves. We saw it in Sanoa's last wave.
And that medium tide just really draining out. This is the flattest ocean we've seen in the whole event period right now.
Yeah, it really is. The quietest moment. Well, the men's right around the corner. I'm going to count this heat out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
red seemed to be up beforehand as well. Not that she needs to score. She's just having a ball out there in these great flow. I love the release of the hands in that turn.
Well, we'll have a quick commercial break, and then we'll come back for the first heat of men's round of 16 right around the corner.
Welcome to the land of wide open spaces, full of hidden secrets. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Life on coast in Morro Bay.
Welcome to the land of complex wines and simple pleasures. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Welcome back. So that's the winner of last heat. That was the final heat of the women's. That's Sanoa there. She put on a consummate performance there. And we're about to call in our next heat of Levi Slauson. 4, 3, 2, 1. So this is the beginning of round of 16, heat 1. So the man who's been on fire, Levi Slauson, with Sam Reedy, Xavier Math, and Sean Burns out on the water in this heat.
Yeah, Levi Slauson, who will also feature again, not only in this heat, but next month, the World Junior Championships in Oceanside, came runner-up last year. I haven't heard if this year it's the same golden ticket. So last year, the two winners, the winner on the men's side and the women's side of the Pro Junior, not only claiming a juniors world title, got that golden ticket into the Challenger Series. So regardless of their results, ratings at the end of the year on the qualifying series, they gave the berth. Here we go, Levi Slauson straight up. We were just talking about it. Into that section a little late in the red again. So he's the high seed. I guess that's how it works. High seed gets the red. And a nice opener. So that the sand dune stable, the coaching corner over there on the sand dune, I just keep seeing heat winner after heat winner walking up there to Matt Myers. So they're doing a great job. Whatever they got and happening, it's working. Levi Slauson also part of that stable.
And the wind actually slightly changing direction in this heat so far. Yeah. And this is Levi here carving back into the whitewash on the replay, staying really busy. Activated body language and functional movement through his turns. A replay, a little glitch there. Strong surfing for the opening wave there of the men's.
Yes, so straight into men's round of 16, 4 heats. And then we will jump into the women's round of 16. So are those free surfers that are those are the guys on their mouths getting their warm up? We might have to tell them to back off a little bit.
Yeah, they heard us.
They heard us. They know. So waiting on that opening score, the judges recalibrating. Here we are, men's round of 16, the first wave ridden. So they've got to reassess the scale. Levi pushing it into a few awkward sections on that wave, but riding out complete. And there it is, a 5.0 for Levi on the opener of that heat in the red. I didn't see Xavier. I know he's out there in the white. I just didn't see him in the cam. Xavier getting into this event up in college at San Luis Obispo at SLO. Was taking finals earlier this week and then advancing through. He had that one day off, did his 2 finals, played tennis, came back and
great timing.
Yeah, smashed it yesterday.
It's funny that big day really worked in quite a few people's favours. Both, we saw Zoe Chape was quite sick the days previous, so should have been relishing that opportunity for a lay day. And some of the students, exactly right.
Yeah, Xavier's definitely out there. He got a .5. Somehow I missed it.
Yeah, there's a right really far over right now. You can see that on the screen. A tricky one to surf, but it is possible to build a quick heat total with a couple of maneuvers in there. I wonder if we'll see that come into play with the drastic tide changes of the day. We're just after mid-tide. We're going out to...
Yeah, quite a few more feet, or a little bit more. .08. So yeah, it's funny, the personality of every heat changing. We saw those last 2 or 3 heats in a row where that featured left was so consistent up off the rock. But now the tide dropping another foot or so for the beginning of the men's round. We'll see where they elect to start sitting. We see blue up and riding. Sam Reedy on his opener. Looks like he cut out of that one. And Levi finds himself on an against the grain right. That wind not doing him any favors, pushing the board away. Couldn't quite get his hand on the rail to grab it.
Yeah, that wind switching direction almost immediately after that women's heat, just as the men kicked off east-southeast direction, where we've had northeast all morning, north-northeast. Sideshore, we might see some airs on the backside.
Yeah, going on the left, into the wind. That one, I'm sure Levi could make that, but you could see where the board just
literally blowing.
Blew off his feet.
Yeah.
Just couldn't get it scooped and tight to his feet.
Reverse that for Goofy Footer, doing the same maneuver, going into the left.
So that wind pushing against the bottom of the board, sticking it, gluing it to the feet.
And if you can do a big old straight air into the wind like that, just get the air underneath, you'll end up looking like Aussie Ride or Nathan Fletcher.
Yes.
Because it'll lift you high. Obviously, the reverse means you are going to come down. You're forcing the tail down when you're doing that spin. But a big old straight air in conditions like this can wreak havoc. But if you can land in the flats safely,
what a wild time in that moment in time of free surfing and all that with Aussie Wright and all his theatrics.
Yep.
Just letting his character shine, and Volcom fully supporting it, bat wings and all, right?
Very unusual, absolutely.
So cool.
Huge. But the identity, the creativity.
Yeah.
And not just on land either. I mean, in the water, able to take his creative antics from the canvas and on land into the water, and it showed with surfing performances. And the characters in surfing, we love to see it. And unfortunately, competitive surfing doesn't harness or foster a lot of that.
Not much now.
Bring back the characters.
Where was Matt Wilco holding the flag of the last good character, right? I think
there's characters out there now. I mean, Italo's he's got theatrics. He's a classic, and
he is. He's not shown up to events on roller skates though.
There you go.
Anyway, Wilco.
Yeah, well, the fact we have to think about it is a testament to that, yeah. Well, I mean, I think back to, well, not that I was there, but anyway, tuning into 2023, this is Sean Burns. Foamy wave, but we don't have it on the cam yet. We're watching live action. We'll catch up with it. Oh, massive turn for our surfer in green. Oh, riddles off a series of carves. We'll see if he can give him a dynamic end section. We'll catch up with the replay shortly. Well-surfed wave there from Sean Burns for his opener. Can't wait to see those opening turns on the drone. We'll see if we've got that on the replay. But think of that surfers Bunker Spreckles or even Mark Richards, Larry Bertelman. Remember that shot of a Rolls Royce on the Sydney Harbour Bridge with Larry Bertelman?
Yeah, I love that, you know. And
Tom Carroll used to have, I think it was minis to, no, not minis. What did he have to pick up around? He used to be sponsored by, I think it was
Alfa
Mini.
Romeo.
Alfa.
Yeah, he was Alfa Romeo. I remember
Okay.
showing up to the Coke Classic in Manly in his Alfa Romeo.
So that second turn, third turn, beautiful combo of maneuvers there. And here, fourth turn, this wave just kept on giving. And I'm sure when he paddled out, he didn't expect to be doing 6, 7, or 8 turns on a wave. But great composure and speed control.
So, Sean, we're waiting on that score as you're doing the runaround, waiting on the score. It's about to drop in, a 6.75. Sean, your opening wave, a 6.75, puts you in the lead. Levi, you opened with a 5, and then you had the throwaway 1 on the right. Sam, an opening 1.65, and Xavier a 0.5. Priority is white canned. Ooh, a frothy wave, man.
Whoa.
Looks like a snow-capped peak blowing in the wind. Levi deep. Did well. You could see his chest up on the front of that board to get over the lip. So he's going to ride this thing through. He's not going to waste all that effort.
Season end section here.
It's growing, telegraphing tons of speed. And there we go.
Unreal.
Using that wind we spoke about.
And that is exactly what the doctor ordered on that right, the board, getting away from him in the wind, identifying that. That is heat IQ, that is board IQ, that is excellent surfing. More so because he's read the changing conditions and adapted, and he misses this first section, which I'm sure he would have liked to capitalize on, but he stays with it. At this point of the heat, he has a low of a 1.10, so he's sticking with it halfway through, knowing, okay, this is a long paddle out. I'm going to keep going. And here, comes down the line, forecast, telegraphs it, gets up the full rotor and lands cleanly. He knows that's going to be a banger of a score. And we'll wait for that to come in. The best part of it is that he's going to make his way into the shore. And he'll likely run around. And he'll reconvene, speak to his coach, and get a time check.
And now we have our surfer in blue. More compulsory, clean, open face surfing. No struggles. Nice finish there. Sam Reedy now in the game. Backing up the 3.5 with that left-hander. Wow. Yes, Levi, what a wave. I mean, struggles to get over the lip. Then he's just fighting with the wind and the whitewash, grabbing at his rails. Had to widen his stance, kind of just really deal with the wobble, and then found the speed to get himself on the inside for that massive rotation. A 7.75 Levi. Red, 7.75 on that reverse on the backhand, on the inside, down the sandbar. So a nice replay. It showed through that how much wobble and everything, but he kept patient, and then he just was licking his chops going, look at all this board speed, nice soft ramp to launch on and a perfect wind. Waiting on the score now for blue in your last wave. So complete contrast in what Sam Reedy's wave offered and what Levi's wave offered. Okay, we're going to throw it down. A quick interview with Sanoa after that great heat wind.
Strong surfing, Sanoa. You know this wave really well. You've adapted to the conditions. What was your take?
Yeah, there's definitely lots of opportunity out there and some really fun waves. So my kind of game plan was just to ride waves and start the heat quickly.
And what's the secret sauce over there on that sand dune over there? What's going on? Was it your sister? Or was it the coach? Was it a combination of information going on?
Definitely a combination of both. Working with Matt's been great. He definitely gives a lot of good pointers and builds my confidence up before heats. And then getting to talk to my sister as well after she just came in from a heat win, that was helpful for sure.
And what are your intentions moving into next year and the remainder of the events? Looking to get on that Challenger Series, obviously?
Definitely, that's my goal for sure. I got my first QS win this year on the East Coast, but since then I haven't been able to get another solid result in a QS, so I'm definitely trying to find some momentum for the rest of the year.
Great. And anyone tuning in at home that you would love to say hello to?
Yeah, I definitely want to say hi to my mom and my grandparents and my brother and anyone back home watching.
All right, back to live action. Things are heating up, and I'll tell you what, you really left the end of that women's round on notice, and I think you're going to be looking like a favorite into the next round.
Thank you.
All right, beautiful surfing there from Sanoa, moving into the round of 16. During that break, Sam, your score came in, a 6-point ride. Blue, 6-point ride on your second wave. Sean Burns opens with a 6-7. Levi opens with a 5 and then gets a 7.75. So at the moment, red in first, blue in second, green in third with second priority needs a 2.75. And that was Xavier in the white, not getting around that little section on the right. Priority is green, then red.
And I think that current's definitely settled down because I've had free surfers moving into the contest area.
Pesky free surfers.
That wouldn't have been possible. So free surfers, could you guys move in and over? Come in or move over to the north. You guys are in the contest area. Free surfers, move to the north. You're in the contest area. Unless you're planning on doing some entertaining aerial antics, we kind of don't want to see it. So move to the north, please.
On their 9.4 Hobie.
Well, there's some shortboarders out there.
Oh, there are too. Here we go. Green, Sean Burns. He was in third, needs us 2.75, so he's well on his way there already with those first two turns. Beautiful opening sequence. It's a soupy one. It's a frothy one, but these guys are just maximizing, and this left sandbar pokes the nose, and behind him in the white, a quick up and down for Xavier Math, so not finding the rhythm that he wanted in this one.
Yeah, Sean, he knew it was a foamy wave. So he had to really give it the end section some, but he only needed a backup as well, 2.75, so he'll likely get that.
Yeah, he'll be moving up into second, but leaving points on the board though, never a good feeling. And especially after a sequence of 5 beautiful turns. Does it look like Levi just in such a rhythm, heat after heat, goes to the air again, he comes unstuck. Going for broke, Levi, which was kind of maybe that section was a perfect opportunity for that. Looking down the line, you didn't see much more in it. So that was the section to go for broke. We see that little drone angle of that funky bit of a right breaking in towards the rocks.
I'm sure there's some of the women surfers that would have liked to have had a wave like that when they needed a marginal score. But this is Green's wave. Yes, Blue, we'll get back to you. Sean, beautiful opening carves there for Green, and you can see him just carving this one through, and he knows it's a bit slow here. He needs to give it everything in this end section. Lines up the end, hammers it, and goes down. 7 minutes, 50 remaining. Red out in the lead. Blue, you require a 6.76 to move into first. You have a low of 3.5. Green, you've just moved into second. Green, your last wave of 4.5. Red in first, green in second. Blue, you now need a 5.26. White, you require a 9.55.
Yeah, so even though Sean left some points on the table, not completing that wave, that replay of Levi, the board getting stuck to his bum. Sean goes into second. He left some points on the table, gets a 4.5. Now Sam in the blue with priority in 7 minutes needs a 5.26. Xavier in the basement needs a 9.55, so he really hasn't gotten started in this heat yet. 7 minutes left. Priority is blue and then red.
You know what's ironic about the free surfers, Jeff, is that it's actually better down the beach.
Yeah, that is. But this is where we're set up. This is the zone.
Oh, no, it's good here, but they're encroaching in our area, but there's better waves for them.
Yeah, to surf down there further down the beach.
Yeah.
You mean don't encroach, just go
that's
further.
what I mean.
Yeah, get up the beach, man.
There's
Why do you need to be right on the edge?
Yeah. It's like the crowd, right? Everyone viewing at home knows what it's like. You go surf a peak by yourself, and of course, a group of college students from up the hill want to come and join your peak.
Every time. Make a wave look good. It's like bees to honey. So now Xavier really wants to get into this thing. He's got the talent. He's had a good run so far. He needs a 2-wave, or he needs a 9.55, so he really needs to get himself a nice 6 or 7 point ride and ease his requirement. Levi just being so consistent, wants to better the 5 in his score line. He'll wait patiently until he has priority. Ooh, look. Oh, he seemed like he might paddle for one of those little chip shot rights. Dynamic things could happen on those little rights. We are down to 5 minutes, surfers. Everything is set. The table is set. Levi in first. Sean in second. Sam in third with priority. Needs a 5.26. And here we go. Sam Reedy. Oh, vertical, attacking, surfing. Plumes of offshore. Feathering behind the wave. He's going to make it onto this inside section. And again, just tacks it so sharp. Is there a 5.26 in that?
I must say, I have been impressed. Just he hasn't taken off on the best waves, but he's really been pinpoint perfect on his completions. Unlike Xavier on that one, that was unfortunate, just digging a rail. But, you know, it's that wind. It's really tricky to send that up there and get that clean pinpoint surfing. It's really difficult to do. It's a lot harder than it looks, especially with the wind and the competition. And here he lines it up, tags that one. So we'll have to wait and see. Strong surfing nonetheless.
Oh, yeah. I mean, bookends it. You know, unfortunately, the middle part of the wave letting him down a little bit, and he does well just to carry the board speed, get around all the lump and the bump and the niggling foam on his inside rail. So judges definitely digesting this, comparing it to what they've seen in the other surfers' scores. Is that somewhere around what Sean Burns' opening wave was? We shall see.
Maybe better, but yeah.
But yeah, we have to wait and hold our tongue. Let the judges do their work. So really, what matters is that he's in third place and needed a 5.26. So anything more than a 5.26. That will get him up into second and put the pressure back on. It's a 6.9, so it does exceed Sean Burns' opening wave, which was kind of our comparison. A 6.9, Sam. You are in first now. Levi in second with priority. We see Xavier now. He really needs to play catch up. Flying down the line, looking to get around this section, sweeping down carve, and again, pushing the tail hard. There's a lot of stories in that body posture with the fall off going, finally I got the wave I wanted. I'm running out of time. I have the talent. It's just maybe not in the cards today.
The opposite of a claim.
The opposite of a claim, yeah. Like, finally. There you go. Important moment, though. Sean Burns in third, needs a 6.01. Levi with priority in second at the moment. Sam out in first with a 6 and a 6.9. Great surfing by him. Really strong attacking first turn and then completing the wave with, again, pinpoint sharp, tack sharp finish. 2 minutes left. Coming up next, Owen Moss, Blair Barton, Kalohe Andino, and Jake Davis.
Wait for this last duck dive and I'll update the scores. before their hands go up. You wait for it. It'll be absolutely perfect timing. And so they should be requesting what they need. So 1 minute, 35 seconds. Green, you're in third. You need a 6.01. Xavier, you need a 9.15 and white. So blue's gone into the lead. Red, you need a 5.15 to go to the lead. Blue first, red second, green third, white fourth.
Well, an all regular foot affair this heat.
Just the waiting game. 1 minute remaining. This is the chess game that happens right now where red has the priority. He can choose what he wants. Green's second priority. So red's going to try and...
Well,
green's behind red as well in terms of points.
Yeah, he's going to shadow him because he knows he only needs a 6.01. So Levi being crafty and where he's going to sit next to the third place surfer in green. 30 seconds remaining.
But if there's a will, there is a way, and there is a will for sure. You don't get to this round of 16 without commitment. And here goes red and green. See the chess game there?
Yeah, shadowed by Levi, not giving Sean the opportunity to even sniff at the wave. 10 seconds left. Count this one out now. 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is the conclusion of heat number 1, round of 16. Moving into the quarterfinals, Sam Reedy and Levi Slauson. We'll take a short commercial break and bring you heat number 2.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
You just do what your elders do. Getting rad, getting air, adrenaline.
We're back to the SLO CAL Open at Morro Bay. We're into the men's round of 16, heat number 2. Jake Davis out in the green, Kalohe Andino in white, Owen Moss and Blair Barton. Some big names in this heat, and they've been throwing down some excellent scores throughout the event so far. I'm the Waxhead. We're here with Jeff Baldwin. He's synonymous with a lot of events around the USA, both competing back in the day and announcing. What's it like being back in Morro Bay?
Oh man, I love being up here. It's I look forward to it every time. You know, you never know if you're going to get invited back to do the commentary duties, but each time I'll get a text or an email from Andy McKay, I'm like, yes, love it. You know.
And that's live action with Owen Moss putting his body into those turns there. Oh, really trying to generate some power through the inside section, and the wind getting the most of it. And maybe just because of that wind, that extra force through his turns is required. He's going to catch up with Blue down the inside section. Blair coming off his board. So 2 incomplete waves for Blair and Owen to kick this one off.
Yes, such accomplished, strong surfers really coping with the wind. The wind of a major factor. Not easy to time your turns and adjust to the sandbars, the waves bouncing around. It's moving. It's not just one fluid, perfect, rhythmic wave. Anyway, yeah, love getting back up here into the Central Coast here and Pismo. It's always a pleasure. And then, being a part of these events since their inceptions. watching all the iterations of talent come through and move on into the upper echelons of surfing. And it's great just to, have been involved for the last 10 years doing whatever, all the U.S. Opens and lately the finals, the WSL finals, to be a part of that year after year. I mean, I get chicken skin. Those are really exciting. But, even all the events at lowers before and
here's this
some
ramp.
internationals.
Well, Chloe decided not to go for that one. I'm going to go catch up with Sam Reedy from that last heat.
So a few scores in. Owen, your first wave, a 3.5. Blair, your first wave, a 2.75. Kalohe with a throwaway, and Jake Davis with 2 one-point rides. So kind of a scrappy first set of waves for all the surfers. No one finding that rhythm yet. 21 minutes left. We'll wait to see. There we go. Priority is with white, then red, then blue.
Put this thing over here. 6-3.
All right. Well, let's hear from Sam Reedy and the Wax Head.
Sam just confirmed that it is a little windy out there. You've got to stay a little lower. So Owen Moss really winding up in his turns and getting really low. Different conditions. How'd you adapt?
Yeah, I went out for a little free surf before my heat, and I felt good. It's just a little windy. I caught myself a little far up a couple times. But, no, happy to pass the heat and move on to the quarters.
So you must be feeling good with your body because it was pinpoint perfection on a few of your turns. You took off on some waves that were relatively awkward to surf, but your technique really came through, and your board looks strong. What are you riding?
I'm currently riding a 6.3 from Timmy Patterson. I actually rode it for the first time a couple days ago just to kind of feel it out, but it feels really good. No, I'm super happy.
Yeah, great. Well, surfing great. Anyone you want to give a shout out to at home?
Yeah, I want to shout out my mom, dad, my grandma who's watching, my aunt and uncle who are watching, also the boys on the beach. I know they're great support crew. Y un saludo a todos en Costa Rica. Vamos con todos los cuartos final. Por allá.
Por vida, and we're going to go into live action.
There we go. That's right. Into the quarterfinals. The familia at home cheering on their boys. Great result for him. Up and riding right now. Kalohe Andino in the white. So this is looking better for him. This is what he was wanting. Oh, boy. Those Mayhem's always looking dynamic under his feet. That is a long-time partnership between Matt Biolas and Kalohe Andino. Kalohe straight into the lead with that last wave, a 6-point ride. I like the intel there. Sam Reedy saying, yeah, you really got to stay low on the board, adjust to the wind. It is challenging. And not so much in your turns, but more as you're riding down the line into it. Don't want to stand too tall and don't want to have your shoulders open like a parachute. That wind will come against your chest if you're riding on your backhand. Here we go, up and riding. Big plumes of spray shooting out the back from Owen Moss. Oh, got a little bit too high on that lip. That will be a throwaway for him, but it is his backup wave. 18.5 minutes left. Priority is with blue, second priority green. Kalohe, your last wave, a 6.0 puts you into the lead. Jake, you need a 4.75 to go into second, and Blair with priority needs a 3.9. Yeah, so this is an important round. Moving on through this round gets you into the quarterfinals, obviously, but the points go up from 350 points to 500 points, and all that definitely important at the end of the year when all the points are totaled, or I'm not sure if it's, I'll have to get that official update from Ruby, if it's a count of 3/4 or if it's 7 of the 10. I'm not sure about which events, how many they can throw away.
Just talking to Chuck Davis there from SLO County, and a big shout out to the city, the area, for hosting and letting the areas. One of the biggest issues a lot of events run into, and that not just for surfing but for all sorts of entertainment and sports, is cooperation with the cities. And this area, San Luis Obispo and the 80-mile coastline, accommodate surfing. It's the natural resources right in front of us. You don't need to build anything. We have a few shipping containers, thanks to Mid-State Shipping Containers, and the waves of the Star, and Owen Moss is just playing with them, and that was a beautiful top turn there, just a single turn, but he's looking to drop a 3.15, and all you have to do sometimes is one turn.
Well, yeah, it's great, too, that Central Coast gets to put its flag in the map. You know, historically, you have the events down south at Lowers and Huntington, and then it's in Santa Cruz.
Correct.
Forever and ever, you know, those surf cities, so to speak. Well, now, in the last 6 years, Pismo and Morro Bay, which hosted Kalohe. Your last wave was a 6.0. Your last wave was a 6. You're in second place. Owen just got a wave, so he's up in first right now. You have a 6.0. You're in third priority. There's just under 16 minutes. Owen, your last wave, a 4.4. You are in first place at the moment. Jake, you need a 4.91. Blair, you need a 4.06. Yeah, so Central Coast gets to feature. This was always a stop for ever and ever on the, NSSA, WSA, the amateur ranks. But to have the pro class here.
Oh, this is Blair. And rides out. Wow. So he's had a habit of doing this in the last few heats, being relatively quiet to start and building momentum towards the end of the heats. The stylish goofy footer starting to build his heat total. But at this point, it is Red in the lead, White in second, just looking for the 1.9, Green in third, and Blue in fourth with a score to come. I like that little stall at the beginning, and that was a nice carve, cuts it short to bank that one off the top. So a two-turn combo, and dynamic, fairly committed surfing on a wobbly section.
Yep. Again, good surfing IQ, identifying that he had to cut down. Owen, you're in first place. Your last wave was a 4.4. But scores just changed. Blair, your last wave, a 6.0. So now I'll recap the whole thing. Blair is up in first. Owen in second place. Kalohe in third place, needing a 1.90. And we have surfers up and riding. Owen wasting no time. Going for a two-turn combo. Can he ride out? He does. That soup doesn't get him.
Difficult section. So Blair in blue out in the lead. Red in second. White, you're in third. Just needing a 1.9, but scores still to drop for Red. And Green, you're in fourth, but Red out in the lead now.
The ever-changing storyline, right? So Owen just got a 7. Now Kalohe wasting no time. He's like, whatever, 1.9, 2.6. And he goes down. You can see how strong the wind is. The board just blowing over the back after he came unstuck. So he will get back out and reset. Owen gets a 7 on that last wave.
Now knowing he only needed a 1.9, he's paddling for that. So now we're sharing the beach commentary with the web commentary. So we're going to give them update right now. So, Red out in the lead, a 7-point ride for your last wave. Red in first, Blue in second, a 6 and a 2.75. Kalohe down into third, chasing a 2.75. Jake Davis in green, you need a 6.85. 13 minutes remaining.
Yeah, lots of housekeeping and score delivering and everything shuffling so quickly when it's consistent at these beach breaks like this with 4 surfers. It does mellow out in the next round where it starts head-to-head matchups.
But it's the wind that we're dealing with as well.
Yeah.
Trying to get that delivery when everyone is free.
Well, when they put their hands up and then we haven't got a score delivered yet and it's all shuffling so fast, we do our best. They understand that. And anyway, it's small scores. Kalohe in third, needing a 2.75, and Jake with priority needing a 6.85.
Basically, everyone needs a backup.
Everyone needs a backup. Kalohe was on his way there, and just an uncharacteristic fall for him. But 12 minutes left in this second heat of round of 16. Men's on offer coming up next. Dylan Horde, Lucas Ostin, Wheeler Hasberg, and Sam Coffey.
Typically at this time of the heat, we've seen Kalohe and some of the top seeds come in after a left and recalibrate. So that could have been what he was looking for beforehand.
Right, when he paddled for that little foamy inside one. Here we go, Jake Davis. A little bit of a rock and roll float late to that section, but does well. And look how frothy these things are. Pushes the tail out. Was trying to surf to a 6.85. We'll see. Owen Moss in the red. Screaming across another sandbar left.
Wow. Glued to his board.
Just gaining against the grain.
He's looking so confident. They're tricky sections, and he's just stuck. To
Yeah,
his
he
board.
was. Well, he was definitely staying low over his board, especially on that finishing turn.
And Jake going through the roof on that last one, a foamy, ugly section, but he gets the completion. So we'll wait to see what that one comes in. He's opted to paddle back out. So we probably won't be able to hear his update with that wind blowing the opposite way. And this was Owen's wave, the one I said he was glued to his board. So on his front foot there, and he gets on the back, drives it up in a little speed burst, and this one a little foamy, floatery, hammer down at the end. So
deceiving in that replay because the first part of the wave, it looked like he was pushing against the grain, struggling to gain speed, and all of a sudden he just went into it.
Ooh. So some scores still to drop. There will be a change in situation. Owen, you're further out in the lead with a 6.2 for your last wave. Red in the lead. Blair in second. Jake Davis moves up into third with a 6.75 on your last wave in green. Kalohe, you still need a 2.75. You're in fourth.
Well, Kalohe knows he has the 6 and the 1. So,
yeah,
he's settled in. He knows what he needs. It's a 2.75 at minimum to go into second. Obviously, he's surfing to a much higher scoring wave than that. Red, Owen, you are in first place. Your last wave was a 6.2. The wave before that was a 7. 9.5 minutes left. Red in first with a 7 and a 6.2. Blair is in second place with a 6 and a 2.75. Kalohe in the white with priority has a 6 and a 1. Jake's last wave, a 6.75. So a lot of mid-range 6s in this heat right now. 6s and 6.75s. So we see what that is. Those have been consistently 2-turn waves. Priority change. Priority white, blue, green, red.
And of course, if you're up here visiting this area, drop in the many cafes and hotels. Bring your mountain bike, your hiking boots, your diving and fishing gear, but of course your surfboards. There's so much to do here. Amazing trails, even looking for surf. Seek and you may find.
Seek and you will find.
Don't bring any cameras. Because it's also a hunting zone as well.
Cameras, unless you're bird watching, bring your binoculars and your lenses for the birds. This area, the estuaries and the surrounding hillsides and the oak groves and eucalyptus forests and pine forests. All sorts of species of birds. I've stayed at the La Serena many times. That's one of the hotels in the Allen Group, is it?
Yep.
And yeah, their whole theme is the birds the birds of this area. Every floor is decorated in bird frames or framed bird pictures. I never knew what a difference good hiking boots made. I was up in Aspen this summer doing some work, and I had no hiking shoes. But right now, up and riding, Jake Davis on his forehand, riding that Proctor. Beautiful, powerful forehand carve. Really clean style, and he comes unstuck. Checks the bottom turn, can't get the tail up and through the lip.
Wide up and riding, beautiful, searing carve there.
But now it's Kalohe up and over his competitor, too. All sorts of stuff happening in that one area.
Did they collide?
Well, I don't know. What are the odds?
No. Very close.
Yeah, the camera condensed it on us, compressed it into looking like they were one on top of the other. So both surfers, incomplete rides.
Good starts, though.
Look at that. Notice how Kalohe paddling in the green water along the edge of the foam.
This will be interesting because they both need very minimal scores but did get some work done. So here's Green just on the front foot here now looking to displace some water. Little forced hack there. A lot of, and then it was all setting up for that one.
And just got the backside just
Lost
under
all
the
speed.
rail, yep.
And now this carve here from White. Just a wrap, which we don't see much of at this event so far. And then just bouncing.
And you wonder if he elected not to ride out thinking he might be too close to Jake. Assuming probably not, but...
Score's about to drop.
Yeah, so they're both going to get scores they needed to go into second. Yeah. Who's going to get the better of it, though, is the question.
Jake Davis, a 4.25. And Kalohe, a 4.3. Jake, you've moved into second. Red in first, Green in second. White, now you need a 5.01. White needs a 5.01. Blair in fourth. In blue, you need a 5.01 as well. Red first, Green second, White third, and he's just completed his wave, and he's stoked.
Yeah.
And Blair in fourth, needing a 5.01.
So Kalohe making quick work, and I was on the camera, you could see where he paddled out after that right on the edge of the foam and the green water, jetted over and instantly got this next wave, which...
Did you see that?
No, I was looking at what was happening on the
replay,
screen, and we'll have to get the replay, but as you indicated, he looked stoked when he finished. So here's Kalohe, deep off the bottom, driving big first turn, and carries a ton of board speed. That thing looked really comfortable under his feet in that oncoming foamy section. Came out with a ton of speed.
Explosive.
Yes.
First word that came to mind for that turn. And a set wave, it stood up, so it'll, probably be right there. And a 5.8, White's moved into second. Red first, White moved into second. A 5.8 on his last wave. Green, you now need a 5.05. And blue, you need a 5.81. Green, you need a 5.05. And blue, you need a 5.81. White has moved into second. 3 minutes, 35 remaining.
Well, we talk about the term heat acumen. Kalohe, a great example of that. After the non-make right, he didn't bother paddling out to where the other guys were. He jetted down the beach, inside of them, kind of sneakily, I guess. They weren't paying attention. They're looking at the horizon, got himself free down the way, knowing he was going to have lower priority, and finds the wave he needs to go up into second, maximizing that left, and gets a 5.8.
Such a classic QS four-man heat scenario right now where they're all surfing really well.
Yeah.
And it could go either way if they can both get set waves, and we know they're all capable of it. And there's a lot of waves, lefts, rights. Priority is important, but it's not essential right now.
No, it's not. And in that case, he just snuck inside of them, up the beach another 40 yards, away and safe. Here we go. Jake Davis, crucial wave.
5.81.
Oh, blue, sorry. That was Blair going for broke. It looked green for a second.
Well, he pulls that off. He rockets almost to first. And Red's up. Current heat leader. Big bottom turn and a nice snap under the lip. Drawing out that bottom turn and a compressed re-entry and a foam climb. He likes the feeling of that, and that might be the end of his heat so far. 2 minutes to go. He may not get out the back, but nice completed wave. Looking to drop a low of a 6.2.
Well, you think that Kalohe, while he was paddling out, was watching Blair on his forehand on that one, going, oh boy, is he making it? Is he not making it? And maybe a sigh of relief, and then knowing that Owen is out in the lead, so it's a non-factor seeing him get a bomb.
1 minute 40 remaining.
And White with priority. Kalohe with priority. So in the driver's seat, so to speak. No scores coming in except for Owen, who's out in the lead. White with priority and in second place. I love those speed checks under the lip and did well to extend the bottom turn into that funky, kind of a long, drawn-out section he had to finish.
Remember Shane Powell?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was a very Shane Powell final turn. Good technique.
I loved Shane Powell's surfing, Shane Herring's surfing.
And funny, Shane Dorian, they actually all share a similarity with their surfing, with their hands, the way they hold their hands. And here's Jake Davis, currently in third, 55 seconds remaining, pumping along.
He needs a 5.05. The opening part of this not doing it for him, but what will happen on the inside? And it looks like outside Kalohe Andino, big. Well, will Jake Davis, he's raising his hands in victory. Kalohe behind him had a bomb, but it didn't turn into anything.
30 seconds.
Judge is going to have to chew on this one.
Tide really dropping out, creating some bombs. So let's dissect it. So a setup carve and a bit of pumping there. So no real scoring at the moment.
Still setting up. It's still setting up. And it was all about this finishing turn. I'm going to count it out and let the judges do their thing. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It'll be interesting to see where the judges go. We might have a commercial break and then come back. There is the face of Morro Rock, literally, for the viewers at home from that angle. I can't unsee it now. The Native American head.
In the land of SLO CAL, you can go from kicking it poolside to snuggling up seaside. Start planning your journey across the land of SLO CAL now.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Welcome to the land of sunken gardens and elevated afternoons. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Look at that. Welcome. Thank you for joining us again here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. There was a great angle, a great drone photo there from Morro Bay. I think it's the 8th of the 9 Morros. Somehow just looks like a stoic Native American head. In the water right now, Dylan Horde, Lucas Ostin, Wheeler Hasberg, and Sam Coffey. All 4 surfers coming through those early rounds. Who will get the jump? We have challenging side offshore conditions. We know that timing is so crucial on these waves. Staying low, set within your rails. Timing is everything.
There's Owen Moss, who looked glued to his board on the camera right now. Last heat winner, 13.2 heat total. He just so solid on his backside there and staying low and compressed. And as we heard from the previous winner before that, it is extremely windy out there. So to try and keep that board under your feet requires a low center of gravity. And yeah, to do an air like Levi Slawson in that first heat, even more impressive.
And he came close on that other one too, but then, well, he didn't really come close, but we loved the valiant effort. Ended up on the back of the wave, sitting on his board.
So the low tide changing the lineup out here drastically. We are coming up another hour and a half of tide still to drop and drain. So we've had high tides, really, really big high tides like on the Tuesday and the Wednesday. And dropping out to extremely low and a big variable today. And that usually creates rips and currents up and down the beach. We saw at the beginning high tide a huge current going from south to north, and it was pulling a lot of the female competitors that didn't opt to run around, pulling them up the beach, and away from the rip. So very difficult this morning. I'm gonna go and catch up with Owen. And
They were struggling, that's for sure. And so things have changed. We haven't seen anyone getting stuck inside, caught in that strange vortex. No priority in the beginning of these heats. We see both white and green. There we go. Green got the jump on that funky side peak. Look at this. What a unique wave. Rips it into the oncoming right and can't redirect. Now, Wheeler Asperg. Oh, so solid over his tail. I love that. The weight transference from back to front foot. And this wave giving him extra bonus sections. What an opener for Wheeler. You can see that casual smiling face fired up. A little animal instinct coming out there for Wheeler. Love it. Nice opener. Well, let's take it away with Owen Moss and Waxhead after that last heat win.
So I can confirm there's no straps inbuilt to Owen's board. He did say he slipped a few times on his first couple waves, but your keeper waves towards the end of that heat were incredible. The way that you're able to stay so planted on your board. What's the wax setup?
A little sticky bumps and then a little sex wax on top of it.
What color sex wax?
Purple.
Okay.
And a little on my feet too before.
Wow. And let's show the tail pad to the camera. Lift the tail pad up. So this is very unusual, but this guy is glued to his board. We have quite a bit of wind down here. What is the conditions like out there? Give us your interpretation.
It's really tough out there on the lefts. The wind just blowing. It's just chattering right up the face. So I was just trying to stay low and just finish my waves, and that was pretty much it.
I referenced a surfer called Shane Powell, another surfer, Shane Herring, and there was also a Shane Dorian reference in there. So a lot of Shanes going on. Do your research and find out, because your backside approach was looking really technical. The judges really enjoyed it. You're going to carry this momentum through. How are you feeling? You going to take the win in this event or what?
I feel pretty good. I'm just going to take it one more heat at a time, and then, yeah, that's it.
And a shout-out to everyone back home.
Yeah, shout-out to all my friends and family, and then happy birthday. It's my grandma's birthday today. She just turned 80, so happy birthday to her.
Happy birthday, Grandma. We'll see you in the next round, mate.
Thank you.
Well, nice job, Owen. Yeah, you got to wax your decking. I know the decking companies don't like to hear that, but, mate, that's an old secret. Super grip. Plus, it kind of breaks it down. In the meantime, we had some beautiful waves ridden. Wheeler opens up with an 8.0. You wouldn't have known it from the beginning of that wave, but then after that secondary foam climb, the inside opened up for him, just attacking section after section. White, an 8.0 to open this round of 16, heat number 3. Also had Sam Coffey on a blistering frontside one turn. Love how sort of extended he got. only the inside rail up on the lip, all fins free, but still with so much momentum, carrying the control on that inside rail. Right now, Dylan Horde, lots of foamy waves being ridden, and great intel from Owen just talking about how challenging that wind coming up the face is. Man, everybody in attack mode. Sam Coffey on another quick wave, so he's got 2 waves to be scored. Lucas has a wave to be scored.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there, Waxhead. So many guys, you know, lighting up these waves. Lucas had his opening right. Coming into these sections, they are just attack mode everywhere you look, making the most of every strange ramp available. And all 4 surfers have scores to drop in, so hold on, guys. Wheeler, your opening wave was an 8.0. 8.0 on your first wave. 17 minutes left. White has first priority, and there's scores coming in all over the place. Lucas, your right was a 7.25. Sam, you got a 6 and then a 4.5. So I think everything's in now. With that, Sam Coffey in the lead with 2 waves, a 6 and a 4.5. Wheeler in second place with an 8-point ride. Lucas Austin in third and with priority with a 7.25, and Dylan with a 2.4. And that all happened within a matter of a minute and a half.
Some great committed surfing. And I feel like that T-Pain song Low was getting played in the car park or something. These guys really getting low center of gravity and just sticking to their boards. And so much so, a commentator's curse on Dylan going down on that air reverse. But I can't believe the commitment these guys are putting to the lip, and they're glued to their boards, most of them.
Yeah, the level from even the heat before just went up a minute, went up a tick. Or maybe it's just the waves that are coming in right now. Almost maker.
Oh, so close.
Hard to tell what happened. He looked like his feet had landed perfect. That, you know, the tail and the nose didn't dip down.
Maybe needed some of that sticky bumps and purple sex wax combo.
On the grip.
Oh.
Blue, nice extended open face carve. And again, you can see how much just pushing it extra. Whipping it off the lip of his front foot. Oh, there's that left runner. This is going to be a beautiful, beautiful wave. Nice completion. Hands up for Lucas to back up his 7.25. And now we've got Wheeler just hammer and tong into the oncoming left. Serious surfing happening here, Waxhead.
Heating it up, thankfully, because it's cold down here at the beach, that wind.
It's colder in our booth than it is out front.
It's windy, and
the only warm place is when you walk back towards the bay, hide behind a wall, and it's like summertime.
all these surfers inside their wetsuits after they've just hammered a couple of turns, they're feeling good. They're feeling warm and energized. We'll update those scores very shortly. And this is the replay. So this looks like, oh my gosh, that opening carve there from Lucas. And again, timing it. This looks like Keanu was seeing in France many years ago. He got this left rip bowl and he just did so many turns with such good flow. But no, it's Lucas here at Morro Bay just plucking this wave out, just turn after turn. And they'll all play so well. And the judges liking it. Early reports coming in as the highest second highest wave of the heat. A 7.9 for Lucas.
All right, well, that's interesting. So a beautiful series, 7, 8, perfectly placed turn, mostly green face. I guess all you could say was maybe a touch repetitive, where Wheeler's 8 was critical and 3 majors.
Here goes Wheeler again.
And Wheeler again. He's up and out.
So, Lucas, your last wave was a 7.9 to go with your 7.25. You are in the lead. 13 minutes 40 remaining.
So, and then Wheeler got a 5.1 for the the layback into on the right on his forehand.
So we're going to deliver those other scores now. So Wheeler Hasberg, your last wave, the one before last, a 5.10. You're in second place. White second. Green, you are in third. You need a 7.11. And red, Dylan, you need a combination of scores to move into second place. 13 minutes remaining. You see the lifeguard there going left on that bomb, keeping the free surfers out of the way.
He has to participate. He wants a few fun ones. So a big set, smashing and washing through this heat. Just fireworks so far. Waiting for Dylan. Dylan, here we go. This is Dylan on cue. Funky wave. That one not opening up for him. So just a little off with electing to take off on that wave and utilize his priority. 12.5 minutes. Lucas in the lead. Priority now with white. What will Wheeler do? So we've seen rights and lefts open up in this heat. We saw a few in the last heat, a few rights.
So, White, you're in second place. Your last wave before last was a 5.10. Blue in first. White, you need a 7.15 to go to the lead. Green, you need a 7.11 to move into second. And red, you're in combination of 13.10.
Well, thank you to Visit SLO CAL for their title sponsorship and always being a part of these amazing events. Welcome to SLO CAL. We are nestled in the center of California's Central Coast region. Yes, we are. And it is a land of alluring beaches, undulating vineyards, and networks of towns radiating with quintessential California charm. I agree. Thank you, Visit SLO CAL. Thank you to Surfing for Hope. If you're here hanging out, watching your favorite surfers, stop by the merchandise booth. I'm sure you need a beanie, a hoodie, some Christmas gifts. They've got everything you need covered right here at the event. Also inquire about the gala event tonight up at the Rock Brewery in San Luis Obispo. Tom Curran and his
tickets
band.
available?
Tickets are available, a few. Don't be left out. Here we go. So Dylan having a bit of a challenge in this heat so far. Had that one almost make, big reverse air, and hasn't quite recovered from that. Has a bunch of throwaways. He's down in the bottom. He's in a combination situation. So with 10.5 minutes, he's got some recovery to do. He'll need 2 waves to get himself into the potential of going into second. Sam Coffey in third, needs a 7.11. Lucas out in the lead with 2 7-point scores. Wheeler, second priority in second place. Has an 8 and a 5.1. So both of our surfers out in front in a great position, knowing they're holding those dominant priorities. Neither has made a mistake on the waves they've ridden so far, so you don't anticipate that coming. Well, it's a big deal. These events, everyone with that goal to obviously win the event, hold that title. Coming up in the next heat, Taj Lindblad, who took out this event in the February-March event. He'll be coming up in the next heat. Further than that, getting into the quarterfinals, that's when the points start going up. That's where they want to land and, you know, hopefully get themselves into a position at the end of the year where they're rated in the top number of surfers regionally to get onto the Challenger Series. had some really cool text going back and forth with the creator of the wave key technique, Bradley Gerlach. Super figure in the world of surfing globally, and one of the great characters of the sport for sure, and still to this day. We'll talk about that stuff later. Wheeler, you're in second place right now. You have an 8 and a 5.1. Lucas in first with a 7.25 and a 7.9. Sam, you're in third. You need a 7.11 to get into second place. Just under 8 minutes left. Priority, blue, white, green. Is that a non-competitor on that right? All right. Non-competitor. Beat it, brah. Move out of the area. Or go up the beach and go left. Thank you very much. Ooh, big peaks marching in. All 4 surfers, or 3 surfers getting caught by it. Good work from Run Amok Photography, keeping those drones active, giving the viewers at home a nice perspective of what's going on, and the drone definitely flattening out the size and power of these waves, as they do everywhere. But you hear the surfers when they come in talking about the challenge of that sweeping southeast wind, or whatever it's blowing at the moment, up the face. It seems like it might have ebbed a little bit. For a minute there, it was really blowing, especially in that last heat. So Wheeler with second priority, definitely going to be keeping close to Surfer and Green Sam Coffey, knowing that they sit in second and third. Well, we are down to 5 minutes. Dylan had a smaller inside right and body posture indicating at the end of that wave it wasn't quite what he was really looking for. It's a mid-range 2. That's not going to get it done. He's in a combination situation, so a challenging heat, but it happens to everyone. 4.5 minutes left. So things still the same in the lineup as they have been for the last 5 minutes. Lucas with priority, Wheeler with second priority. First and second place with first and second priority. Wheeler, the young Canadian surfer, growing up in Mexico, in Sayulita, so.
Ah, there you go.
Yep. Great waves down in that area, warm water.
You know,
So many young kids who have multinational parents that they decided, we're gonna have a second home in these places.
You are so right, and the amount of people thanking their parents and grandparents.
Lots of kids, Canadian that live in Costa Rica or El Salvador or wherever it might be. Right now, Sam Coffey, wow, surprising, he needs a 7.1. So I would have to say that Wheeler looked at that wave and said, there's not a 7-1 in this, or he wouldn't have let Sam go. With 3 minutes left, it's to the two surfers in first and second. Looks like they're both going to go under this wave, feeling safe and confident. Dylan still in a combination situation, and that wave not working out for Sam. It's rare that a surfer allows another surfer to ride a wave when they don't see potential in the wave, or when they see that there's no potential in the wave. What I guess I'm saying is it's rare that when they do allow it, the surfer goes up and ends up getting the score. And sometimes, you'll come in and do a post-interview to be like, I had no idea that wave was going to give him so much opportunity. In that case,
or even when you
Wheeler
dissect
knew.
it with a student that you're coaching, but depending, I mean, if that surfer takes off, it's a defensive move. You've seen time and time again where they think, okay, I'm going to pull the trigger on this, and the wave behind ends up being better. Yeah. It's the ocean. You just try and make the most calculated decision you can with your heat IQ, and often, depending on how talented the surfer is, they can also better their score themselves instead of playing defense, which we also see so much on the championship tour. A lot of games being played, but sometimes you can just surf and
play offense.
Be so good you can't get beaten.
Well, I was in that sentence reflecting on the WSL finals at lowers, and Ethan Ewing was owning. He was surfing out of his mind, and he wasn't deviating from his program. Every single wave, even in the free surfs that I watched before, he didn't fall once. He just maximized, and it was so consistent. Every other surfer other than Philippe had wobbles and bobbles, and their lines were different. Ethan, wow.
Faultless and seamless.
Incredible.
1 minute remaining.
So both of our first place and second place surfers, happy to just kind of hang out. They're not too worried. Nothing going there for Sam. They know that Dylan's not in the heat. So that's the strategy side of that type of heat surfing. Wheeler just content to shadow Sam Coffey and guarantee himself a berth into the quarterfinals. He did all the hard work, got the scores where he needed them, and then things landed the way they did in the rotation. In the priority rotation, we're down to 10 seconds. And this one very much done and dusted. Moving on through, Lucas and Wheeler. 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, well, congratulations to those two surfers. We'll have a quick commercial break and come back with the final heat of men's round of 16.
In the land of SLO CAL, you can go from kicking it poolside to snuggling up seaside. Start planning your journey across the land of SLO CAL now. Welcome to the land of sunken gardens and elevated afternoons. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Welcome back to the SLO CAL Open. We're sitting here in Morro Bay, shrouded by the 20 million year old Morro Rock to the left-hand side, shadowing over the lineup. And in the water, we have Taj Lindblad, Braden Jones in blue, Dimitri Poulos in white, and Luke Weiler in green. Action-packed heat ahead. All 4 surfers putting in phenomenal performances in the last few days, getting into this round of 16, heat number 4. Some amazing technique and versatility and adapting to the conditions, the criteria, lending itself to more progressive combinations today, where in the previous days it's been about commitment and more emphasis on single maneuvers because of the waves on offer. There was no open running longer waves really on offer. And of course, if you combine some critical moves on big waves, you're going to be rewarded. As we saw Taj yesterday with a 2-turn combo, earning him the 9.25. Some say could have gone higher, but in the scale of the day, it was very well put. It was the highest wave of the day. But today, I've already seen some pretty cool airs. Levi Slauson, a mid-7, 7.75 on his backside. A big full rotation air reverse. And up in blue, this is Braden Jones opening up the first wave of the heat, pumping down the line, tapping that one off the top. He's going to look for another little foam climb here, and that one getting the better of him. And the lower tide, some of these waves do offer heaps of scoring potential, but there is a few that do peter off and don't allow many critical sections.
Well, this one steeped in sentimentality. Taj Lindblad, who every heat through this event, as he's the past champion. Braden Jones, the local, right? We've been hearing the crowd come down and cheer for him over and over. Dimitri Poulos, who won over in Pismo last year.
And Luke Weiler.
And then Luke Weiler.
Wow.
Who just tore the bag out of that one.
And rights to start this heat. So
Yeah.
this is Taj now. Mistimed that first one and strong second turn. Puts it up there for the third. And, of course, he rides out. And he knows that feels good, so...
Hot Wheels track, that opening right carved down. We hadn't even seen a wave like that. What? The ocean, the beauty and dynamicism that it offers.
Great surfing from both these two. And this is Dimitri on his first wave. Compact surfing, getting low.
No matter where his tail finishes, he re-engages the fins and rails so quickly into power and gaining of speed.
Electric surfing.
Yeah.
This is a tricky wave.
So the pencil being sharpened here with so much talent moving towards the potential of getting in the quarters. Judges now like scrambling. What are we going to do? So many good waves and so much variety.
And the best part is the viewers at home will likely get a replay and the judges will view the same thing. So this is the first wave here from Luke. This turn here. Sends it up, tail slides, and keeps that momentum down the line. And he lets the fins free on that last turn. And here, this first turn was a little off tilt, so a little foam climb. It sets it up for this big down carve slash, and then lines it up, banks that one in the foam. So a completed wave to start this round of 16 for all surfers.
Yeah, boy, after that set up foam climb, you know he was seeing, how the wave was bending and hooking and the weight transference and transition from that down carve into the quick bottom turn. And he stayed so coiled when he went up into the next section.
These guys are on fire.
Yeah, they are. And so 3 scores to come in, 2 on the rights, Dimitri on the left. Wow. Lightning. Fireworks everywhere. So Lucas Ostin with the win on that last one. Wheeler coming second. Both into the quarterfinals, which will happen later. Big scores dropping for Luke Weiler in this from that last right. Standards being reset. This replay. Luke drifting the tail and the fins over that section 2 times. Score's not in yet, guys. Almost there. I'm just waiting on these scores to deliver to the surfers, and then we can go to the interview. Luke, your opening wave, a 7.75. Green, a 7.75 on your wave. Taj, your wave, a 7.45. So 2 incredible scores. Luke in the lead at the moment. Taj in second. Still waiting on the score for Dimitri on his opening left. A series of extended turns, late float climbs. I mean, a ton of variety. And I mean, I think that's his second wave. So he has 2 lefts to be scored, but we'll have to recap that with 18 minutes to go. Priority is blue, red, green, and we'll toss it down for a beach interview with Lucas Ostin on that one. Dimitri's opening wave, a 5.75. Yeah, we'll toss it down to the interview now.
So we're just talking off camera that the waves seem to be bending away from you at times. It's very tricky to pick your line. How heavy is the wind out there? It's wreaking havoc?
Oh yeah, it's blowing offshore so hard right now.
And to pick your line, you look glued to your board, you're connected to your equipment. Is that something that you've been riding in grovelly conditions usually, or is it a step up?
It's kind of a step up. It's a driver 3.0 by Matt Biolis and Mayhem. It's going really good. It's a round tail, and I love it.
Yeah. And anyone back in Oceanside tuning in, you want to give a shout out to?
I want to say what's up to my dad. I know he's watching. I love you, and my whole family. Love you guys.
It's a family affair, and carrying this momentum forward, you're looking good. You want to take this event out or what?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to try, but I just want to have a lot of fun, and enjoy the experience.
Unreal. Fun, enjoy the experience. We want to see you enjoy that as well. We'll see you next round. Back into live action.
Well, live action there is. That's right, kiddos. Don't forget to tell your parents and your friends, your family that you love them. It's important. Dimitri, your opening wave was a 5.75. Your second wave, a 7.75. So with that, White, Dimitri goes into first place. He was doing the runaround, so hopefully he gets those scores. Taj, you're in second place with a 7.45 and a 1.5. Luke, your first wave was a 7.75, and your backup a 0.45. Braden has the mid-range 2 from his first wave and sitting on priority. Second priority with red, 16 minutes and 15 seconds left. Whoa, Dimitri gets a backup to his opener, sitting down the sandbar so quickly. So high sevens all over the place in this heat right now with 3 of the surfers. So now that the heat with Wheeler is over, his buddy and coach, well, we've got Braden Jones, our local boy. Whoa, extended layback. Pushing everything he had. He knew that wave wasn't offering much, so showing the judges a big carving look. And there's a good close-up showing what it's like to paddle out next to the Morro.
Great shot.
Yeah, it looks so ominous and cold and dark and foamy, like you're out in the middle of the sea on a ship.
And we are sitting at a random rock in between a huge stretch of beach behind us.
So you know what's interesting? I was getting it wrong. I think they call the Morros volcanic plugs. So not actual volcanoes, but the chunks that have come out of volcanoes, the plugs that blew out and landed.
Okay.
So can you imagine?
And that's Estero Bay that we're in to the north, and behind us, right down there behind the harbour at Cable Landing. Some waves to be found north and south, and
I had a nice little drive out to Montaña de Oro yesterday, and coming back, the view over the bay and the sand dunes in between with Morro Rock and Estero Bay reaching out behind.
Gorgeous.
Had to send some cool overviews to everyone back home.
And we're just on the dead low tide. Well, no, another half an hour of the dead low tide, actually. I'm just watching this dredgy rip on the left-hand side. This is the lowest tide we've had. The paddle out relatively mellow right now.
So, yeah, talking about what SLO CAL has to offer, you see the kite flying there. I stopped in at the Kite and Sundry store right on the corner, right here across from the taffy shop. That was cool. Here we go. Dimitri Poulios getting his third wave, drifting the tail. So will this better his 5.75? I don't know if he's that concerned. He's just surfing to surf. He just, keeps building, keeps in tune with the heat and what's going on, rides the waves that the ocean's giving him.
And there in the inset was the wind blowing away Braden Jones's board. And they're speaking to Lucas, the winner of that last heat. He said he was actually just enjoying his time here and enjoying the process and actually just looking forward to having more fun. Look at the combos and maneuvers there for Dimitri. You're right. He's just teeing off, probably not thinking too much about scores. He's already well and truly in the lead. He knows he's got stiff competition, but if you can enjoy these waves and pretend like you're putting in a video section,
yeah,
that's what it looks like. A 5.9 for Dimitri. Your last one, a 5.9.
So casually, he does increase his score line by a small margin. But yeah, you got beach walkers, families together down the beach. Kites are flying. It's a beautiful day here on the beach in Morro, Estero Bay. When I went over to Montaña de Oro hiking, saw a family of deer just right off. You know when you drop down in and there's that bit where there's all the eucalyptus grove and the light comes filtering through like fairy tale forest. There was a family of deer just hanging out right there. It was so good.
Now, as the token city guy, and even coming from a place where there's lots of things that can eat you, like Australia, is there any of those big grizzly things hanging around?
I don't know. There is that. You see the statue when you enter the park, and it is, Mountain of the Bear, Montaña de Oro. Up on his forehand, Luke Weiler. We'll see where this one score goes for him. He wants, it's going to take him better. He only needs a 1.2, so now Taj is going to be on the hot seat after that one turn. I don't know if there still are. You look at these open landscapes, seems like there'd be plenty of coyote, mountain lion, bobcat, bear, deer, elk. There's all sorts of wild beasties.
The local hero can get that 4.9 and 6 and go into the second place. Maybe we can ask him.
Well, in talking to Pete Mel yesterday morning, when I got a little conversation with him, he had been out there having lunch one of the days, and he's like, it was so cool, so quiet, the waves pounding. Nobody was around. I could see fresh cat prints in the sand dunes. So, yeah, that area,
So a big update here for these surfers. 10 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Dimitri in white out in the lead, a 5.9 in your last wave. Luke Weiler, a 5-point ride in your last wave. Green in second. Taj Lindblad, you're down into third, needing a 5.31 in red. Blue, you're in fourth. You need an 8.75. White, green, red in third, blue in fourth.
Yeah, I mean, sadly, through the later part of the
one more update, sorry. Luke Weiler, you are in second place. Green is in second. Your last wave's a 5.0. 9 minutes, 35 seconds remaining.
Yeah, the California black bear and all that were, pretty well hunted for the furs and for everything back through the late 1800s, early 1900s, and a bit farther on. But I'm sure that, hopefully their populations regaining a little bit, as so much of the wildlife is in certain pockets where they're protected. But I did think about it when I was driving into the park also. Wouldn't it be wild? I wonder how often, if ever, there's a bear. Here we go. Taj Lindblad, important. Again, going for these rights.
Oh.
Well, they sure are opening up for him. I mean, the tide did something, and those waves did not exist at any part in the day until now.
Out. Oh, we'll have to wait and see what the judges think of that. But a lot of work done on the outside, looking for a 5.31. Regardless, it'll get rid of his 1.5. 8 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. We have on the outside just an up and off there from White and Red running along the shore. And this is the replay. Judges will dissect this. So set up carve there and displacing a lot of water. Nice timing there, and same with that one now. He's on his feet. He's in the foam ball. He's crouched. He's got momentum. But we'll just have to wait and see if that's deemed a yes or no. I'm right in between.
As a free surf wave, those are so fun. That knowing that it's going to give you 3 different options on that lip line. Well surfed, and what a trip that right-hand sandbar, he's had 2 completely unique waves. No one else has had a wave like that all morning. So anticipating this score, or we're waiting to see. He needs a 5.31. Taj gets a 6.0. The judges loving the diversity of 3 different forehand styles of turn. Fully engaged, a 6.0. Now Luke in third needs a 5.7, so they're just going back and forth, back and forth. Dimitri out in the lead. But again, not by much.
So Green needing a 5.7 to go in a second, and Blue needing a 9.45. So position update, White in first, Red in second. Green needing a 5.7 to go in a second, and Blue needing a 9.45.
So Braden not finding his usual long-running lefts. Here he goes. Look in this. He's going to go on his backhand deep off the bottom on the right. Gouging, so much power. Big explosive surfer. 3-turn combo, and he drifts it and gets detached from the board. Braden Jones goes down. That won't do it. 6.5 minutes left. He will better his 2.25, though. So he won't be needing the 9.45. And we saw, I think it was yesterday in his heat, coming through at the last minute. So gets the score on the buzzer. I've seen that many times. He gets a 5.35. Braden, your last wave on the merit of the first opening 3 turns, 5.2 or 5.35. Really got upside down on that last one.
Yeah, if he'd have pulled that last one off, that would have been a really healthy score. Would not have gone as intense or as excellent as it was required, but that's going to help a lot. But he's got an 8.10. It's going to be tough, but if he can do something similar, it's going to be right there. So, update. White out in the lead still, no change. Red, you're in second. Your last wave, a 6.0. You're looking for a 6.21 to move into first. Green, you need a 5.7. And Blue, an 8.10. Your last wave, a 5.35. 5 minutes remaining.
Wow, well, Luke Weiler been surfing so good in this heat. Is this him? Yes, using that priority. Sweeping, long, driven out bottom turn into that first section. Foamy down carve and just carrying the board speed through to the inside. He does ride out, and behind him, Dimitri in the white. I lost him in the white on white. Luke needed a 5.7. The judges being hypercritical now. Braden's last wave, although incomplete, a 5.35. Where will this left of Luke's go? Here's a nice look at the replay. Sweeping down carve. Nice tight turn in that pocket and a lot of board speed coming through. Well, he liked it. He surfed a difficult wave well. Taj in the middle had a up and down throwaway. Dimitri, we didn't see where it was. It looks like Luke, you got the score. 6.3 on Green's last wave. Now he is in the lead. Dimitri in second with priority. Taj in third, needing a 6.21. Taj, you're now in third place. You need a 6.21. There's 3 minutes and 15 seconds left. You have second priority. Dimitri in second place with priority. Luke, you got the score you needed, moved up into first with a 6.3. Braden, you need an 8.3.
Got the feeling that there's still some very crucial waves still to come in this heat.
Oh, yeah. Taj sitting over there. He's been finding those rights, and he might be on that area where there's the long, that left that runs on that uptight sandbar, and those right options that he was loving. He's gotten 2 of his scores there. So we haven't seen him feature on his backhand yet. Taj Lindblad, our current champion of this event.
So close. First, second, third.
Yeah, they're 0.2 of a point, 0.4 of a point. Oh, this is it. Taj on his backhand now.
Oh.
I wonder if he's still riding that 6.2.
Yeah, it looks like it.
It does.
Well, strong. 3 turns. I mean, well, a foam climb too. So, I mean,
6.21.
Strong surfing that made me
There's
put
such
an
a
oomph into the second turn. So we'll have to dissect it and have a look.
There's something really comfortable about someone on just that little bit more foam.
Yeah.
You feel it in the turn, in the power. The lips don't determine where they're going to go. They can just ride through. Wow. Tight inner claim, fists clench inside. 1.5 minutes left. Where will this go? Will there be another flip? Will he take the spot from Dimitri? So Dimitri not safe with priority and 1 minute left. Sitting in second, you know, if he should be doing some safety surfing and trying to better his low of a 5.9. Braden Jones deep. Strong, blows the fins and catches the tail coming down. It's really all about this score. It is 6.25 for Taj. Red into second. Now Dimitri in the white, needing a 5.95 with 40 seconds left. Did Dimitri paddle and lose priority? So Luke has priority. Dimitri was second priority. I missed something?
Green in the lead. Red in second. White needing a 5.95.
How did?
Green up and riding. So 15 seconds.
Well, Dimitri committed. He's going to paddle. Will he get in? 10 seconds. He does. He needs one score. Blows the tail. Full commitment. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, Dimitri did not make it. Taj Lindblad pops into second on his last wave. And it seemed like there was a priority change right at the end. We'll go to a quick commercial break and recap that last heat.
Welcome to the land of wide open spaces, full of hidden secrets. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And come join us December 8th for our 12th annual Cancer Benefit Concert featuring Tom Curran. See you there.
Welcome to the land of complex wines and simple pleasures. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Baldy and Waxhead here in the booth. We are about to bring you the first of the round of 16 women's heat right now. That was Talia Swindoll in the white, Ella McCaffrey in the red, Lily Colbert in the blue, and Maddie Storer in the green. To recap what we just witnessed in that fourth heat of the men's, they were going back and forth. Luke Weiler got the jump, was up in the lead. Dimitri was in second. Taj needed a mid-range 5, got a 6-something. He goes into second. Dimitri had first priority, even though he'd bumped down into third place, and I guess he and Luke Weiler paddled for a wave. Dimitri lost that priority. You know, tough right at the end, like you said, pipped at the post, so a little moment there that he lost the advantage. If he would have kept priority, would he have had the wave to potentially get the score?
Yeah, he's still going to get the wave and perform, not fall off, so there's still a lot of variables there, but he'd been so solid throughout that heat. Almost like he was filming for a video section. Great surfing from all four surfers.
All four surfers. What an exciting heat. As fans, we love it. We love it. You know, the volley over the net, back and forth, full smashes. So, as it is, our past champion, Taj Lindblad, gets through in second. That left, the board, I wonder what board he is riding. I wonder if it's that 6'2", or if it just looks so good and comfortable under his feet. Quick up and down for Ella McCaffrey. Almost looked like she was hunting a little pit. So Taj Lindblad into the quarters. Luke Weiler into the quarters. Down the beach in the green. Maddie Storer. This wave looking so clean and open for her. No waves in the foreground. And it's going to run down that inside sandbar. Going to offer a bunch of opportunity for her and maybe grow on the inside. This thing stands up for her. Nice completion there. Something so comfortable when you know the wave is just going to continue running off. All that back push momentum. You don't have to fight against it. The wave's bending in for you.
And a rare reform right there for blue.
So Lily Colbert, Ella McCaffrey, Talia Swindoll, and Maddie Storer.
Yeah, Lily took off on this left. It was similar line to what we saw from Maddie, and then reverted back to a right, which we haven't seen today, like a classic reform. Yeah, go left, go around to the right. So good vision from her to read that.
When you free surf, do you love those kind of waves?
Oh, I love it.
I do too. Sometimes when you have what you call kind of, well, we'll watch the replay.
This is Maddie's.
Yeah, this was the wave that just continued to go down the line. Endless series of down carves, and then, you know, the odd opportunity where it got a little more vertical for her to redirect. A bit more critical surfing right here.
Nice. Yeah, and even teeing off this last section there, she even rode out of that. So it's very important. All these could be a fraction of a point, but it could come down to it at the end. So about to lock in this next score, Maddie.
So she's running around the beach, and then you said there was the left to right.
So this is the one of Lily. So 5.25 for you, Maddie. 20 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. You're in the lead.
Yeah, look at that. How nice, the reform. But I was going to say, in free surf, sometimes when you have those waves that are where you finish straight in from where you took off, but you went fully left, fully right, fully left.
Yeah, on a longboard, you can do that very easily.
Yeah, all the time.
They should call San Onofre go-betweens.
Yeah, straight-handers, go-betweens. 20 minutes left. Priority is with Ella McCaffrey in the red. Couple of scores coming to drop in. Maddie, your opening wave, a 5.25. Surfer in green opens with a 5.25 into the lead straight away. Talia waiting on the score, the second score, your second ride, same as Lily. Hey, Dylan, Tech Dylan, we need you up here, please, for the computers. Thank you very much. Up and riding, it looks like green. Maddie weaving through. Oh, no, excuse me. That's Talia Swindoll. How can I get that? I saw the green flash from the frog on the bottom of her board. And Ella McCaffrey out the back. All of a sudden, they've seen that. They identified the right that Taj Lindblad had. I know that Ella loves that wave. Being here watching and commentating many of these events, she's made it into the semis a few times in a row, riding that right-hand wave into the corner of the rocks. All right, almost all the scores dropped in. Once they do, I will recap the heat, ladies, and then we will set priority. And what I can tell you is there's just under 19 minutes left. Maddie opened with a 5.25. Lily, your best wave, your last wave, a 5.6, and now I'm waiting on Talia and Ella's last waves. Still waiting on that score. Talia, your last wave, a 5.5. Now waiting for your score, Ella. Lily out in the lead at the moment. Talia in second, but this score for Ella will drop in here shortly. There's the replay, that ferocious finishing turn there for Ella McCaffrey. Wearing my Encinitas Board Rider shirt today, just in spirit. 6.60 Ella. Red into the lead with a 6.6. And her backup, 0.65. Lily in second with a 5.6 and a 0.80. Talia with a 5.55 and a 0.80. So all three needing to get rid of that low backup, and Maddie with a similar score in her 5.25. So a very tight heat. Not much separating all four surfers at the moment. Priority is blue, then green, then white. Well, exciting stuff. You feel the level has just gone up a bit from that earlier round. Maybe the conditions have changed. Maybe they came in from those earlier heats, regrouped, refocused, had little conversations with themselves, with their coaches, their team. But the surfing on point right now. No waves about to be ridden. So we will throw it down to our post-heat interview with Luke Weiler and Matt Shanowski.
Making his way back from the Myers Sand Mound over there on the beach. That's the coach with the yellow hat that we've seen delivering all those crucial messages What was it like surfing against, I guess, Taj, and he's in the same team?
Yeah, Taj is super gnarly, you know. Obviously, this late in the contest, I mean, the whole contest, but especially heats like that are super competitive, and those guys surf really good. But I knew I could, you know, take it out if I was just on the right waves, just like any other heat. And so I just tried to get the 2 bangers, and yeah, that right came to me. I saw Taj was on the way behind me. He ripped it too. So yeah, I'm just stoked we both made it.
Yeah, and that 2-turn combo that you did, and then he did straight up, well, 3 turns that you guys did, you just finished a little cleaner. You didn't have that little bobble, and that's why you got the jump on the scores. It's like the classic QE grind. Is that what it felt like out there?
Yeah, fully. You're just picking the hairs out of like everything. But yeah, I actually wasn't really sure because I had the 2-banger and it felt nice, and I even threw a little fist pump. So I was like, oh, they better give me a good score if it's worth a fist bump. And then I saw Taj do like a sick carve in another turn. I'm like, oh no, did he have a turn before that? But no, I think I got the jump just by a little bit on the score. And yeah, just all those little decimal points end up mattering a lot of the time. So yeah, I was glad.
And do you watch a lot of the heats when you're not competing, both on the webcast and when you're here?
Yeah, I do. I like to keep up with it, and especially my friends' heats. You know, we got the whole 2% crew, so we got to support the boys. And so yeah, I've been watching all Taj's heats and stuff. It's ripping.
And then when you say need like a mid-range score, and on a day like this, are you tuned into what the judging criteria is? Is your heat IQ pretty onto it?
I mean, I try to be. It's also a little bit different just about every heat, you know, when the waves change. But I try to be. It's hard to know sometimes, especially when you're the one surfing it and you're not looking at it. You're like, was that a 5? Like, it's almost like it could either be a 4, 5, or a 7. You don't really know sometimes.
Sure. Yeah, it's perspective is everything as well, just depending on how much speed you're carrying into it or what that wave looks like. And where did you surf? Well, don't name any place, but did you surf on that bigger day?
On the bigger day, I was just cruising around here. I honestly haven't really left just the Myers household and the comp zone. I've been trying to just stay in rhythm, watch these waves, and focus on this. Actually, I'm lying. I think the big day I surfed Cayucos Pier, but pretty much just been cruising around here.
And lastly, anyone at home you want to say hello to for checking it out?
Yeah, hi to my mom, dad, and sister, and thanks for everything, and thank you, God, for sending me those waves.
Perfect. All right, back to live action.
All right, that's the way. Sending blessings to everyone involved. Luke Weiler moving into the quarterfinals with Taj Lindblad right now. No waves have been ridden since we went to break. Priority is with our second place surfer in blue, Lily, and here she goes, right on cue. Goes for the little foam climb to get across the section. Will this right reform for her? It looks like it might, coming onto the inside. That is going to be a nice backup for her. That's all she needed to get rid of the 0.80. I mean, yeah, the 0.80. So I've just been asked by our camera crew, I think there's someone flying a drone that's not a part of the team here. It's running interference, so whoever's flying the personal drone, if you could please pull your drone back, pack it away, or, you know, go wherever, somewhere else to fly your drone. Right here, it's running interference with our system. All right, just again, yeah, if whoever's flying the personal drone could pull it back, land it, pack it up. It's running interference with ours. Appreciate that. Here we go. This was Talia Swindoll in the middle of my announcement. Got this beautiful 3-turn wave. Again, everyone, any wave they take, getting rid of those 0.8s, 0.6s, or whatever they have to back up. And this is a really even heat right now. Scores about to come in for both blue and white. And Talia, it looks like just getting a quick backup again. The wave before was a 6.05, the right, and then she paddling back out, got that quick left. So she's going to have another score to drop in. Still waiting on the score for blue. And then everything will shuffle. So there it is. Wow, what a replay. Nice wave for Talia Swindoll. 2 waves in a matter of 30 seconds. That last left doesn't factor into her score line, though. Lily, your last wave, a 4.85. So now Ella sitting on her 6.6 with second priority in third, needing a 3.85. Maddie, you need a 5.21 and you have first priority. So Maddie, so strong in this heat too, opened with the 5.25. All three of them had those high scores and a throwaway under a 1. Now Lily and Talia have backed themselves up. Well, that wind looking like it's re-engaged itself a bit. Picked back up. It's sort of eased off a little bit there. Now you can see those strong offshore gusts. Here we go. Ella McCaffrey. The maturity of the surfing continuing to get stronger and stronger. Nice. There was almost a backwash in that redirect.
That was tricky section. Yeah.
Going from light to dark, right? So Ella took off needing a 3.85 in the red, loving those rights towards the rock. Just under 10 minutes or 9 minutes left. So now she's going to get rid of the 0.65 and get her through her hat in the arena.
So a peaky wave to start off and just a little flat, stays with it, committed through the whitewash, knowing that she's just some marginal scores to drop as the backup. So getting that completion, that was good heat IQ, very experienced surfing from Ella.
Yeah, and how she came into that and just really had to compress into all that, be the shock absorber, meeting the power with power. She gets a 5.0. Ella, you got a 5 on your last wave. Now you're in first place. Talia in second. Lily in third, needing a 6.01. Maddie, with priority, still needing a 6.35. Things are so close between all four surfers. Coming up in the next heat, do we have a surfer going? We do. Maddie. So we're going to keep focused on Maddie, who needs that 6.35. Oh, look at that. Offshore's nowhere to go for her. So utilizing her priority and gains nothing. She'll go down to the bottom of the rotation, staying in fourth. There was someone that went right. Who was it? Ella. Ella must have gone right. I didn't get to see what happened. Did you get a watch?
I did. I saw it live. We don't have the camera angle.
Okay, I'm wondering if she might have bettered the 5. I didn't see it at all, but nothing doing for Maddie.
It'll be close.
Okay.
2 turns completed. Yeah, it was right in the corner of the cliff, in the shadow of the dark. You could barely see it in real life. So there's the top of the drone angle, and then we went over to the left. So Ella was able to do 2 turns, finished on her feet, so be right there, I think, somewhere maybe a bit below or a little bit above that 5. Could even go towards a 6, but either way, she's in the lead.
Well, she stated her goal this morning in the interview in that she's made the semis quite a few times consistently. So definitely with 5 minutes in first, wanting to get into the quarters. One step closer, one heat closer. White, Talia, you have first priority. You're in second place. There's just under 5 minutes left. You are in second place with first priority. You have a 5.5 and a 6.05. Lily is in third with second priority. She needs a 6.01. So there was a good example of what the beach commentary does when the athletes need that information. Talia wondering, what is the situation? Do I know it? Do I have it right? And I delivered it. She does. And she instantly shadowed third place surfer Lily using her priority, and that was definitely a defensive move all the way. That's a cool look at Zoe Chait running out to join the other ladies for this next heat coming up, heat number 2.
Running from the light into the dark.
Yes. But we want to, mostly we want to surf into the light, but the shadow looming over the rock. Here we go. Blue, Lily. This is her opportunity potentially. Throws it up into a big, ugly brown section.
Didn't want to say it, but
that
shadowed in the dark.
Shadowed in the dark, and the low tide drawing all the sand up. The water going brown.
As we get a little bit poetic and philosophical, these surfers in the next seat will be paddling out through the turbulent rip current. They'll be making their way around the rocks into the light of the main break, where they'll be splitting left and right peaks with 3 minutes to go. Maddie Storer down in fourth, needing a 6.35. In blue in third. Lily Kuba needing a 6.01. Talia Swindoll in white needing a 7.05 to go into first. And Ella comfortably out in the lead with a 6.5 and a 6.6. So red, white, blue and green, 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
Well, isn't that true? A pinprick of light or a candle miles away will show in the dark, right?
And Jeff, we are surfing for hope here down at the SLO CAL
Take it away.
Open, the QS 1000. We are into the round of 16 of the women's. And Red, you are way out in the lead. You have second priority with 2 minutes to go. Talia needs a 7.05. You probably can't hear us because that wind is blowing up. And blue, you need a 6.01. You're in third place. Green, you're in fourth place. 6.35.
Yeah, so that's wild. Ella, not wild, that was great. She, on that last right, when Maddie was going left, got the 6.5, bettered her other wave, extending her lead. That defensive move when Talia was asking for the situation, instantly she went and shadowed Lily, who had just a lower priority. Defensive move. The next wave for Lily, nothing happened for her. So right now, with a minute and 10 seconds, Ella and Talia Swindoll looking good, potentially to get into the quarters. But Maddie, so dangerous, has a 5.25, needs a 6.35 with priority.
And I can tell you that the surfers in that previous exchange are battling it out, trying to paddle straight through. They didn't go through the rip. So I can see them just on the inside there, just battling with that left to right current. You can see that looks to be Talia and Lily.
Yeah, blue and white, and neither of their scores, helped out. So they're out of the lineup. It's all about Maddie at the moment in the green with the potential and 30 seconds to go find the 6.35 and swipe it from Talia.
20 seconds. Here she goes. This is live action. This is Maddie. And finishes with that little foam climb. And she's got more to give in the last 10 seconds. We're counting it out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Will it be enough? I mean, she held the priority. She got the opportunity. Was the wave enough for her to get the 6.35? We will wait and see. Quick commercial break. Enjoy the beauty in these commercials. Everything SLO CAL, and we will come back with heat number 2.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
You just do what your elders do. Getting rad, getting air, adrenaline.
Welcome back. We are into heat number 2 of round 16. And that on the screen is Ella McCaffrey, the winner of the last heat. And in this heat, this is Zoe Kiner. Whoa! Throwing that one up in the lip. We've got windy conditions here in Morro Bay, QS 1000. This is the SLO CAL Open presented by Surfing for Hope. And in the water, Zoe Chade in red, Zoe Kiner in blue, Mia McLeish in white, and Addison McPhillips in green. And a comprehensive victory for Ella McCaffrey in red walking up the beach.
Yeah, looking confident. Her stride, she looks relaxed. Moving on through into the quarterfinals. She has her goal, she has her game plan, and it worked out for her. Surfing those rights into the shadow of the rock. It, really came down to that one, that foamy, weird one that she had to compress into.
Yeah.
She pulled it off. She didn't fall. She absorbed all the shock of that, and then got that backup wave after that, or the bigger score.
Wildlife galore here.
Yeah,
Morro Bay.
so much bird life, sea life, bird life, wildlife. I wish all the kids on their e-bikes where I lived would wear colors like that. Instead, they're in black hoodies and black jeans and no lights on their bike, and they don't know how to ride them, and they cut you off, and they're just a nightmare.
So
Pretty much not a fan.
Yep.
Sorry.
They take your waves.
They don't take my waves.
That was a lovely, ominous tone.
Yeah.
Much like the local drone run amok photography. There's only room for one drone in this town.
Yes.
The 1% Drone Club.
My favorite is 3 on a bike with all 3 with their phones and drinks in their hand, weaving in and out of traffic, completely clueless.
So Zoe Kiner, your last wave's a 3.5 in blue. You're out in the lead. 21 minutes, 45 remaining.
All right, that's my one negative PSA. I'm sorry. All right. Addison McPhillips screaming down the line. This is that tricky section where it really slows up and then it regains itself on that inner sandbar.
Unable to capitalize on that, and that's going to be a long paddle out through this streaming set coming in, and I'm going to go catch up with Ella McCaffrey, the winner of that last heat.
Wow, look at when you look out to sea, there's waves kind of just breaking all over the place. So beautiful opening down carve and secondary, and then it was really a matter of lateral surfing across this inside foamy section for Addison. Didn't get to go 6 to 12 on any of those sections, but again, and the incomplete at the end. It's going to be a nice score for her. Set her into the heat with 20 minutes left. We will go down to Ella McCaffrey and Matt Janowski.
And yes, the waves will be good tomorrow. We have the wind that's just come up today. You're the first heat of the day. You think it's got colder throughout the day?
Definitely. The wind's blowing super hard now, and yeah, it's freezing.
And one of the pinpoint moments of your heat, it was a foamy wave. You had a really poor backup, and it was just halfway through you needed to complete that. Do you remember that wave? Was that right hand? I think it was like a 4?
Yeah, I remember that one. I had a good right, 2 turns. I think I got a 6. And I knew everyone else had a couple good scores, so I just needed to put something else on the board. Got that one, got a 4, but I think I bettered it with my last right.
Yeah, you did, but it was so important. We were analysing your heat IQ, showing a level of professionalism, walking up the beach. You're looking very relaxed. And yeah, we're just very impressed with that overall performance. What do you do in the background? Do you do any breathing or anything to relax in those moments to make those decisions so clear?
Well, I just knew I need to surf another wave, and the only thing I can control is myself. So I just focus on myself and what I need to do.
Job well done, professional performance there, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Back to live action.
Great job, Ella. Thank you. And yeah, just keeping that inner energy. I see, we see that with Levi too, 2 of our locals from down my way. And it's great. We've got a super stable of competitors down that way, like San Clemente has. They get to feed off one another. Her brother Cole up cheering her on. He's part of that crew, and so many others. Here we are, Addison McPhillips in the green. You got a 4.10 on your opening wave. Zoe Kana, a 3.5. Mia McLeish, a 1.9. Right now, priority is red, blue, white. Zoe with that first priority. Ooh, big whipping roundhouse by Zoe. Nice follow-up, layback carve, blows the tail over the lip, showing so many looks. Tight and compressed surfing there on that little sandbar left for Zoe Kana.
Zoe doing the run around. Smart option. Sometimes in conditions like this, working smarter, not harder, is the order of the day. Get that process right. Choose waves accordingly and make smart decisions to save energy. In a 6-point ride for Blue. Your last wave, 6-point ride. You've furthered your lead.
She is a compact, small surfer, and she just went to town and showed so much variety, maturity on that wave.
15 minutes, 20 remaining. A 3.5 and a 6. Zoe Connor out in the lead. Blue from green. So in the interim there, Mia got a 0.95 for Mia's last wave. Not enough. Blue in the lead. Green in second. So just approaching the 14-minute mark. And we really are on the bottom of the tide right now. It's drained out. The paddle just doesn't make much sense when you have that travelator current pulling out next to the rocks. The surface really understanding that by now, but still some people opting to paddle. And some smaller compact frame surfers utilizing technique to their advantage. And we have our surfer in green having a look at this one. This is Addison just going through the lip on that one. That one not offering any scoring opportunity towards the end of that wave. And in a 25-minute heat, these surfers are just trying to find 2 good waves. You only need 2. Most of them will ride between, well, statistics show in this event, they'll be riding between 4 and 6 waves. But we have had victories with surfers just getting 2 waves only. That's because of the logistics and, you know, trying to get back out into the lineup. Equipment malfunctions, which we haven't seen too many snapboards. I don't think we haven't seen any snapboards. Couple of leashes snapped. But for the most part, the surfers just duck diving time and time again. More so just draining their energy. And probably a good thing is that many of them haven't had to surf multiple times in one day. As we see in the distance beyond that, that last mountain is Cambria around there and Hurst Castle around the corner. Beautiful drone flying. A key aspect to this event and the judging, I'm sure they can attest to how helpful that's been at times. Just getting a second vision, especially on the bigger days, having access to look on top down. And that is our surf coming up next. There's Noah Clapp in red, getting the thoracic, the paddling muscles there, and the QLs, which is the back supporting muscles there, and just opening up the shoulders. And she'll be doing some breath work in between there, and that's a great surfing stretch to get ready, especially for a second session of the day. Stretching's obviously a crucial part of any sport, but in surfing in particular, where sitting down and paddling a lot. We're not actually on our feet much. And when we are, it can be explosive, and the need for subtle adjustments and technical body movements is a requirement. So you've got to make sure you're ready from your toes to your fingertips, that you're tuned in and your body's feeling good, especially in this cold weather. We're using our hips so much and all the little supporting muscles around our lower back and our knees, our ankles, and it's all connected. And here we have some action on the outside. This 4-person heat, relatively quiet so far, and this is Addison. And a nice carve there. She goes complete, just a single turn. Currently in second place, looking to drop a 0.55, so she will improve on her heat total so far. Whether or not it's enough to go in first, we'll see. They're just on 10 minutes remaining. This is a replay. So here she is. She comes around this foamy section, gets it up there for a little 45-degree turn, displaces some water as well. So it was a completed wave, all she needed. So 3.5, Addison. Just wait for her to duck dive this wave, sharing the beach commentary with the live webcast. So green, your last wave, a 3.5. You're still in second. Blue in first, green in second. And a big drawn-out set there with a few warbles in it for these surfers to duck dive. And one behind it. We'll see if there's any takers. You have Mia out in the lead, and Zoe really yet to fire in this heat. Just a 0.5. She's looking for something in particular. It could be a right, could be this wave coming now, but she's got third priority. It hasn't factored in too much for a lot of the heats of priority. A lot of the good backup waves have been picked up out of the priority order. So it is possible to build a quick total out here, especially with the rip there. Zoe was here for the board riders event in the days leading up to this QS 1000. And no stranger to the bigger waves. Has surfed Mavericks, among other big wave locations. So 8 minutes 30. And we have a split peak here. We've got red and white paddling, no takers. I'm about to update these surfers. Now we have a respite in waves, so if you're at home, maybe block those speakers, because blue out in the lead, 6 and a 3.5. Green, you're in second. You need a 5.41 to go into the lead. White, you're in third, needing a 5.7. And red, you need a 7.10. You're in fourth place. 8 minutes remaining. See the sidewind reverberation coming off Morro Rock. Dead low tide that rip and the waves rebounding, causing that cross chop. Really tricky to get into the waves. I surfed at low tide on the Sunday before the event. I was on a considerably sized surfboard, an alternative board with a lot of volume, and it was still very tricky to get a chip shot into the wave, so I know exactly what they're feeling right now. There were waves, but just difficult to get into. Just not a lot of action so far, and this is the round of 16, so these women can surf, we know that. And here we go, Zoe up in red, heavy on the back foot, and snaps that one. Does she get the completion on the end section? She doesn't. She goes through the back for just a nice, strong opening turn, so she'll chip away at that total. And this is our surfer in white, Mia, and she gets the completion as well. So a 2-turn combination there for Mia and a single turn for Zoe. So both surfers will build on their totals, just marginal scores at this point. We'll give you an update shortly as they do their run around. And this is a replay of Zoe, so heavy on the back foot, just getting the fins in the wave, and then a nice jam in the pocket. And she just pulls through the back there. So a 5-point ride for red, a 5-point ride. And the replay for white. Nice little check turn there, and a couple of I wouldn't really say she had much angle on those turns. It was very down the line. And we have a score still to drop. So as they're doing the run around, another loud update. So red, your last wave of 5. You need a 2.6 to go into second. Blue in the lead, green in second, red in third. White, your last wave was a 3.25. You need a 4.35 to go into second. White, your last wave's a 3.25. So blue in the lead, green in second, red in third, white in fourth. Just approaching the 5-minute mark. Five minutes remaining. Nice opening carve there from Zoe. And hammers that one, unable to ride out of it. Had she have done that, it would have thrown away the 3.5. That was some nice spicy surfing there from our surfer in blue, the current heat leader. But she didn't ride out of it. Just the 2.5 for that wave, showing how important the completion is. Judges want to see the control in those maneuvers. And today they are looking for combinations of maneuvers, knowing that the waves are improved and allowing those combinations. And a spitting right-hand barrel in the corner there. A bit of an anomaly on today's standards. Although we have seen some barrels, just no one capitalized. There was Noah Clapp coming up in the next heat. Had a great barreling wave, but I mean, to her credit, there hadn't been any all day. So to try and pull into one in a heat scenario and be the first one is a little bit unusual. And often the case, unless it's a deep backdooring tube, you will not get considerable points. But 3 minutes 45, we are really coming down to the wire here, and it's open to any of these surfers. And I know all 4 of these surfers can do it in one wave, but Zoe comfortably out in the lead with the 6-point ride. But Zoe, she's got a 5, only needing a 2.6, so basically just needs to stand up and connect a turn or two, and that'll be the score, unless Mia and Addison can extend their positions, making the situation more difficult. But we'll soon see with priority with red, and she looks like she had a look at that. Don't know if it was a paddle, and we'll see what happens to the priority. Doesn't seem to have been affected so far, and that one was a little more of a committed paddle, so we'll see if she's flirting with priority in this situation right now. And here, third wave, she finally goes it, knowing she needs a marginal score, and she's out, so she pulls the trigger on priority, pulls off that wave. She'll go back down the line. 2 minutes 40 to go. Blue in the lead, green in second, red third, white fourth, red needing a 2.6, white needing a 4.35. So interesting choice there not to stick with that wave. Only a marginal score.
Yeah, interesting how the tide is really wreaking havoc at this dead low moment or thereabouts. All 4 surfers now, even since the last heat, really up trying to find that right. The shallowness must have just depleted the left.
Wide up in the corner. We catch up. This is her second turn. Wow. So a completed 2-turn combo there.
And you can see the rip, the current, the eddy off the rock that helps them paddle back out, just negates the wave at a certain point. So unless they're just deep enough to get 1 or 2 turns off, 1 turn and it goes flat on them.
So 1 minute 45. Mia, your last wave for 3.45. It wasn't enough. You need a 4.15 to move into second, and red, you need a 2.6. So blue still out in the lead. Green needing a 5.41 to go into first. You're in second, green. Third, white, needing a 4.15, and red in fourth, needing a 2.6. Currently, priority, current second placeholder is green. Having a look at that, but still think back to red, and she's up and riding.
Yeah, Zoe Chait
Wow.
Wow.
Ooh, snapping that wave.
Really aggressive, knowing that it was just the one section and she had to give it her all. Needed the 2.6 to go to climb the ladder from 4th to 2nd. A bigger wave, and it opened up with
Big bottom turn.
smooth, clean face to go and attack up in the corner.
Yep, single maneuver, but nice power off the bottom turn and just gouging the tail into the wave, cutting it short. So 30 seconds remaining. Scores still to be locked in. There may be a position update. 25 seconds.
Oh, there's definitely going to be a position update. She's getting the requirement of a 2.6, so we will see Zoe go up into second. Green has priority with 17 seconds.
Green into third. Green needing a 5.41. White needing a 6.05. 8 seconds. Counting this one out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow, so the 4th place priority that Zoe had put her up into first. That score comes in at a 5.25. So Zoe and Zoe moving into the next round, first and second. So much to unpack in that last dying minute. A quick commercial break, and we'll be back with heat number 4.
In the land of SLO CAL, you can go from kicking it poolside to snuggling up seaside. Start planning your journey across the land of SLO CAL now.
Life on coast in Morro Bay.
Welcome to the land of sunken gardens and elevated afternoons. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Welcome back, everybody. Straight up and riding in the green. Our next heat coming at you live. Reed von Wagner. First wave of heat number 3, round of 16. That was the completion of heat number 2, excuse me. We are sitting here, Central Coast of California in Morro Bay for the SLO CAL Open, presented by the Surfing for Hope Foundation and our title sponsor, Visit SLO CAL. Thank you to our catering companies that have worked with us and fed us all week. Delicious morning burritos. Today we've got some great slices of pizza and salad. Thank you to Liquid Death for keeping us hydrated with their waters. Thank you to Iron Wolf Coffee, keeping us warm in the morning and hyped up with our espressos. Thank you to Run Amok Photography, doing a great job all day with the beach camera angles and the spectacular drone footage and work, keeping those drones batteries charged and flying. So there's a great pullback view of our 2 of the surfers from the last heat making their way in. You can see it's a drawn out tide. I think we are just at the bottom of it. There's a good view looking back across the harbor mouth and towards Montaña de Oro in the foreground. There's our event site, the competitors area, the parking lot full. It's nice and warm out there in the sun. In the shadows, it is chilly. This morning started off in the mid-40s. The wind chill is brisk, but these surfers finding a way to get scores when needed. Reed von Wagner opens with a 4.75. Moving through from that last heat in red, Zoe Chait, who was sitting in 4th, down into the last minute, gets the score she needs, capitalizes on having priority and that finishing right. In second place, Zoe Kiana. So we've had a full day of surfing, starting off with the women's round of 32 into the men's round of 16. The quarterfinals are established, and they will be coming up next. There's another beautiful piece of work from the drone angle, looking at the sand dunes along this southern end of Morro Beach, Estero Bay, looking across up towards Cambria, and I'm forgetting the name of that point, but it's a beautiful place to go park. All along the Great Ocean Road, up through Big Sur, so many good campsites and places to pull off, beautiful vistas. That is what this Wild Coast offers. So much opportunity for day adventures, sightseeing, getting out in nature. A quick up and down for Mathea. So the wave's not easy to surf at the moment, that is for sure. Shallow and windy and ripped up. You can see that the foam on the face can't even stick to the face. There's such strong offshore winds. We got the heat draw for the men's quarterfinals, which will be featuring here shortly. Right now, though, a quick update. Mathea, your first wave, a 3.25. So Reed opens with a 4.7. Mathea with a 3.25. And we will go down to our beach interview with Zoe Chait.
Zoe, you pulled off a wave. You only needed 2.5 with 2 minutes to go. Probably could have been the wave. We didn't know if you could hear us or not. What was going through your mind? What were you looking for out there?
I was just looking for the huge sections. I wanted to do like a really big turn and kind of show my surfing out in like big conditions. And I was happy I got to do that at the end because I was kind of struggling throughout the heat. And I was kind of just thinking, oh, just get a 5, you can do it, and cause positive mindset.
Well, the PMA definitely existed. We got some really big bird hanging up atop. That's the wildlife, right?
Yeah.
If it's not out there in the water, it's here on land, and we look like a tasty little treat right now. So back to the interview. That was fun, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty big.
Yeah, it was a pretty big bird. I thought it was going to poop on us.
I didn't think that, but wow, now I'm worried. But going into the quarterfinals now, are you going to try and improve on that, or are you just going to look for more big sections and see what happens?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to try and improve on kind of my strategy. It kind of didn't go as planned, but I'm happy I kind of like switched what I was thinking of doing and made it work. But yeah, I'm excited to be in the quarterfinals. I've never been in a quarterfinal in a QS, so excited to keep it rolling.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow in the quarterfinals. Back to live action.
Well, that's big news, man. Getting the score she needed to go from 4th to 1st and into her first quarterfinal in a QS event. That's a big deal, and we've heard those stories over the years. It's amazing, you know, from all the young women who have been attending these events from the inception of the SLO CAL Opens here and Morro Bay. Here and Pismo. And now we have Santa Cruz back, which has been great the last few years. So we have a really strong West Coast swing. Up and riding on her backhand, Noah Clapp, surfing so strong. She is using this as a test ground. She's going to be coming up against the best in the world, potentially, at the World Juniors in January down in Oceanside. Dependent upon, she's the next seed in if Sawyer Lindblad elects not to compete in the event. So we'll see how that plays out. Noah Clapp with a 7 right there, up into the lead. So that would be exciting for her if Sawyer Lindblad, the dynamic goofy foot from San Clemente, who has also done so well in all these events over the years, and her surfing has just gone to blistering new levels, making it onto the championship tour for 2024. Another young San Clemente athlete. They have a bunch that have made it into the top echelon of global surfing, about to start proving themselves at that level this coming year. So will she elect Sawyer to just focus on her equipment and preparation for the kickoff of the season, which is right around the corner? Or will she come and try to better her runner-up position from last year's event at Seaside? That wave not giving Mathea much opportunity in the white. Priority is with blue. First priority with Kaitlin. Still waiting to get her first wave in this heat number 3. Noah out into the lead with that opening 7-point ride. Here we go. Running down the line, staying patient, waiting for this thing to give her the opportunities to get that board on rail. This is a small inside wave, but again, finds a strange lump and the front foot slips off. Those things do happen. Well, the quarterfinals are set. The men's quarterfinals will be coming up shortly after this heat and the following heat. In the first quarterfinal, Sam Reedy versus Kalohe Andino. Second quarterfinal, Levi Slauson and Owen Moss. Third quarterfinal, Lucas Ostin and Taj Lindblad. And the final heat of the day, the fourth quarterfinal, Wheeler Hasberg and Luke Weiler. Coming up next on the women's side, Vela Mative, Ella Barimo, Sanoa Demphley, and Taylor Stacy. Noah, your first wave was a 7.0. A 7.0 on your opening wave, Red. You have first priority. Reed, you are in first place now. You opened with a 4.75, and you backed it up with a 3.35. Priority is red, blue, white. Mathea in third position, needing a 3.76. Here we go. Kaitlin scratching for that wave. Priority will change. She completely committed to the paddle, so she loses that second priority, now in third priority. Reed, your last wave was a 3.35. Your first wave a 4.75. As you do the runaround, you're up in first position at the moment. Man, today's the kind of day that you need your sunscreen just to protect against the wind chap. These are those type of conditions. It's not so much the sunburn or the reflection of the sunlight off the ocean. It's that cold, blistering, hard wind on the face that chaps you. I ran into Andy McKay yesterday afternoon. He had just returned from the event. We'd been gone for an hour or 2 hours or whatever. And I guess because that onshore westerly wind got so blustery up to whatever it was, like 15 knots, the was really strong. They had to break down all the tents because they were starting to lift off the ground. Look at that. Noah Clapp. So solid surfing for Noah Clapp, a 7-point opener. And where will this one go? Similar type of wave, one turn on the backhand on that right. Yeah, so Andy McKay, his face was bright red, and he was feeling it. But they had to dismantle all the flags and tents because they didn't want things to blow away.
That wind, although it wasn't called off yesterday, the contest, because of the wind, it was at least twice as strong as this. So strong that you couldn't even pull your board out of your car without somebody holding the board for you.
I saw you guys all parked over there. I went and did a little walk around and had a check.
And it's a foamy old wave there for Mathea. Just trimming this one through, just waiting. A little bit of open face, so gets the carve. And does she get a second maneuver here? She does, gets on the front foot, rides out of that, so that could prove to be crucial, because that was a 2-point, no, that one was the 3.35, and live action. This one is Kaitlin here, little lay, falls into the layback. Strong stance, waiting to load up on this one, and she gets a finishing maneuver. So mission accomplished and completed. First wave there for Kaitlin.
She must have loved when she took off on that wave because it was mess-free. It was a clean face with opportunity. She didn't have to deal with foam, lumps and bumps.
This section here, she loads up and just gets that clean completion. A little wipe of the nose.
Well, just as I said, she didn't have to deal with lumps and bumps. On a closer review, in the
Less-
close-up,
less lumps and
less
bumps.
lumps and bumps, exactly.
Now this is
Oh
interesting.
my. Okay, but Noah on her second
wow.
wave, a 7.75. That score just drops in. So Red having a burner, 2 waves in her back pocket and a 14.75 2-wave total so far. Just under 10 minutes left. No priority on the board because everybody's inside or paddling back out. Noah well out in the lead. White needing a 4.85, and we'll see where this score goes for Kaitlin. She needed an 8.1.
Yeah, Noah surfing like a woman on a mission, maybe trying to prove something to somebody. I'm not sure, but my gosh, aggressive backhand attack there. You can tell the judges really like it when you're coming at the section with speed and you match power with power, and that's that commitment that they're looking at. And Blue deciding to do the walk around on the inside and deciding just to wade in the knee-high water, and now much more sensible just to run in across the ankle-deep water.
Kaitlin, your last wave, your opening wave was a 3.9. So that's your first wave, 3.9. Now, when you get back out, you need a 4.21 to get up into second. We will let you know if anything changes in the paddle out.
And 8 minutes 20 remaining.
Wow, white on white. That was a nice backside looping turn in the lip for Mathea. She got a 3.5. White, a 3.5. Still requiring a 4.61 to go into second.
And Red, you're out in the lead, a 7.75 and a 7. Green, you're in second still. You require a 10 to go into first. Those other surfers making their way back out. You can see that across the offshore wind. That blistering wind, as you talked about, it is hardcore. I realized yesterday after my session I was walking back and my hood was actually over my mouth the whole session, meaning I was nose breathing, which was a very non-consequential, small novelty session, but still, it was so blustery I didn't have my mouth exposed.
You didn't want it to be.
No. Those surfers not lost at sea, but just managing their position in between the wobbles and the foam, trying to pick a clean face, a clean pocket, a corner, so to speak, to try and tee off a few maneuvers, knowing they don't need a super long one. They're going for committed surfing. And in many ways, it's possibly a good thing to take that decision of the long, grovelly waves out of the equation sometimes when it's just you're faced with just that one option of committed surfing. You'll see less of that decision making like we saw on the first day of competition, some of the surfers opting for the mid-sized waves and other surfers opting for one turn on a set wave. We all like to see the action.
We want the action. The fans want the action. The moms, dads, grandmas, grandpas, uncles, cousins, everybody watching at home. It's great that we've seen so many post-heat interviews, you know, young surfers, everyone at home watching, tuned in. It's great these days that all these events broadcast. So the ability to sit back on your lazy boy or your couch, turn on the TV, click on YouTube and go right to it. It makes it so easy.
Never been easier.
Never been easier. So we see our first place and second place surfers sitting out in the lineup.
Of course.
Waiting for White to get back out. She must be close because I see that she's third priority.
We'll be coming up with the men's quarterfinals after this as well. So action-packed day. We'll be finishing pretty late, making the most of the conditions. Obviously, we had a lay day on the Wednesday.
Yeah, that really stacked us towards the back end. So looking at the schedule, we're going to be running through till no noon finish on Sunday like has happened in the past. We will be finishing right up at the end, 4 o'clock, with the longboard finals. That's Sunday, so that's a ways away. Tomorrow, if I grab the schedule, the official schedule, Saturday, December 9th, we will be kicking off with the women's quarterfinals. Then we'll go into the men's semifinals, the women's semifinals, and then the men's and women's finals. All eyes right now on Kaitlin in the blue, doing a good job identifying another clean wave.
Oh. And the trademark wipe of the nose as well.
Who did that? There was
Joel Tudor.
Joel Tudor does that. Quite a few.
Machado probably.
Yeah. Let's see. I don't know. Machado, he surfs with a hood all the time. I don't know how he gets his hair up in there.
Jerry Lopez, he does it. So I love the different routes that she took here. The low road, the high road. See here, carve, back in the pocket, cuts it short. Here, gets back onto the low road to set up for this. So good timing there and activated surfing.
And you saw how she was almost running out of speed at the end, and she had to unweight her front foot to let the board lift into the lip. So good technical adjustment to know completing the wave is everything.
And Blue into second, a 4.85 on her last wave. Green, you now need a 4.01, and White a 5.25 to go into second. Red in the lead, Blue in second, Green needing a 4.01, White needing a 5.25.
Well, are you set? Are you ready for tonight's event up in San Luis Obispo?
I sure am.
That's going to be fun. I'll have to get my ticket secured. I know I have it somewhere.
3 minutes remaining.
So there's still time. If you're wondering what's going on tonight up at the Rock Brewery in San Luis Obispo, there is the Surfing for Hope annual gala, the silent auction fundraiser. Great food, great entertainment. Tom Curran will surprise us with whatever he chooses in his musical entourage, what he decides to bring and play. Blue up again, a quick turnaround for Kaitlin. So,
and I think that's, might be saying goodbye to that 3.9.
Or was that a replay?
No.
No, that was live. So a 4.8 on her wave before, and now this.
5.15.
Quick turnaround. 2 waves in 2 minutes.
White.
And White down the line.
Bottom turning through the froth whiteboard. White rash vest, white hair, and white wave. And finishes. Hammers that. Does she ride out? She rides out as well. So we'll leave that one for the judges to digest with 1:50 left on the clock.
Just W's everywhere. White and white and white. Windshield wiper at the end.
Yep.
Out of the
100%.
whitewash.
Yep.
So
the white caps in the background. So a late takeoff. This will affect the score. And she waits.
Those are always so tough. No, running out of speed in the flats and having to get up, it's so much easier to get up, stand up in transition. But she identified that it was going to grow down the line, and so smart.
And 1:25 remaining. So Blue's last wave, a 5:15. You're further into second place. White's last wave, a 5:35. White, you now need a 4:65 to go into second. Green, you need a 5:25 to move into second place. Red, blue, white, and green in that order. 1 minute remaining.
Well, and so much credit to Kaitlin, who was having a sleepy heat for 3/4 of it and then got 2 waves back-to-back. How nice. Noah annihilating, full commitment, looked like she had it. She knows she's in the lead and just feeling confident, testing her merit against the elements there. But yeah, Kaitlin up against it with just the 3.9 and 20-plus minutes gone in the heat, gets 2 waves quickly and turns it and goes into second place. That puts a little pep in your step going into the next round if you can hold on, knowing that you have that memory to draw on, the confidence to say, I turned it around, whatever thoughts I was having up into that moment, I believed in myself, and I just let instinct take over, and we didn't count it out. We'll count it in, though, after a quick commercial break.
Welcome to the land of wide open spaces, full of hidden secrets. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
Welcome to the land of complex wines and simple pleasures. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
We are back here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. A beautiful, blustery, chilly Friday afternoon. Full-on ripping action all day long. Women's and men's QS. We are whittling it down. This is the last heat of the round of 16 on the women's, so the quarterfinals almost all the way established. On the men's side, the quarterfinals are established, and they will be coming up next. That first one is Sam Reedy versus Kalohe Andino in the water right now. Velamative in the red, who had a great heat. You love that yellow board. Yellow, her favorite color. Ella Barimo, and up and riding. Sanoa Demphley Olin in the white. Gosh, such stable surfing, solid on her board. She sets her feet and then just uses the rail so cleanly. And in the green, Taylor Stacy.
Sanoa and Mathea both in the white singlets. The white rashes, I should say. So another all-white affair.
Yes.
But we have the yellow board as well. The yellow tint, might I add, the Almeric. So beautiful searing carve and another one at back. Great technique. You can just tell some surfers carry speed through their maneuvers across the flat sections, and it's an envious trait because it just is, you're almost born with it. It's very difficult to coach that light-footedness.
Isn't it a trip how some surfers surf flat and then they engage the rail? Then they go flat and they engage. Others, it's just rail, rail, rail. perpetual rail. I'm a big fan
and
of
both,
that.
Both can be effective in competition.
Yeah, that's the thing. Regardless of what we prefer looking at, it doesn't, the scores come as the scores come. Yeah. And there's plenty of surfers that surfed flat then to rail that have gone on and done very well. I mean, I think of one, Barton Lynch.
There you go.
To me, it's not a fluid rail to rail. There's always that moment of flat between. World champion and insanely successful.
A lot of the Hawaiians as well, having to reset their rails often in the choppier, bigger conditions. I'm thinking the 80s.
The Ho brothers.
Yep, 100% right. Disjointed, one would say, but others say hot dogging and able to monopolize in sections that pop up, and the unpredictability of that style of surfing that allows you to hop and pop across sections, and like Mason Ho now these days.
Oh, man. Can't we just get Mason Ho to do interviews every day?
Yep.
He is so funny. That kid is funny. Just give him the opportunity. Get him in front of a mic. Always pearls of wisdom. Gold just comes out.
Yeah. Sometimes just maybe having a little break button just in case. Might go off and tilt a little bit. But.
That's for the people back in the truck editing.
Yeah, one of the worst ones I had. Can't really go there too much, but we're looking for someone down in Bells. It was after one of the Longboard World Tour heats, and tried to find the competitor and post the interview. They had the rash vest. So we were kind of concerned. It had been 15, 20 minutes. We hadn't seen them, and they had to go to the restroom and definitely made their presence felt on the webcast.
Gotcha.
To what was occurring.
Oh, well, TMI, right?
Yeah. Might go check in with Noah and see how that last heat went. Dominant performance, 14.7 heat total. We'll be back very soon. Hope another bird doesn't land.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder if she's going to be texting with Sawyer Lindblad about the World Juniors. Here we go. Vela Mathea. She finds a clean, sweeping wave. We were talking about some Sally Fitzgibbons style similarities in the last heat, but she was saying she aspires to surf like Dane Reynolds and Felipe Toledo. Don't we all? If we could just put that combination together, you'd have the super surfer. Well, we are ready with Noah Clapp. Take it away, Matt.
Noah, strong surfing on the backside, really powerful, showing the judges some commitment and a degree of difficulty. Were you going out there intending to get the right, so they just popped up?
No, yeah, I was watching the previous heat before mine, and I saw a couple of bomb rights, and I knew one big turn and you could get a good score, so that was my goal.
And it's windy, the elements are fighting you. You're getting low on that board and really trying to compress. You're just sending it up there and just hoping that you're going to come down.
Yeah, I mean, I have the habit of kind of standing up too soon after big turns, and that kind of, makes you fall sometimes, even though you almost land it. So I kind of just compressed a lot, even exaggerated a little bit to show the judges I'm good, and yeah.
Well, you actually left no doubt in their minds that it was a solid type of surfing. We look forward to seeing you through the next round. Anything you want to tell anyone else at home?
No, my family, again, if they're watching, thank you for all the support. My family is my sponsor, and I love them a lot.
Lovely. We're going to go back to live action. We'll see you tomorrow in the quarterfinals.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations to Noah Clapp. Moving into the quarterfinals that will feature tomorrow. During that break, we had a priority interference. Yep, a priority interference, green on white. So Taylor Stacy interfered on Sanoa. We might get a replay of it. There it is on the screen, green on white. White had the higher priority. Green took off, and unfortunate for our surfer in green. Solid surfing there, Taylor Stacy. So she will only be scored on her one highest wave. So you never know. Surfers have definitely advanced through in heats. Her second wave, green, she is in the lead right now with that priority interference because her second wave was a 6.0. So all she can hope is to get a wave that scores higher, a 7 or an 8, and then that will be her one score, and at the same time hoping that her competitors won't get a two-wave combo higher than that. Wow. Again, solid surfing for Sanoa, another Canadian surfer who is just lighting it up. Oh. So, there we go. That was a little computer glitch. The wave that Taylor interfered on was the 6-point wave. She's being scored on the 0.75. So now, whatever wave she rides after this, she'll get that score. Yeah, that was a really dynamic, effective, aggressive turn. Just unfortunately, maybe didn't look up at the monitor above, indicating the priority rotation. 16 minutes left. Vela with first priority in the red. Has a 3.10 and is in second place. Sanoa in first with a 3.25 and a 1.2. And waiting for the final score of that last ridden wave for our surfer in white. Score just in. Sanoa. Second score, 5.50. Priority with red, second priority with blue.
Just under the 14-minute mark. Getting really white-cappy out there, but still lots of scoring opportunity if you can brave the elements. There's plenty of waves. If you have that intention and an open mind, you can find those little corners and those little pockets to keep busy. And as the judges have shown, or as in that previous heat, Noah Clapp had shown, you only need to do 1 or 2 dynamite turns and you'll go excellent. So white out in the lead, a 5.5 and a 3.25. Red, you're in second with just that single score of a 3.10. And Ellie in blue, a 0.9. So the heat is open for anybody right now. And of course, Taylor with that interference down into fourth place, but still only needing a 3.10 to move into the placings, which we see time and time again at events all around the world. People can still get through with an interference. And of course, tonight, if you are free, jump online, the Surfing for Hope Foundation, grab some tickets to the brewery. In whereabouts are we heading?
It's up in San Luis Obispo, so you kind of, head straight up the one, across the freeway, kind of meander through downtown, and then you make your way out towards the vineyards, and then it's right off in this industrial park. Really cool place, Rock Brewery, a local brewery, beautiful gardens, big metal, like barnyard warehouse type setting. Yeah, outside patio and tables and a stage. It's going to be a beautiful event. And I know 2 years ago, the catering was really great. The food and drink, super nice. So for those that take part in their fun libation, there was all sorts of spirits. There was wine and beers. And just make sure you're safe. Uber there, Uber back if you're having your Friday drink-a-thon at the event, even if it's casual. You never know.
And the next generation out in the water. This is the regional qualifying series. And these surfers are vying for a chance to get on the Challenger Series. And traditionally, these type of events would be open to internationals. You would see hundreds of people in QS 1000s vying for desperate points. You could have world champs entering. No rules against it.
It's so nice that they changed the system into here we go. Our white, our heat leader up and out to the regional qualifiers. So one, it saves, sponsors, parents, whoever was paying money so these kids aren't flying X, Y, and Z around the globe to go to, wherever it might be for a QS 1000, 6000 or whatever. Now it's at least within their country, so to speak.
The region.
The U.S. is pretty big, so they do have to fly across the coast to get to those events.
With some Central American nations that are competing in the North America region.
Yep.
I'm wondering how long that might take for them to have their own sustainable regional tour as well.
Yeah, that's right. Is it?
So you got the
South American,
and the Central American. So that's why we've got some like Costa Ricans, some Mexicans. You'll have some. There's some surfers from Panama here that'll be joining. I guess El Salvador as well. As far as I believe, they're connected to that North America region. But
we'll get the complete download from Ruby. But yeah, it makes it a whole lot simpler until they've made it into that upper echelon, the top ratings, and then out of the nest they go into the big wide world of the Challenger Series, which they know the schedule.
Which is it's the second tier world tour, but it in many cases has got just as many eyes because of the way they schedule the events as the championship tour.
Well, and then obviously the drama, who's going to make it, and the talent pool is so high. You have the bottom 10 that have fallen off from the year before that didn't make the mid-year cut that are now whacked off and they're into the having to do the Challenger Series. So, the public draw is big. Very difficult to be consistent. Once you make it on the once you make it on the championship tour, you definitely want to make that cut line by West Oz.
Oh, yeah.
That first year that they aired that was
So
really gut-wrenching.
gnarly,
I was feeling for the commentary team, for the color analysts that had to go down and sit there and ask the question. There was just this ominous silence kind of happening around it. Everyone adjusted. There were some really emotional, raw, truthful interviews with the athletes the day after with some of them that came back to the event, Anyway, right now, up and riding. Taylor, who opened and got that interference. She got a 6 on that wave, so it was ineffective. Now we'll see where this wave takes her.
Only needing a 3-1-0.
That's the thing I said when she got the interference on a great opening ride for her.
Yep.
She's in it with a 3.1.
Absolutely.
Vela, with first priority, only has a 3.1. So it's looking good at the moment for Taylor. Taylor was 7.5 minutes. Vela has to
strong
get
bottom
busy.
turn.
Yeah.
I mean, it was good surfing. Waiting a long time for this answer back as well. Yeah, 10, 12 minutes. So we'll see where this one goes for Taylor. And she's paddling through the whitewash. And these surfers really persevering with paddling across to the rip and not running around.
Well, at this point, maybe feeling like there might not be enough time all the way.
So it was a 5. That's enough to get her into second.
Yeah.
Temporarily. And that's Ellie. Just with a relaxed upper body style there. Just a series of maneuvers here. Just cruisy, just lifting up the nose and a few, I guess you'd call them foam climbs.
Cruisy foam climbs. Vela is going to have to keep her thinking cap on. She has priority in 6.5 minutes. Only one wave. She has dropped down into third because Taylor, with that last wave, getting a 5, goes into second.
So Green, you're in second. Your last wave, a 5-point ride. Green in second. 6 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
So she is doing the paddle around, walk around, so to speak. She's in the knee-deep shallows, making her way over to the rocks. Will she get back out in time? Because Vela needs nothing. She needs just under a 2-point wave to get herself up into second. Beautiful. Singes that layback. Sanoa, the heat leader. Such impressive surfing from our heat leader at the moment. Yeah, Vela, she has a lot of time and only needs a 1.91. Obviously, she would love to go score a 6 and just get rid of the potential for Taylor to get one wave.
Yeah.
You know, put it into that high excellent range with her two-wave total. Here we go. Vela Mathea, Santa Barbara local. Oh, yes. Big gouge, extends the legs, pushes on the back end of the tail.
So just approaching the 5-minute mark. And Ellie, your last wave, a 2.9. Looking for a 2.11 to move into second, but that may change with Red's last wave. Whoa, beautiful carve there for Vela and that yellow tint Almeric. Strong surfing. Committed surfing, for a better word.
Yeah, drawn out extension. So she got to really transfer the whole rail. You know, I love it when they bury the front of the rail and then just squirt out through the tail.
Feels good too.
Oh, it feels great.
It often can actually look more dramatic than it feels when you're out there.
It's a real
'cause it's
natural
the placement.
thing. Yeah.
All right, so an update very shortly. 4 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. .7. Vela, you've gone into second place. White in the lead. Red, you've gone into second. Green now looking for a 7.8. And blue, a 4.9.
Well, that's exactly what she needed to put the serious pressure on Taylor. Now Taylor's one wave score has to be above a 7.8. Ellie only needing the 4.9 though. So still Vela not safe in second with the 3-1 and a 4-7. 3.5 minutes left. Taylor surfing so well though. She can dig deep, find an excellent score. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Things are not stable right now. Vela in second. Ellie in fourth, needing a 4.9. Priority is white, green, red. So Ellie not out in the lineup yet. That's going to make it tougher for her. Taylor, with that priority interference, needs a singular score of a 7.8 or higher.
All right, red up and riding just to confirm that second split. Oh, she goes for the air.
Higgledy-piggledy. Wasn't quite sure where she was going on that one. I think she looked left for a half a millisecond.
Yep.
And then went right and was up high, 3/4 bottom turn. So that doesn't factor in. Just over a minute left. Not a lot of time on the clock. 40 seconds left. Will White hold off green? This was a little replay of Ellie. So she had got out in lineup, but that wave will not do anything for her in her situation. And it looked like White utilized her priority, held off green in that last exchange, although we didn't see it. Green still has 15 seconds to try and secure an excellent score, but time is ticking away quickly.
4, 3, 2, 1.
So Noah got a 5.8 on the wave coming in. She is into the quarterfinals along with Vela Mathea, and we will take a quick commercial break and come back with the men's quarterfinal number 1. So stay tuned, and we can't wait to bring you that exciting action.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
SLO CAL Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in SLO County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, from small batch craft concentrates and sleep gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come join us on our journey to support family farms, support community, and support culture from the roots up. SLO CAL Roots, locally owned and operated by patients for patients.
Welcome back to this SLO CAL Open at Morro Bay, the QS 1000, presented by Surfing for Hope. We are into the men's quarterfinal. Heat number 1 out in the water at the moment is Sam Reedy and Kalohe Andino in blue. We have some very chopped up conditions, cross to offshore, lots of scoring opportunity though. The tide on the way in. We had a pretty dramatic change in tides today, 6 feet difference. And coming down in swell, back around the 13-second mark where we had swells up to 20 seconds, 20 feet tall waves to only 2 days ago, so a dramatic change. And these surfers tucked right up in the corner of Morro Bay, just the famous Morro Rock, over 20 million years old. This unique marine playground. We're so lucky to have an event here, and very awesome to watch the men and the women, as well as the longboards later in the week, enjoy this beautiful surrounding.
Yeah, tomorrow afternoon, about 12 o'clock, is when the men's longboard first round is in the water, and then we'll finish with the men's round of 32, the second round. So another full day, 7:30 start tomorrow. Pretty much finishing up 4 o'clock, a little after, depending. So we'll try to get through. We have to get through everything. Not a lot of extra time since we had the lay day on the massive day.
So Kalohe coming into this event with a fair bit of confidence after a semi-final finish there in Santa Cruz. And Sam Reedy on a roll, 16th position coming into this event. Quarters is a great result. It is just a QS 1000, but some hot competition. And in terms of warming up for the remaining stops on this series, this is a keeper result. The idea is to get onto that Challenger Series so you can have a chance to qualify for that championship tour.
Yeah, it's cool to have Kalohe in this event. So I don't know if he did it in February because I was in Australia, so I missed it. But I know going back to 2 years ago, Santa Cruz, he won against Taro Watanabe. And then this last year made it in the semis in Santa Cruz. So he's on a good little West Coast run. Here he finds himself in the quarterfinals. We loved his goal set, his intention in the interview with you after 2 heats ago, the post-heat interview, what his plans are, and to, aspirations to, one, get back on tour, which doing these qualifying series is the first step. Then you got to get through the Challenger Series, get in the top 10. Then you're on the championship tour, and then to elevate the game and finish in the top 2 of the U.S. surfers to be on the Olympic team for the 2028 Olympics
yep.
in L.A.
Well, it's a great result for Sam anyway. His best result was at the Outer Banks Pro where he got a semi-final finish, and just at the Coldwater Classic, a 65th. So bowing out very early, this is already an improvement on that, and when you're a competitor, you just want to keep improving and building that momentum. Obviously, the QS, extremely challenging with 4-man heats and stacked right throughout. We know that. It's been the case for many, many years, where a lot of surfers, even since the mid-season cut on the championship tour, have failed to re-qualify through the Challenger and the QS. And these are seasoned veterans. And here goes Sam, opening up his account, the 2-turn combo.
Well, you got to say, not as much experience, especially in these head-to-head situations. So now the format has shifted. 2 guys in the water, priority, the pace, the cadence, everything shifts so much from 4 in the water. Kalohe with infinite experience as, spent since he was pretty much 16 years old on the championship tour, or 17, something like that. A decade of it.
Yeah, well, absolutely, and touted as being North America's hopes and dreams of the next Kelly Slater.
Yeah, we did. We had that. Then we had, Connor get on there, then Griffin, and now all of a sudden, a little slip there from Kalohe. Sam Reedy opens with a 5.25, but after Connor, and all of a sudden we kind of had a gap. There was a void in the next wave coming, and all of a sudden this year it paid off. It all happened. Griffin made it in between. Nat Young got back on tour and then off, but as far as the youngsters coming through, it was Griffin, and now you have Jake Marshall, you have Cole Houshman, you got Crosby. And Jet was just right on the edge. Wait, did Jet make it, or he was right on the outside?
Yep.
Cade
Matson, yeah.
Cade made it. That's right.
Of course.
Who again we've watched.
These are common faces that you see out the lineup down there.
Make it through into the finals, semifinals, and quarterfinals here, and not only all the pro juniors at the U.S. Open. So there they are, San Clemente in full force. And
Jake Marshall the year before that. And 2 years before that, sorry.
Well, and he's had hopefully he's refocused, injury and everything healed up. Ooh, vicious looking wave right there.
You see, he was Kalohe going down on that one.
He was off his board.
Yeah. All right, Red, your last wave, a 5.25. Red out in the lead, a 5.25. 17 minutes remaining. Crossed offshore, sort of almost crossed onshore now. Very teetering on sideshore, so that wind really probably affecting the sound that these surfers can hear. Once again, if you've been tuning in from the beginning, this event's been difficult for the surfers to hear these beach announcements. We're in the very wild coast here. Pismo Beach is a little... Obviously, they've got the pier there, and it's a lot easier for the surfers to hear. And
yeah, they can stack the speakers along the pier. Here, we can't get them up on the rocks.
Here goes Blue.
Kalohe up on his second. He slipped on his first, and he's fallen on his second. So a funky start for Kalohe and Dino. You really see something going on. You see the side chop, too.
He's sitting on his board, so maybe he's like moving his feet around in that wax, trying to engage. You know when you're sliding and you wax and you move it with your hand just to...
Yeah, I do. I scrape it with my fingernails, everything.
Perhaps that could be the scenario. A lot of foam out there too, and we know what happens when the sea foam can get on the wax.
And it's hitting off those rocks, the sea life on the rocks, the seaweed, the scum. Here we go, Kalohe, he's like, I want to get my feet gripping. Here we go. It looks like he's riding a board he's very familiar with. Quick two-turn combo. Again, he's so familiar with a decade of head-to-head matches at the highest level, under the highest pressure, scrutinized by the world, right? Like you said, as that shining hope. So no stranger to serious pressure through his career.
So just whipping that first turn and a second whip. Just laying the bricks down, starting to build the walls on the heat, the house, trying to lay that foundation, and obviously the roof being the excellent scores at the end, just to put something in combo. And it was enough. It was a 5 flat, so I will deliver that score in a sec. And we'll wait now with Red up and riding on his answer back. Nice opening flary turn and a nice combo. So carrying that speed, he points to the judges and say, you want to give that a 5? Well, this is my shot back, and he will get back out very shortly. You can see Kalohe just got the nod there in the paddle battle. But they're going to have to duck dive multiple sets. And here, just a nice clean open face, bottom turn straight into the carve, holds it, no pump, adjusts his feet and straight up into another turn. That felt good. And that'll be a great wave to back up the 5.25. Might even go higher than that.
Yeah, really nice. And the technique of how he got the extra juice out of the lip. You could see not only, like you said, he adjusted his feet, but he twisted his shoulders even more and ducked his head, allowing that redirect to be so quick and sharp. Tucked his chin down after he had twisted his shoulders. Past 12 o'clock, just opened up into it and gets a 7.5. What a score for Sam Reedy. So,
as that tide's coming in, look at this set starting to build.
Yeah, as it always seems to do, right? Drawing tide pulls the swell out, and then incoming, Kalohe getting washed. He's getting donuts right there. Obviously, Kalohe, the far more experienced in the head-to-head, but what's also changed, it's so cool that down into the junior ranks, they've adopted that format to groom the young surfers globally, knowing that the goal is to get into head-to-head combat or heat format, and so they've implemented that down into the youngest ranks. So giving the surfers that ability from a young age also. I guess the difference just being that Kalohe did it at the World Championship level.
Yeah, that's right. He was able to put the pieces together and hook up the right sponsors and the training facilities to help nurture that talent. Similar with Julian Wilson in Australia, Jeremy Flores from France as well. Those guys were the beneficiaries of that tour. So, Kalohe, you're in second position. You need a 7.75. Your last wave, a 5-point ride. Red, your last wave, a 7.5 to go with your 5.25. 12 minutes, 20 remaining. Red in the lead, blue needing a 7.75.
Kalohe looking at this right-hander. Oh, camera went with red, but Kalohe did take the right. It's forming up on the inside. I did see the first turn. It looks like he might have gotten enveloped, consumed by the lip on the inside of the right.
So that wave looked like it might have had an end section, just a 4.5 for Sam Reedy. And this was the replay of Kalohe straight off the bottom. So nice mid-face power carve, and he ramps up the inside, goes for a bit of flare in the end, which most likely would have got close to being the score. But it looks like it's going to come in at a below average score. So, yeah, Red, you are still out in the lead. A 7.5 and a 5.25. Blue, your last wave was not enough. A 3.15, you still require a 7.75. 10 minutes, 45 remaining. Red in the lead. Red, you're looking to drop. A 5.25 is your low. Blue, you need 7.75 to move into first place. So this would be a... You know, there's two ways of looking at a difficult heat and challenging conditions. You can look at it as difficult or an opportunity.
Opportunity. Here we go. Kalohe. He's taking it as an opportunity. Quick to find another wave. Kalohe spends a lot of time training too. He is a very fit unit.
Oh.
And with the sharpened refocus, I guess you would say.
Oh.
Look at that.
Ooh, a little bobble at the end
Well,
too to take the gloss off it. He a little claim, but
he
knows.
He did well, yeah.
So he'll do that run around right on cue. And Red falling off the back of that. So Sam, knowing that he sort of can't leave Kalohe alone too much because he can pluck scores like that out of nowhere with all that experience.
Oh, Sanoa's waiting. Sorry. Well, that replay, a cruisy opening turn, but what that did was set him up for that. And again, really about this big exclamation two-turn combo. That was the one, money, and then had that almost buried rail, but not a problem. Kalohe waiting on that score. We'll have it as you're running by. Thank you for the fine surfing. Sam Reedy out the back, comes unstuck on the whitewash. We'll wonder if he'll be able to paddle back out quickly or if he'll come and do the runaround. Kalohe electing to do the runaround, and why not? He had to bail his board a few times as those sets bombed him on the head. Coming up next, Levi Slauson and Owen Moss. This heat, there's 8 minutes and 40 seconds left. Judges still deliberating with Blue's last score. I would love to give it to him before the interview. Hold on. Sanoa just waiting real quickly. So there, the judges going back, looking at the replay of Sam's earlier 7.5. That way they'll be able to determine where the score goes for Kalohe. Kalohe, a 7.4 on your last wave. Sam, you are still in first place with a 5.25 and a 7.5. Kalohe, you have a 5 and a 7.4. Now you're looking to get a 5.36 to go into first place. 7 minutes and 40 seconds. Okay, now we can do the post-heat interview. Sanoa and Matt, take it away.
Sanoa, very relevant. Kalohe doing that run around. Can you hear out there?
You definitely can't hear very well, but between sets you can catch some of it for sure.
And a little bit of a conditions change since your last heat. Tell us, what's changed?
Yeah, the wind's definitely picked up, and then it almost seems like the swell's pulsing a little right now. It's gotten a little bit bigger out there and more consistent with the sets for sure.
Yeah, your heat was just after low tide, coming in with the high. We got later on this evening, I think it will pick up a little bit more. Any advice to those men that are going out in the next few heats?
Oh God, I don't know. I think they'll figure it out, but yeah, definitely just take any opportunity you can find.
Like, and they're pretty stoked they don't have you in your heat. Moving into tomorrow, what's the plan for tonight?
Definitely just early dinner, stretch, chill, and head to bed. And yeah, I'm excited to be moving on to finals day and surf more heats tomorrow.
Cool. On that note, we're going to go back to live action.
All right, thank you. Good job, Sanoa. See you in the quarterfinals. A quick update. Kalohe, your last wave was a 7.4. Your opening wave a 5. So you're still in second place. Now you need a 5.36. There's 6 minutes left in the heat. Who knows if he can hear me with all the smash against the rocks right there. Sam Reedy staying super busy. He wants to make it. He goes down into Davy Jones right there.
You can see the current really ripping out there and the reverb off the incoming swell. Bouncing off the cliffs. So a lot of different elements. So hard to pick corners.
It's really hard to pick corners, and it'll be interesting to see how the priority plays out in that Kalohe was up against the rock. I don't know. I can't see where he is. Sam rode that right. There's Kalohe making his way back out. So waiting with 5 minutes left to see how this plays out. There we go. Blue, Kalohe with first priority. Sam in second priority. Kalohe, you need a 5.36 now. There's 5 minutes left.
So red out in the lead. 5 minutes left. Red out in the lead. Blue, you need a 5.36 to move into first. Red, you're looking to drop a 5.25. Blue priority, red second. Red, you're in the lead.
Yep, so priority is with blue. Kalohe has first priority. Sam might have been inquiring about that. I mean, it was touch. Kalohe had the wave, ran around, and was paddling back out. If Sam had completed his wave, he would have ridden further, and it would have been an easy read, it seems like. So Kalohe deemed to have the priority. So things set up well for him in that scenario. But if Sam would have ridden the wave further, he would have got it anyway. Sam keeping separation, staying down the beach. Kalohe, though, can't really hunt him down. He needs to get busy and find the 5.36 with 3 minutes and 40 seconds left. Man, it looks wild out there. And the filters and the drone angle and the whole thing it takes out a lot of the mess that's in real time if you're in the water. Coming up next, Levi Slauson and Owen Moss. See them making their way out along the edge of the rocks. Sam Reedy gets that cross grain. He's going to go left. He's going to go right. Nice drop wallet. and that wave doesn't really give him much in the right to left scenario.
But second priority, kind of, if he'd been able to get 2 turns, could have been done over. Still, nice. Mid-face gaff there, just leaning into it. We'll see. It looked dramatic with the in real life here with the spray going everywhere. So
and the way he was catching that wave,
fade,
yeah,
textbook. And here, times it. Whoa.
Well, will that better his 5.25? That would, if it does, it increases what Kalohe needs. Kalohe focused with 2.5 minutes. He knows exactly what he wants to do. I mean, he'd love a solid 2 or 3 turn wave. It doesn't, so Sam's wave doesn't change the score line. Kalohe still needing a 5.36.
So red in the lead, blue in second. Red in the lead. Red, you're still winning. Blue, you need a 5.36. 2 minutes remaining.
Sam, your last wave was a 3.8. Didn't change the score line. Priority with blue, 1 minute and 45 seconds. Can Kalohe find something? Here we go. Kalohe Andino, 1 minute and 40 seconds. Needs a mid-range 5. Opening up and arcing back 2 times so far, and he's going to get this finish turn. Goes over vertical, rides out. He likes it. That's all he could ask for in the dying minute. So looking to see if this is a 5.36. He thinks so. 3 turns. Finishes with a solid one.
Sam was just out there hoping that 2 minutes was just going to tick down so fast. And so opening carve there for Kalohe under pressure. Second this whole heat. And here he ramps up his end section. Was he going to make it? Of course he was. Sends it up into the lip, snaps it back, rides out, and he knows that was a clutch wave. We'll see where that comes in at.
And he was pushing hard on the, even though those were set up carves, he wasn't just cruising with it. He was pushing hard through the first 2.
Score in, 5.9. Sam Reedy in second needs a 5.8. Position change, 35 seconds.
Kalohe gets the score, pushing it to the last minute. Will something come for Surfer in Red out the back? I like that drone angle. The quiet walk in with nothing he can do but look out to see and watch.
So a 5.8 required for Red. 15 seconds. 10 seconds.
Here we go. He's got life. I'm going to count it out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh!
And the horn blows and he goes over the front of his board. He had the chance. Sam Reedy gives it his all. Kalohe Andino into the semifinals.
That lucky duck.
What a West Coast swing semifinal. And look at that. That's a great view of him watching.
And it was all coming down his last turn. This most likely would have been the score. Critical surfing. Gets almost the landing, but digs the nose.
Look at that. The little fist claim. He's psyched. All right, we got it in slow-mo. Love it. Kalohe fired up. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and we'll come back with quarterfinal number 2.
In the land of SLO CAL, you can go from kicking it poolside to snuggling up seaside. Start planning your journey across the land of SLO CAL now.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And come join us December 8th for our 12th annual Cancer Benefit Concert featuring Tom Curran. See you there.
Welcome to the land of sunken gardens and elevated afternoons. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for joining us here. That was a Exciting finish to that last heat. Kalohe Andino going on through, gets the score he needs, gets a 5.9, had needed a 5.36 to edge out Sam Reedy in the first quarterfinal. We love that footage. The drone angle at the end of Kalohe walking up the beach, watching Sam, who got the wave before the time had run out, falling at the finish, and that little fist pump of Kalohe's at the end. High drama. And it looked like right in the beginning of the heat, Owen Moss had a quick up and down, so Levi Slauson with first priority. Head-to-head matchups now into the quarterfinals and on. Well, we've had a great day here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay, presented by Surfing for Hope Foundation and our title sponsor, Visit SLO CAL. Chilly in the shadows. Well, it looks like, I don't know if the cameraman's there, but soon we'll get that post-heat interview with one Kalohe Andino. It's nice that the competitors are out in the sun, but the competition area enveloped in the shadows of the Morro. One of the 9 sisters. Great job, Sam. Exciting stuff. So I love seeing Timmy Patterson has a whole new wave of super talent riding his equipment. Here we go. Levi Slauson in the red again, finding these rights that he loves. A big extended power layback. Beautiful stuff from Levi, never wasting energy. Nice opening wave for the surfer in red from down Encinitas Way. Consistent in how he's approached every heat. And it looks like we are ready. Take it away. Love to hear what Kalohe has to say.
Second, that whole heat, last 2 minutes, a wave comes. He finally had priority. What was going through your mind?
I don't know. It was pretty hard to surf, so I was just thinking, okay, if I get a section or two, then I could try to hit it as best I could. And the first 2 sections on the wave were kind of soft, so I had to sort of baby it. And then I was like, oh, I don't know if I'm going to get the score, so I tried to bash my last section as best I could and got the score.
And obviously you're walking in. We had that terrific camera angle, and it was contrasted to you watching and a little fist pump when your competitor fell. So in that moment, you sort of knew that he could have got the score if he made that.
Yeah, totally. I have so much respect for Sam's surfing and his tenacity competitively. I've never really heard of him. And then, yeah, we had a bunch of heats over in the Outer Banks, and he was just taking it to me every time. So I knew he was going to be a really hard draw, and he's got really good technique too. And I've never heard of him, so I was just a little nervous to come up against him because I knew he was just going to give it to me. So yeah, it seemed like I don't know, I just got really lucky, and everything had to fall my way in the last 2 minutes.
Well, you flexed on your competitive experience as well, and we just knew in that last turn, you knew that you had to pull it short and just finish it and tap it, where perhaps that experience for him was trying to push that. Came down, easier for us to judge in there, but moving into tomorrow, what's the plan for tonight?
I'm just really stoked to be in the semifinals and finals day. Hopefully it gets a little more manageable out there. It's still like pretty solid, and hopefully it turns into more performance tomorrow. I'd be excited to surf against either one of these guys.
Perfect. All right, we look forward to seeing you on finals day. Have a good night. Rest up.
Thanks.
All right. Well, good job, Kalohe. Nicely done into the semifinals. So he's backing himself up from Santa Cruz with another semifinal berth. Whoa. A replay of fireworks layback surfing from Levi Slauson. That score still not in. And a quick wave. What did we get from our surfer in blue, Owen Moss? That wave flattened out on the first section, and he really was just pushing it a little too much, so nothing doing there. The whole story right now is Levi Slauson opens with an 8.5. One blistering layback carve and an 8.5. Consistency is key, and he has done that every heat so far. And actually for quite a while in his career, that is what he loves doing, opening with full focus. There we go. That's the second wave of Owen that we're waiting on the score for. So a tight section, committed surfing. Levi eyeing up these rights. I know he loves these rights, the way they cup out, and then if you get the good one, it bends in at you. That way you can just increase and maximize the power. 8.5. Levi, your first wave, an 8.5. 8.5 on that big hammer layback carve. 6.75 for Owen. Owen, your second wave, a 6.75. Opening wave was a 2.5. So just because he has got the two waves, he is out in the lead. Levi with priority, sitting on an 8.5. Here we go. No, Levi elects not to go. Good choice. He doesn't need to. He has priority, but good to look at that wave, give it a sniff. Possibly this right opening up to give him what could be a beautiful section. Levi again hammers it, but too much wobble in that lip. Comes unstuck. I'm not quite sure where Owen is in the lineup. Couple waves were ridden that we didn't get on camera. Just throwaway waves. Levi's right that he chucked the tail and didn't complete it was a 1.4. So with that, he went up into the lead, and then both surfers had throwaways. So that's why Levi's up in the lead right now. Priority with blue. After those exchanges. Yes, Levi, you have an 8.5 and a 1.4. Owen, you have a 2.5 and a 6.75. You have first priority. You're in second place. You need a 3.16. There's 15 minutes left in the heat. All right, here we go. Owen Moss, a nice peak. Carving back with the wave, looking to set himself up for that, and the wave bent away from him. So an opportunity potentially thrown away. Now Levi with that priority. Kind of a case of it looked like he potentially baited Owen into that wave, knowing that it was what looked like a stand-up peak. paddled like he was going to go. It forced Owen to take the wave, and it ended up just being a little bit funky, and the wave bent away from him out to sea. Now Levi up on another inside right, or not inside, but
my gosh.
just hammered. The lip hit him in the face, gouging it. So that's going to get rid of the 1.4. Not the prettiest of power turns, but he's going to get a decent score out of that. It was critical. It was vertical. It was dark and black and ugly.
Now, I was watching the wave coming off the headland in real life. Now, watch this. So, big section, maybe the biggest one of the day coming at him. He goes up, hits it, comes down, almost gets covered up by it, and pulls it off. He looks like he's a man glued to his surfboard today.
He sure does. Wow, this is already early indications going to be a really strong score. Owen Moss is, I think, potentially going to be close to a combination situation. We'll see where this goes. Or just under. There it is, a 7.75. Levi, your last wave, a 7.75. Owen, you need a 9.5 now. Blue, you need a 9.5. Or just, get a nice score, rebuild. You have 13 minutes left in the heat. So both significant scores on rights for Levi, one turn only. That wave is drawing off the bottom, getting really vertical.
Well, he's just chosen two that had almost a bigger bowl coming at him, which has been pretty rare this whole event. I keep saying those excellent range scores usually come when the wave is the star and the surfer's meeting power with power.
Well, he's definitely rising to the occasion. And when you lock into that zone that you just feel so strong and comfortable, you're like, I don't care how big and powerful it is, because the speed I'm going to carry into it and my timing is going to be impeccable, and I'm riding out.
Levi's surfing like someone who could do really well surfing Hawaii right now.
Oh, and he does.
Of course he does, but competitively, if he was to compete it. For example, if there was an event at Rocky Point, he wouldn't back down. He'd go for it. Just solid surfing.
Isn't that wild? Such an incredible wave, and there's never been an event there. Maybe there's local little things, but no event.
It's just so consistent.
At Rocky Point, yeah. I guess because where would they have? There's so much. It's three different waves in the one. Levi out in the lead. Owen with priority. Needs to better the 2.5 and chip away at that 9.5 he needs. Mate, the shadow is going to be all the way to Cayucas by the time we finish today. It's going to be way up there. That lay day pushed us back a little bit, so we're putting in the 8-hour days. Full commitment. Thank you to the judges. Thank you to all the staff, the camera crew. It's been a pretty radical day for the judges to stay focused, even in their rotation for this length of time. Not easy. Thank you to all the catering and the people that have brought down the food, the liquid death, the chips, the pizza, the burritos, the coffees. 10 minutes left here in heat number 2. Coming up next, Lucas Ostin and Taj Lindblad. Yeah, you wonder when, Kalohe in the interview saying it's hard to surf. He hopes it mellows out a bit more for high performance. It's wild, it's woolly. You don't really know what's going on. It's lucky. Quick up and out for Owen Moss. Would you really elect to have a free surf in this on most days in these wild side shore conditions?
Nope.
No, exactly. So here they are competing, and if they're not having free surfs in this sort of stuff often, there's even more unfamiliar territory that they're trying to be comfortable in a really uncomfortable situation. So that's where you know, more respect, and you have to give it up to them, because in amongst it, they're finding just nuggets.
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
know?
They are. And, well, excellent range scores here for Levi.
I mean, I remember, you know, training so often, and I loved the grossest storm days at the beach breaks with no one around. Those were the days that just tested you, but you'd come in and you'd get turns that you never got on the other days because of the weird nature of the way the ocean was moving. It presented new lines.
The practice makes the perfect. When you've run through those scenarios in your training runs and you've put yourself in uncomfortable positions, naturally you're going to adapt when those situations occur in the future because you're desensitized.
Yeah.
It's not awkward or unusual if you're training in that all the time. And it's the same thing. Big waves, then it's small, you're able to commit. Now, 8 minutes remaining for those surfers in the water. Levi, you got a 7.75 and an 8.5. Owen, you're in combination. You need, well, no, sorry. You need a 9.5. I apologize. You need a 9.5.
Yeah, he's still right in it. He needs to get himself a 5 or a 6 and then need a 4 something. And Levi has such exceptional scores already. Will he better his 7.75? So it could stay pretty level. Owen can build.
In choppy waves like this and interference, anything could happen. So I do apologize. He's not in combination. Well, my head, I'm thinking probably easy to break it down because he's only got a 2.5 backup. And he can very easily get a 7 or an 8 as he showed us in previous heats. So to break that down, here he goes. So this is his answer back. Fading into this one. Comes up. Oh, beautiful. Gouging carve and an oncoming section. And smacks it up into the lip and rides out. So that is one of the most beautiful TPs we've seen all day. Came out of nowhere. I can't wait to see the replay.
How about the way the light filtered off the top when he went through the roof? So what that's gonna get him back in this in a great way.
Yeah.
He'll get rid of the 2.5 wherever the score comes in.
So look at this fade.
Much less requirement. Yeah. All that energy going left, but then he goes back right.
Wow. Throwing buckets in that turn. Little off tilt, and then he lines that section up, and he doesn't just tap it off the top. He gives it to it, jams it with a layback. Exciting surfing there.
Good stuff from Owen, holding it together.
Eclipse.
Well, we'll see. Very fluid combination.
Well, that's it. It was committed surfing. It was a combination. It was a set wave. And red. Sparse surfing. One way to take your eyes off the other. Whoa!
Okay, Levi just said, all right, here's my left. Anyway, wow, what a scenario playing out with 6 minutes left. Levi just shredding the bags out of this left. So finally we see him on his backhand, surfing tack sharp again, stoked with his performance. Owen gets a 9.0. Owen with a 9. So that got him into a better situation. He needs a 7.25 to take over, but Levi has this score to come in. Will it increase his 7.75?
Incredible. I think it will. We'll watch this replay.
Oh, we love it. Fans of surfing. Fans of good surfing.
So just as that score's getting locked in for Owen, excellent range 9, he comes out with this Levi power carve into a vertical hit, driving off the bottom into another series of turns, loses a little bit there, knows he's got to make up for it, sees it down the line. So here he ramps it up, identifies the foam and picks this last turn perfectly, and he just clicks those turns all the way through to the inside. That will go excellent, I believe.
That speed down carve, setting up that deep upside down bottom turn into vertical turn. Hold on, Levi. Score not in, but we're waiting for it on the left.
4 minutes.
We're down to 4.5 minutes. A 9.35, Levi. A 9.35 on that left. Now, even though Owen got the 9, Levi answers back with a 9.35. Owen in the blue needing an 8.86. So they do not have gloves on right now in the ring. What an exchange. I hope you're having fun out there and watching the webcast here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. We had a nail-biter finish with Kalohe, a little bit of a different personality to that heat. In this one, they are just going toe-to-toe. I mean, Levi, what a show. 8.5, 7.75, 9.35. Talk about a kid in the zone, consistent, and then Owen reaching deep, getting that wave, and redirecting from left to right to get a 9.
It was this turn here, just beautiful timing. Jack Robinson-esque, and here, banking that one. That was a Connor Coffin jam, channeling two of the best natural footers of the modern era. And this here, if this wasn't Taj Burrow, I don't know what it is, but
this
Levi
combo.
Slauson, look at that. And then here, vertical, straight. That's why they call it the pit.
The extension out and down from the lip. He thought he was at Seaside on his home reef break. And the finish.
Dynamic surfing there from Levi Slauson. Well done to both surfers. What a great heat.
We're having fun up in here. The SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay does not disappoint. Every year I have so much fun, these events.
So Blue.
Yeah, give it to him.
9-point ride for your last wave. You now need an 8.86. You're in second place. Levi out in the lead with a 9.35 and an 8.5. Owen, you need an 8.86 to go into first. 2 minutes 30 remaining.
Yeah, he's probably sitting there going, what? I just got a 9 and I need an 8.6. But he didn't maybe hear that right behind him. Levi answered with a 9.35.
And you know, to be absolutely hypercritical, Levi had a little bobble on his, and so did Owen. Just in between those tiny little checks, you can only imagine if they were seamless. We'd be looking at, well, one judge went as high as 9.8 for Owen's wave, and one went as low as 8.5. And for Levi, we had one go.
They were consistent.
9.5 to 9.2 across. Yeah. So.
Okay, so ball's in Owen's court with priority, and just under 2 minutes. He just got a 9, so we know that the 8.86 is right in his wheelhouse.
And also getting some amazing scores throughout the event on his backside as well. And how's Levi? Forehand, backhand, doesn't matter. That was such a sick left. That was
yeah. That the lines he chose, that down carve to deep bottom turn to completely beyond 12 o'clock.
Both these surfers have full highlight reels. They've got these are surfing that you'd see in a video edit.
Yeah, it really is. Like I said, when I was doing the board riders that we had, that was just a community event back at home at Seaside, and the very first heat at 7 a.m., freezing cold, howling offshore, perfect little peaks, was Levi, Taylor Clark, and a couple others. It was a final first thing.
Yeah, that's right.
And he, straight out of the rack into big rotations. Beautiful surfing. Oh, to be young and on point with every wave. 40 seconds left. Priority is with Blue.
$15 seconds. Counting this one out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What a fun heat to call. What a fun heat to watch, I'm sure. Levi Slauson, in the end, taking it out, moving into the semifinals. Great showing for Owen Moss, and a quick commercial break. Recap that heat, go into the next.
Welcome to the land of wide open spaces, full of hidden secrets. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
life on coast in Morro Bay.
Welcome to the land of complex wines and simple pleasures. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
0.5. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for joining us here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. Matt Janowski and Jeff Baldwin bringing you the action all day long. Baldy and the Waxhead having a great time. We just had so much fun calling that last heat. Levi Slauson and Owen Moss putting on a show. High 8s and 9s and mid 9s. Incredible surfing. Blow for blow. We are into this heat number 3. There's a nice view of Levi coming in. Great job. What a show. Having a great time. In the water now, Taj Lindblad in the blue and Lucas Ostin in the red. Taj in the quarters, holding down the title from earlier this year here at this event. "25-minute quarterfinals, mano-a-mano now. The format has shifted.
You know, I remember the New Zealander, Ricardo Christie, when he was on tour.
I loved that kid.
He had some of the hardest heat draws. You know, he had all those top seeds.
Of course, you come in at the bottom.
At the end of the year, his combined heat total was higher than some of the guys that were in the top 5.
But he still didn't make it back on.
I don't think he made heat.
Yeah.
Isn't that because he was up against the top seeds?
Well, yeah, so his heat totals were huge, but then that elevated their game, so they had to push themselves.
Oh, he's like Geordie Smith and Jay Bay.
Yeah.
You know, and you're just like pumping Jay Bay. So he's dropped, you know, Geordie's doing 8s and 9s, and Ricardo is 2. And it was enough to get him through every other heat. You know, but that's just the way it goes. Excellent surfing and that level, you've got to beat those top seeds to build your own seed up.
Well, and that is another shocking truth and reality that hits these surfers when they make it into the big leagues is their ranking, their seeding is so low that inevitably they go against the number ones. So, you know, right now, that's what Cade, Cole, and Crosby have to look forward to is to go up against Ethan, Felipe, Jake, or Jack
Griffin.
Yeah, that's so. It's like, okay. But they got to buckle down and win a bunch of those and increase their seeding power. Not that it really makes it easy, but psychologically, you're like, oh boy, I have to go against the number 1, 2, and 3 every time.
But then, yeah, you look at other instances like Kelly having some bad luck against some wild cards as well.
Yeah, you know, historically, the wild cards are different as that no one's really watched them. And even the wild card thing is kind of changed now because they used to be like the local kid that never surfed in any events, so the competitors who are on the tour around the world didn't know anything about them. Now those kids have been groomed. They're getting flown around. They're with the major sponsors, and they're wild cards at all these events.
Sponsored wild cards.
Yeah.
His Taj. Whoa!
Rides out.
Wow. Explosive. First wave there. Well, second wave there from Taj.
Did you get to ask, was he on the 6'2" from the other day in the post-heat interview?
I don't know. Had his own stickers on this one, so I'm not sure.
Gotcha.
So it has this backlit, doesn't even look like the same spot. Hits it perfectly and tees off, and of course he rides out super solid.
Yeah, those tight angle views make it look like a fun peaky beach break and a sunny afternoon.
Oh, look at this swell. It's pouring in again.
So that tide pushing up, making all the difference now. Rough seas. Red gets in and over the ledge. Lucas coming deep, whips it up and down. Good completion, throwing fins over the lip everywhere he gets the opportunity.
These quarterfinals definitely living up to their expectations.
Yeah, big turns and big scores. Taj following in Levi's corner with a 7.25 for that one turn up in the lip.
Oh, compressed bottom turn, just gave it everything. And even on that end turn, just whipping that board into the foam and riding out. So committed first turn there from Lucas.
And his technique over the board, not to poke the nose on that first turn.
Yep. Has the bottom turns on both, even in that last heat as well from Owen Moss. Incredible surfing on their backside.
Yeah, really trusting everything, just laying it on the line. Well, definitely we are spoiled with talent everywhere. So much talent everywhere. And emerging nations worldwide too, you know, young, incredible men and women coming out of regions all over. I mean, on the ISA side of things, there used to be 6 countries that dominated. Now 12 are a threat, and soon that will be 15, and there's always new nations coming in.
So sad to say, in the longboarding, Australia ranked number 13 in the ISA. Concerning.
This in the longboarding.
Longboarding. Yes.
So
I mean, it just goes to show it's a cultural revolution that's going on in surfing, and we'll see in the longboarding coming up tomorrow. There's Costa Ricans. We have some Mexicans in this North America.
It's strong here in the Americas.
Yep. Oh, absolutely.
The longboarding.
Yeah.
In Australia, it's still those pockets, like, I mean, up at Noosa and all that, right? And
Oh, yeah.
Byron and a couple other, but not as widespread, is it? Focus
No,
on the
just-
shortboards?
I think a lot of the Australians, in particular, have a lot of opportunity, but perhaps there's so much of it that it's not cool, and it's an image factor. And a lot of them have got other factors that go into it, and the reality is that other people want it more. And when it comes down to training, it comes down to adapting themselves to conditions like this. Not a lot of them have really risen to the top, and Australian world title was won by Harrison Roach at Malibu.
And then he didn't even compete after that and wasn't in this last year's final.
That's
I was
right.
wondering, I'm like, he's not even here to defend.
Wow.
Boom, upside down and backwards, comes unstuck, Lucas Oten. Yeah, that was a little, I didn't know what that meant. Oh, we've got Levi.
He's made it from the
frigid
mentoring mound.
The frigid mound. Well, thank you. We'd love an interview with Levi. Geez, what a score line. 8-7-7-5-9-3-5.
Come over here a bit.
Turned on. We both have like huge heat.
All right. I think we are ready. Let's take it away with Levi before he freezes.
So no need for a personal filmer. You have the WSL QS recap for your next video edit. That was incredible. What was it like?
Yeah, that was fun. It was a good heat with Owen. I knew it was going to be a tough battle. I love man-on-man heats. It makes it so much more like a surfing thing instead of like who gets lucky wave. But yeah, it was fun. I got really tired, got stuck by the rock for like 6 minutes. Got that 9. I almost didn't go on the wave, but then I was like, I think this wave's just too good to pass up. And then, yeah, ended up being a 9. But Owen ripped his wave right before me, and then I came to the beach and ran around, and my coach told me that Owen dropped a 9, and there was only 5 minutes left. So I think I got to the lineup with like 90 seconds left. So I was so tired.
Wow. Well, it was incredible that you're able to have that stamina for that second heat and to pull almost 3 excellent scores. Can you see out there? It's super backlit. It looks beautiful in the camera. Is it difficult?
Yeah, I can see pretty good. I was just looking at my coach, Matt. He was kind of, I think I was sitting too close to the rock at first, and he told me to scoot over, and then I paddled straight into my first 8. So I was stoked I got to see him on the beach. But then, yeah, it wasn't too hard to see. I couldn't really see the priority board, but I knew I had 2 good numbers, and I just need to close the heat out from there.
So was that an indication from the shore signaling you to go left or right?
Yeah, I usually don't look in at anyone. I like to go off my own instinct, but I think it was good there because it's kind of hard to tell out there. There's a lot of water moving still, but I was stoked he was there for me for that moment, and yeah, stoked to move into the finals day.
Well done. We'll go rest up. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Yes, great job, Levi. Thanks for the interview. Get warm. Good thing he's got that young eyesight. He can see the sand dune and see his coach that far away, hundreds of yards away. Looks like we've got this replay of Lucas. Oh, my goodness gracious. How did we miss that? Just fireworks on the lip, over the lip. This is going to be a great backup to his 7.15 blistering surfing there from Lucas Oten, a 9.5. Well, we will have to dive into the replay here. This came during the interview with Levi, a 9.5. This angle backlit for the viewers at home. There we go. You see the tail flare over the lip. Would have loved to see a second turn, but regardless, based upon the two waves that Levi had in the heat before, getting those 8s in the 7.75, based on Taj Lindblad's 7.25, that is the score. 9.5 for Lucas Osten. Now up and riding to answer Taj Lindblad. I didn't even get to let him know the scores he needed. It doesn't really matter. 2 horizontal phone climbs. Nice finish. Will this wave reform for him? It doesn't. He took off needing a 9.41, but that's because he has a nothing as a backup. With 12, just under 13 minutes, this heat tightening up. We'd love to see it go back and forth. Great angle from our camera crew. Definitely hard to come back down with that wind howling up the face like that. And I think instead of wiggling through the inside for a marginal advance or marginal, score increase, he wanted to get out quickly to the outside and reset. Taj gets a 5-point ride, which doesn't change what he requires. He's still needing the 9.41. So Lucas taking it to Taj, putting him in a really difficult situation. Taj having the higher, what could be effectively backup score, but needs a 9.41. Thanks to everyone coming down, all the camera people on the beach, all the camera workers, the operators of the devices. We've had a big day here. We are not done. We still have 11 minutes left in quarterfinal number 3, and to come up next, quarterfinal number 4, Wheeler Hasberg and Luke Weiler. Lucas, your last wave was a 9.5. You have a 7.15 and a 9.5. You are in the lead. There is just under 11 minutes remaining. You have first priority. Taj, you have a 7.25. Your last wave was a 5. You need a 9.41 to take the lead. Wild.
Is there any water left? I've just seen so much spray flying.
No.
I think Morro Rock's now wet. Referring to the amount of water these guys are displacing through their 3 fins. It's a testament to the amount of power that these 2 men and that previous heat, Levi and Owen, that was, wow.
Great interview. Good. Good thing he has such good eyesight to be able to spot his coach and see his coach, pushing like this way or that way.
Interesting to note the priority boy. Oh, just because it is
the angle.
It's a unique. We haven't competed this late yet in the whole event.
So he couldn't see it. He was
not
saying,
much of the priority
yeah.
board. Yeah. So.
Well, he relied on his coach. No doubt he came in and probably told him that. It was great for him to acknowledge it in the interview. And also that he was gassed, you know, that he really wasn't even thinking about that left, but thought, maybe it's going to be a good one. Well, guess what? It sure was. You let your inner talk work. Your instinct took over your mind.
The Taj needing a 9.41. So 9 minutes remaining. Lucas out in the lead and Taj looking for a 9.41. Red leading blue. In each. And as Levi alluded to, the man-on-man can be an advantage for some of these surfers, so they can, well, ultimately there's less waves being ridden because there's not another 3 people out there, it's just another person. And the ability of that is that they can save their energy and they can really conserve their decision-making for the wave that they really need to pull the trigger on, and they're roaming the lineup often solo. So see blue making a move inside red there. But red with priority, he's going to try and take that wave that Taj wants off him. Be interesting to see if Taj is going to try and break this down into 2 different waves or do it in one go, much like Owen Moss attempted to beforehand. And I'm absolutely blown away. Not surprised, but blown away at what the surfers can do in these conditions. We know that they're good surfers, but to be able to perform in the excellent range scores time and time again. So red with priority, blue second priority. Here we have a little bit of movement. Moving down the beach a little bit. Could be one of those TP right-handers. This one looking like a left that he can't get into, so beautiful green, yellowy green walls. Classic Central Californian afternoon. We're sitting here at Morro Bay, just next to the Morro Rock in San Luis Obispo County, otherwise known as SLO CAL. This is their marketing slogan. This event's brought to you by SLO CAL and Surfing for Hope. They host another QS event down in Pismo Beach, just around the other side of the national park. Got the famous Pismo Pier there and the classic beach town. A coastal hamlet, if you will. And tonight, if you're local and you got no plans, coming down to SLO Brewery, get your tickets to watch Tom Curran, the Santa Barbara and Central Californian hero, the stylist who wrote the playbook on what we now know as good style and modern-day shortboard surfing. He's playing live, and it's a fundraiser for the Surfing for Hope Foundation. And Surfing for Hope, it's a non-for-profit that's created to help ease the difficulty of cancer through the healing powers of surfing and ocean life. They host free surf camps for cancer survivors and their families, along with the annual longboard contest, which is in collaboration with the QS this year, Longboard QS, which will be starting tomorrow afternoon from 12 o'clock. So go to surfingforhope.org, grab your tickets for tonight, and come along to the SLO Brewery. Raise some money for cancer survivors, as well as enjoying the camaraderie with some of the competitors. And up in riding, this is Taj. He gets one under priority, pumping down the line. A beautiful wave. He goes to the air, and he doesn't ride out of that one, but the wave bent away from him, but He needed to pull something wild, aiming for that 9.41. See our final heat of the day, paddling out, Wheeler, Hasberg, and Luke Weiler. If these guys didn't have different coloured rash vests on, you'd be familiar. Wouldn't be surprised if you confused them. Very similar styles and statures on land. As you can see, as we all the way up to Cambria there on the right-hand side of the screen. 80 miles of coastline. I've got a log, a mid-length, a groveling shortboard, and a gun. And I've had a chance to ride them all this week. So it's a testament to how many cool waves there are in that stretch, that 80-mile stretch. And that cool classic town just at the end of the beach. Down there, Cayucas. It's unreal. It's a real throwback. It's got that small town country vibe, but they're a very welcoming community. And then over there in Pismo Beach, some fun little beach breaks. But up and down this stretch, Morro Bay, there's some fun little rip bowls. Started off my session early this morning with a local guy. Took me out there in the dark, assured me there was peaks, and that he was right. Yep, there you go. You can see all the different peaks down there. This is, you can see just little rips running out along there. Whenever you get a lineup like that, you can be rest assured that you'll get a peak to yourself. In fact, it's so uncrowded right now, you'd almost want someone to surf with. So 2 minutes 20, not a wave ridden since you left Baldy, but we did have one. It was 1.6 from Taj, a throwaway air.
Yeah, I heard over the PA, the beautiful announcing from Waxhead, and yeah, it's intimidating waters, you know, paddling out alone, wildlife everywhere.
Yep.
Windy and cold and
ominous.
Ominous. Steely blue water.
But more time in the ocean, better for it. That's why they call me the Waxhead, because when you're at that weird age when kids start getting their license and figuring out what they want to do in life, I just wanted to surf.
Yeah,
and
there you go.
It was a name given to surfers that wax in their brains. So here we have Taj just trying to stay busy. 1 minute 30 left on the clock. 1 minute 30 remaining. Priority still with Lucas. Taj looking for a 9.41.
Yes, so in the cold elements, he will have to dig deep and quiet his mind. Go back to all those moments that he's found those kind of waves, pulled it out, done the surfing that he can do.
Has.
The past champion of this event, the current title holder.
And just carrying so much form into this heat. He did have the highest heat total up until Levi just then in that previous one.
Yeah, those are those little personal feathers in the cap, the stats that pad your career along the way.
Just approaching the 30-second mark. And I think we have a whale out the back, actually.
Do we have our first whale sighting?
Mm-hmm.
Well. Down to the last 15 seconds.
We'll count this one out. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A nice hug of camaraderie there. Taj congratulating Lucas on a heat well surfed. I think the high score of the day at 9.5. Beautiful stuff from Lucas. And we'll throw to a quick commercial break. You see the Morro there, the beautiful shaded cold Morro rock. And we will come back for the final heat of the day, Wheeler Hashberg and Luke Weiler.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
You just do what your elders do. Getting rad, getting air, adrenaline.
We are into the final heat of the day. We're at the SLO CAL Open at Morro Bay, the QS 1000. Men's quarterfinal number 4 with Wheeler Hasberg and Luke Weiler. Just had a dominant victory there from Lucas Ostin. 16.65, one of the highest heat totals of the event. And this is Luke off to an early start. He knows he's going to bring fireworks. And these two surfers would have been so amped watching the past 2 heats. And they've been on a tear, both these surfers, to get to the quarterfinals with their own highlight reels.
Yeah, incredible stuff. The talent pool is deep. We love it. The Americas bringing heat to the world. I know, was it 2 years ago, everybody taking note of that, just going, wow, the qualifying series in the U.S. are definitely tough.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're putting out into the championship tour now and the Challenger Series is the highest level on the men's and women's side. And congratulations to those young men and women that made it on through.
You know, in comparison to the Australian QSs, we have some amazing talent coming through there, of course, but some of their locations are not too dissimilar to this exact beach. There's one that they have at Barubi, very similar, where it's a predominant long left with a shorter right, open to long period swells, a huge bay like this, and a rock to the side. So if I'm doing that event, I'll be sure to draw some contrasts to this here.
Did they have the World Juniors there? Is that a bunch of years back? Down south?
No, it's up. Well, no, well, depends south from where, but it's in Nelson's Bay, so it's north of Newcastle, about 45 minutes.
Maybe that, okay.
World Juniors was at Kiama.
Kiama.
Yeah, so that was south of Shell Harbour. It was actually in Sally Fitzgibbon's home region. Shell Harbour, South Coast. And then formerly at North Narrabeen.
Yeah, the iconic North Narrabeen events.
Oh, breeding ground like Trestles is now, San Clemente region, Huntington Beach. You know, those areas that breed professional surfers, and it's camaraderie in and out of the water. It's the board rider clubs. It's the obviously the surf media and the industry based around those areas.
And Nick Carroll in the parking lot every day.
There you go.
No shoes on. And he just paddled around the continent of Australia and then swam to New Zealand and back.
Yeah.
Motivating the kids.
I'm going to go down and chat to Lucas.
Yes, you do that. Right now in the water, we've got Wheeler and Luke, but both have had scores of no consequence. Bombing sets coming through with this increasing tide. The swell showing its force. The long period swell still here on tap.
Yeah, that was a crazy section.
Right on. Well, we are ready to take this interview away, Lucas and Matt.
So one of the highest single wave scores of the whole event. Absolute fireworks, saving the best to the second last heat of the day. How are you feeling?
Oh, I feel pretty good.
And anyone at home tuning in right now?
Oh yeah, my dad. I want to say what's up to my dad. I miss you so much. And mom and brother and sister, I love you guys so much.
You look pretty relaxed. Is anyone in your corner, any coaches or anyone here with you to support you?
Yeah. I'm coaching with John Daniels, and he's a coach from Oceanside, and I've trained with him forever, so I'm super happy.
Unreal. Well, you're carrying a lot of that cool, calm, collected energy. What's the plan for tonight to get ready for finals day?
Just go to dinner and the same thing I've been doing, you know, just relax.
Sweet. All right, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow, mate. Well done.
All right, congratulations, Lucas, into the semifinals. I wonder where everyone's electing to go to dinner. So many good restaurants here in downtown Morro. Maybe they're staying up in Cayucas or further down in Pismo. Here we go. This is Wheeler Hasberg. He got a 4-point ride on this frother of a left. One turn and then Superman's over the back of the wave. So I wonder if we have a broken leash, so that jump, an unfortunate situation. So Wheeler having to swim in. This is a long swim in, and where his board will land will be interesting with the current. So I bet as he was in the air, I've had that happen right as you land. You feel this quick release of tension. You're like, no, that didn't just happen. Did
just
it?
Nothing at all?
Just nothing. My board is gone. Did the leash break? Did the string break? Does he have a caddy? Is there another leash being run down to him?
There is.
Oh, good. I don't see it or identify it, but someone is taking care of that.
And that is why it's so important. We just asked Lucas just then, who's in his camp? Is there a coach, friends? So he's got a Xanadu being run down there, of course, Team Xanadu.
Where is he?
It's a young lady or mum running out there with the board.
Oh, here we go.
Even complete with the leash.
All right, out the back right now, though, up and riding. Not fussed that Wheeler's having to swim to the beach. He's like, swim away. So he will get over that and get back out in the lineup quickly.
That's a smart caddy, just hanging down by the rocks, knowing that, and waxing out the board with the nails, knowing that he's going to have to paddle out by the current. There's nothing worse when you're running after a caddy and they're at the wrong end of the lineup. And this is a replay of that wave. So it takes off, bottom turns in the chop, snaps that one through. Great opening turn, comes in the second one, a nice power carve there, and just taps that one off the top. And here goes the foam climb. No, that was Luke Weiler. I'm sorry, that wasn't Wheeler.
No, Wheeler is now running after his swim. There's a good little drone angle.
I told you, just before they were paddling out, I knew these guys looked very similar in and out of the water, but an 8.25 for Luke Weiler. Wheeler, you got a 4 on that last wave. You need a 5.76. 17 minutes remaining. Just chasing a 5.76.
He's like, no time to breathe yet. I'm young. I'm fit. Swim, run, paddle, head down. Just under 17 minutes left, Wheeler. Luke gets an 8.25, so a great score for our surfer in blue. Out the back alone. That first turn, fins free over the lip. You saw the sun sparkling on all 3 of those turns. When Wheeler does get back out, at the moment, he needs a 5.76, so well within this. I don't even know where his board went. Did anyone ever collect his other board? Somewhere down the beach.
Very valid observation there.
Yeah. Hello, Caddy. You hadn't finished your duties. You did bring the one board. You need to collect the other.
Luke on the... Just trying to get rid of a 1.5, and he's pretty much done that already.
So will he finish this and come all the way in? That wave giving him another chance.
Both Luke and Wheeler are so on top of their equipment. The way that they commit to their turns, they're so solid. That's, the familiarity. It's a full compliment to both of them that I've mixed them up because I've been so impressed with both their performance. And a 6, see? Just good technique, good solid surfing. Great foundations.
So really wise for him to get that quick jump, regardless of what he does.
He's going to come into his competitor's board too.
He's going to come into his competitor's board. Will he run it up the beach for Wheeler?
Does he even know?
He probably doesn't. But right now, Wheeler, in a world of hurt, in a combination situation, needing a 2-wave total of 14.25. So he's got to reset and get 2 waves. We see him there paddling out against the rock. Fortunately, the current working for him. He's probably taken some good deep breaths. He's been working on his technique. So he has a short heat to get 2 waves to better 14.25.
Beautiful light shining in there behind the finger rock there. You can see the sunset. And
here we go, the lonely run, but he gets a little word from his coach. Met him at the shoreline. It's not a bad run, knowing that you're in a commanding lead with an 8.25. Luke, your first best wave, an 8.25, and your backup wave, a 6-point ride. So now Wheeler has made it out the back. You see the sun sparkling on his back. He is set to perform on 2 waves to get hopefully better than a 14.25.
you can hear some people in the crowd going wild.
Cheer, little moral support, cheering him on.
13 minutes, 40 remaining. And he's taking the water out of his booty down there. Pretty classic. Leaning back.
I never liked that feeling.
Squishy. There he is. Look at that. Classic.
A sloshy booty.
Put that in the highlight reel.
Yeah, your feet moving around. Here we go. Wheeler straight back after a swim to the beach, a run up the beach, and a paddle back out. Probably just wanted to feel the sensation of that new board. Not even surf it. No doubt he's familiar with it, or maybe not. It could be a freshie.
We'll find out afterwards.
Yeah, things we do not know. Who knows if it's even the same length? It might be a step up.
And it is an interesting contest area here where it's difficult to gauge that information because the competitors are just coming up to grab their jerseys and it's not as interactive as certain other events.
Absolutely. Their boards are tucked away in their cars. We don't have the time to go scour all the line, get the intel. They're not in a boardroom all lined up next to each other, where often at events you can kind of sneakily reach through.
Or the beach umbrellas on the sand. You see a little posse down there. A couple of quivers, boards in the quiver.
Well, and as it's just the two of us, we don't have much time in between. There's
no
no heats off for intel collection. So Wheeler out the back with just over 12 minutes.
It's actually 4 of us. There's Waxhead, there's Matt, there's Baldy, and Jeff.
That's right. Yes, our alter egos go and do it for us. Wheeler, there's just under 12 minutes. You are in a combination situation. You need 2 waves totaling 14.25. There we go. That could be the lonely board making its way back under this person's arm on the beach. Here we go. Wheeler scratching, can't get into that wave.
So quite clearly, it's broken down into, it's going to have to be 2 scores now, which he's capable of with that technique of his. He could chip away at that. He can get 2 8.5s at one turn with the right wave. Not desirable, but he can chip away at that, do 2 to do a beautiful combination as he's been doing, run back around, still give him enough time. Here he goes on a right. That one wasn't quite as cupped out as he was hoping for. All those ones that he saw Levi catch when he would have been getting ready for his heat, putting his wetsuit on.
Yeah, so again, interesting, wondering what that board is compared to his other one. Is it a little longer? Looked like the rail line on that was just a little bit lengthened. So he needs to get 2 7.15s. And that would just put him over the 14.25 requirement.
There's actually other ways that leashes can snap instead of just the pressure. It can be little nick from the leg rope in the fin, hitting the fins.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of damage that way. There could be little knots when you don't have your leg rope stored away properly and it gets tangled up and there's a little knot. That knot can sometimes cause a weak point and snap where that knot is. But you wouldn't know because by the time it snaps, the knot's untangled itself.
Yeah, he'll know after because he didn't see his board until he won't see his board until the finish of the heat. All right, Luke Weiler back in the water. 9.5 minutes left. Time whittling down. Wheeler with priority. Needs to get himself an excellent score to get back in this and then back it up with something high again. Drawing on his calm reserves, the training he's gone through, the mental training, the breath work.
Well, now it's just competing against himself. He's just got to, Wheeler has to go into that archive of knowledge, that training, and just chip away at 2 different scores. You can see the sun setting behind there. He's got his hand up there. Well, we'll ask for time, yeah. 8 minutes 30 remaining. 8 minutes 30. Wheeler, you're looking to chip away at a 14.25 combination situation. Red priority.
Well, this wave looking like it has potential. We got a split peak. We're going to go with Wheeler, who needs the score. Big drawn-out bottom turn, slams it into the corner. So that is nice. This thing going to maybe reform. Carrying a ton of speed up into that secondary floater.
And I was watching Luke, who did identical on his forehand, the single turn, an extremely fast and aggressive hit off the lip. So I look forward to checking that one back on the replay. It was a split peak. So this was the left, and we went back to the right to have a look at this. So look at that backlit and hits it up, smacks it, tail slides, releases it, and rides out. Of course he does.
Very critical release of the fins.
And at this point, Wheeler just trying to chip away at the combo situation. Big turn, beautiful waft, almost identical on the backside to Luke's turn, and then coming off there. So maybe the right from Luke was a little more of a technical section, but the style and the finesse in Wheeler's single turn was beautiful.
Wheeler's was a little bit flatter face, but the speed gain he got through the lip, the drive that then catapulted him so much speed that he flew over that second section. Who knows if it reformed on the inside. Score dropping in 7.15 for Wheeler and a 7.0 for Luke. So Luke gained some ground, upped his ante by 1 point. Now Wheeler needs an 8.11. 6.5 minutes left, Wheeler. Your last wave, a 7.15. And Luke, your last wave, a 7. Luke in the lead. Wheeler, you need an 8.11 now to convert, to go into the lead. 6.5 minutes left. So he did the job. He did what he needed, Wheeler, in getting above a 7 to chip away.
Great
and
job.
Then, smart surfing on Luke's part. Looking, eyeing, and identifying the right and getting a really dramatic turn himself, a 7, bettering his situation. So really what that would have done was, it's funny, Wheeler got exactly what I said he needed, was 2 7.15s. He got one of them, but Luke bettered his score line by a point. So here we go. Under 6 minutes. And merit to Wheeler. 1 turn, 7.15. Same with Luke. 1 turn, 7-point ride.
The encouraging thing about that. All right, so 5 minutes 30 remaining. Red with priority. Blue second priority. Luke, your last wave was a 7-point ride. You extended your lead. Wheeler, your last wave was 7.15. You now need an 8.11. Red in second, needing an 8.11. here he goes. Fading into this one.
Oh,
This is Wheeler Hasberg. Beautiful opening turn. So he connects nicely with that. And here he's racing down the line. He's going to try and sum this up. Oh, my gosh.
He comes
on.
Does he bobble? Does he ride
bobbled.
out?
Wow.
I heard the beach erupt. So close. So, oh my, incomplete. Goosebumps.
Wow.
Chicken skin. Wheeler putting it on the line.
Man, he nails that, and it's comparable to all the excellent waves we've had in this round so far. Nice tail slide. Loses the momentum at the beginning on second view, but it all comes down to this. Hard section. Cups out. Hits it. Comes tail slides down, but then he pops up. Watch. So he's still on the board momentarily, and then he just comes off, nearly pulling that off. So
But there's definitely something a little different. The board doesn't look quite as free. Wow, Wheeler so close, just that close. Slim margins to riding out or not. Right now, Luke with priority. 4 minutes left.
no change. Luke still in the lead.
I love the unsung
Luke,
art.
you are still in the lead. No change. You're still in the lead.
3.5 minutes left. You have priority. Wheeler's last wave was a 3.5. The unsung importance of the bottom turn. That bottom turn that Wheeler did before his first turn, he kind of went almost below sea level, behind the wave in front. Set him up for that wicked carve. Like you said, though, it flattened out just a little on him. Possibly that's what threw him off timing-wise on the in section. Just that minor loss of speed. Wow, really getting down to the bitter end of this. 2 minutes, 35 seconds.
You'd imagine Luke at this point would just, I mean, that was a great wave he let go, but it doesn't really need a wave.
No.
You know, it's the chances, the odds of going higher than a 7 are quite low. So, Luke, no change. Priority blue. 2 minutes, 20 remaining. No change. You're in the lead.
I have to giggle. I know it is hard to hear, but the information has been received. He is in the lineup all by himself. Wheeler somewhere paddling back out.
He's like thinking all the commotion across the loudspeaker. Something has to have changed.
Yeah, nothing's changed. We're just babbling on. Fans of surfing. So it looks like
he's looking for
yeah,
Wheeler.
He's in hunt mode. Which is the prudent thing to do. Go shadow your competitor. Wheeler probably tucked up in the corner trying to sneak out.
Well, it's taken him a good 2 minutes to get there. He's not in the corner as such yet, and a set coming. See Luke there on the left trying to chase down. Yeah, Wheeler's now moving across to the corner, but it's taken him a while to get out the back, so he may not get a chance for another wave.
Well, and that's just the respect being shown, you know. Luke knowing just don't give him an opportunity to get a wave because he's got 8s dripping out of his back pocket all day long.
Gee, how are these rights coming in right now?
Yeah, and that's where Luke just paddled away from all of that to go shadow Wheeler with under 1 minute to go. And that is the difference between the 4-man heats and the head-to-head matchups. You give them the freedom to really leverage the strength of having priority, especially in the dying minute or so. Wow, priority change. Luke paddled for that wave. Wheeler with first priority and 15 seconds. Will this wave stand up for him? Nothing. Oh, it doesn't.
Counting this one out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Drama almost on the buzzer. What was happening right there? That was wild. So hopefully Luke has a little mental refresh. He does win the heat. Wheeler out in the quarterfinal. Great result for him. Luke into the semifinal. And wow, we're going to go to a quick break and then a short highlight package and back again.
In the land of SLO CAL, you can go from kicking it poolside to snuggling up seaside. Start planning your journey across the land of SLO CAL now.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Welcome to the land of sunken gardens and elevated afternoons. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Welcome back. So that concludes our performances for today. That was the men's quarterfinal and the round of 16 for the women's. Tomorrow will be finals day for the shortboards, and we'll be kicking off the men's longboards about 12 o'clock. We're going to go into some replays of the highlights of the men's quarters. We have some amazing action. So starting off here, this was our quarterfinal number 1.
Is that Kalohe Andino?
Yep. And of course, this was one of the clutch waves towards the end here. That wasn't the one that he got in the last dying seconds.
No, that was the early round.
That was
but
the early
regardless,
round, yep.
yeah, that was the first round stuff. The round of 16, that's what got him into the quarterfinal, Kalohe Andino.
Yep,
and he's on into the semis.
A few clutch moments for today, that's for sure. And this was it. This was Kalohe in his quarterfinal.
This was the wave that he manufactured the score on, I would have to say. Not really, having the confidence in the wave, just going, I had to surf it my best, and that finish there, even with a little bit of a bobble, just got him the score, the margin he needed.
And just this one here, so clutch and an identical left-hander. He was second the whole heat, and it was the last 2 minutes, and he hammered this end section, which was enough to get him through to the semifinals. And straight after Santa Cruz, this is going to be a great result moving into the semis here in Morro Bay. And this one, wow. That one was Sam Reedy.
That was a great one. You saw, and this is Levi. Earlier this morning, I think this is the wave that he comes and we get this beautiful drone angle. Possibly, is this the wave that opens up for the air reverse? No, this was his opening wave. Levi Slauson on a very consistent roll, heat to heat to heat.
Yeah, this one is like he's glued to his board here, pumps down the line.
This was the one.
This first section, but with that wind incoming, he telegraphs this section ahead. And it all comes down to this, needing a mid-range score. He goes above and beyond, and he just goes straight into that full rotation, rides out of it. And he's just looking like he's glued to his board this whole day.
Yeah, and that was right after we'd seen him try it on the right, but didn't make it with the wind blowing away. This was one of his 8-point rides, just hammer and tongs, face smashed by the lip, but just compresses with full power and rides out.
And Owen Moss fading into this one, amazing. This thing doesn't even look like Morro. Beautiful power carve, looking like Jack Robbo there. And here, just hammered that end section, and that was enough to get him out of the combination situation. And it all came down to the dying moments of the heat, where Levi, just with this power carve combo, surfed this one all the way through. And incredible, flawless, seamless surfing from Levi. And this one here was the high. This was a 9-point ride and finishing so cleanly. And Levi just looking like an absolute favorite in this event so far.
And so hard to surf these waves flawless. There's just, you know, lump everywhere. Lucas Austin, that one, he surprised himself. And you can see when he redirected that foam climb on the backhand on the left, he had so much speed going into it. Lucas Austin, again, such clean waves. You can see we had incredibly high performance waves all day long. And the cream of the crop rising into the semifinals. That's right. You got to wonder where that heat would have gone for young Wheeler had he not had a leash, you know, break or pop off, something. Quite unfortunate. Those things do happen along the journey.
And that was Taj Lindblad, knocked out of the quarterfinals here, but not without a fight, because he had more left in these windy conditions, and it was this wave here that fought him out of the combination situation. Incredible surfing there. Earlier in the day,
just had a space out right then.
Luke Weiler. Beautiful, seamless carving again from Luke. Really solid on top of his boards. Beautiful, solid surfing there, and he feeling it this whole day. Just him and Wheeler. It was a great matchup towards the end.
Well, this is Luke Weiler capping it off, finishing the day with a victory lap. That was one of his opening rides, his 7, and then he built from there. And this is the wave that sealed the deal, pushing him up into the semifinal. Well, great job, Luke Weiler. And what a beautiful day, Matt.
Amazing.
Thank you guys for joining us. We will be here sharp 7:30 a.m. or 7:25, kicking it off for the webcast. And it is finals day, and then in the afternoon into the men's longboard. So thanks for joining us here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. Jeff Baldwin and Matt Janowski signing off until tomorrow, bright and early. We are off to the Surfing for Hope Foundation fundraiser. So we're going to go put our tuxedos on and shave and shine. All right, we'll see you tomorrow.
In the land of SLO CAL, you can go from kicking it poolside to snuggling up seaside. Start planning your journey across the land of SLO CAL now.
Life on coast in Morro Bay.
Welcome to the land of sunken gardens and elevated afternoons. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.